Hi guys, Veggie Gamer back and we're back to the Order of Phoenix Harry Potter, guys, which is not the order, the name of the title of the book. Guys, we're back to doing the book review, guys. Thoroughly enjoying this book, guys. It's been an absolute treat. It's so odd, guys, because I love Goblet of Fire from start to finish. I think I made that very, very clear in my reaction to it. But starting over afresh is so cool at the start of a book, guys. It really feels like there's so much to come and everything. And these chapters are no exceptions. I'll say that these chapters are, I mean, they're jam-packed with information, guys. But when it comes to the advancement of the plot, it really is a moment to sit back and just learn a bit about the House of Black and, you know, all the other things that we will be discussing today. And so they're absolutely fascinating chapters, guys. As always, I've just gone and checked out the movie scenes. I don't know, guys, because I know that certain characters, when they show up in the movies and everything, I would get comments saying, "Oh God, they're much better in the book and everything." I don't know if I ever heard anyone's opinion about movie Sirius Black. It's so different. He's so, I don't know. He's calmer in the movies than at least my interpretation of him in the books. Anyway, but that's not a criticism, guys. The portrayal is absolutely brilliant, but it's certainly very different now that I go back, because obviously I'm only rewatching these scenes for the first time in a long time. To update my book, to go to help with my notes and everything. And yeah, Black is definitely very different than I remembered him, quite frankly. He as in the movie, he seems very different. But either way, that's neither here nor there. Guys, if you're new here, hi, I'm Veggie. We do these book reviews. It is a long project, guys. You may be looking at the runtime of the video and thinking, wow, he's done like 5 or 6 hours just for Order of Phoenix. No. This is 5 or 6 hours, probably, let's face it, to two chapters of the Order of Phoenix, guys. So we'll do chapter 5 and chapter 6 today. Like I say, great chapters. So many comments last time was saying how, it's not that, I call it the House of Black, it's not called House of Black, is it? But, in fact, that's a wrestling team, isn't it? Or was, I'm not sure, I don't know, guys. Alistair Black, I know that he's just come back to the WWE. I didn't know he was Dutch. I thought he was American. I've never heard him speak, to be fair. So anyway, you're getting sidetracked already, Veggie. So, guys, we're doing these book reviews, guys. If you get up to the last one that is available on YouTube, guys, there are 2 more whole episodes of this book review over on the Patreon, guys. You can back the Patreon for as little as you want and get access to everything on there, including speaking very slowly now. There we go. Including access to the book club, guys. Now, this is where you get your thoughts and opinions and questions read out on the videos, guys. It's the best part of doing these, guys. I really love reading your comments. We do that in the second half of these videos. It's always so much fun hearing all your thoughts and opinions and everything. And we have so many different takes on different moments and everything, guys. The discussion on Percy last time was so good. It was so good. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you all so much. And everyone's really respectful to each other as well, guys. Now, you can post your comments in the book club, guys, and have it so everyone can see it. Or if you prefer, you can DM me on Patreon with your book club thoughts. You just have to start the comment with book club and then give your thoughts and everything, so I know when to read it out and everything. And so yeah, if that's something that you'd rather do. But without further ado, guys, I guess we get into it. Loving this book so much. It is very hot right now, guys. So this scarf may have to come off fairly early. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how we go. But either way, let's get over. Oh, first of all, thank you so much, Jonas, for the wonderful side. Oh dear. There we go. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels. Thank you so much, Max, for the for the summaries that I read at the start of the chapters. Let's get to it, guys. Chapter 5, Order. Oh, yes, Chapter 5, Order of Phoenix. Order of Phoenix. Balls, I forgot again. Utipo, Pesquipo, and Tessa Rosso. There we go, guys. I always try to remember to do it at the start. I always forget. Anyway, right. Thank you so much for the summary, Max, and Jonas for the side panel that will appear now. Chapter 5, Order of Phoenix. We find out that the house that Sirius grew. We find out that this is the house that Sirius grew up in and was left by his parents when they passed away. He offered it to Dumbledore as headquarters for the Order, and since it is all he could really help with at the moment due to him being a wanted criminal. Several people are including Mundungus, who claims... Several people are there, including Mundungus Fletcher, who claims to owe Harry an apology, and all the Weasleys minus Charlie and Percy. Molly wants to send the kids off to sleep, but Sirius has some serious business to talk first. Against Molly's wishes, all the kids stay up except Ginny, who storms off for being too young. They give out some info on what Voldemort is doing, which at the moment is not a lot. But they do know he's looking for something that he didn't have the first time. Before it could get any more detailed, Molly snaps and sends them off to bed. Like I said, oh, thank you so much, Max, for the summary, and again, thank you so much, Jonas, for the side pack. So the movie scene is incredibly short, guys, and it sends off so many different messages. Then it's so different. It's so different, and it certainly makes the whole thing seem less secretive, in my opinion. I don't know, guys. The thing is, Gary Oldman is great as Sirius. I love his performance, but it's so different. I guess you could say it with Snape as well. It's so different than what I'm expecting now that I'm more focused on the books and everything from Sirius. Like when he says about the thing that Voldemort didn't have before, it genuinely looks like he is just about to potentially tell Harry what that could potentially be, which obviously would be very, very bad. In the book, I don't get the impression that he's going to do that at all. He's definitely very sarky and disgruntled is the word that I'd use. We don't really hear about Sirius's opinion of Dumbledore in the movies at all. Maybe, I'm not sure, guys. I gotta say, because of the way that this chapter was split up in the movie, I did actually jump an hour into the movie just to catch another part that is covered in these chapters. But in the book, in this book, whenever Dumbledore's brought up, there's clearly a genuine bitterness towards Dumbledore that Black has, and so that is not represented in the movie either. Also, on the Daily Prophet, it like says Harry's insulting Harry's mental state or something, but then it flips to the other headline, which is "Fudge, everything is fine." Now, if you're ever in the country, guys, and your political leader has an article on the front of a paper saying everything is fine, that's when you want to start panicking. I feel like that is a really scary thing to say. But Fudge, we got to discuss some stuff as well, guys, because I do feel like some of the stuff that is discussed here about Fudge may not actually be completely accurate. In the same way that we talked about Percy last time, might be giving him way too much credit, but I mean, the fact is, guys, some of you guys truly do believe that he orchestrated and planned the death of Barty Crouch Jr. I don't see that personally, but it's very, very interesting to read comments from people who actually genuinely do think he did it. And so, when it comes to how bad Fudge actually is a human being, I guess it remains to be seen. But it's very interesting hearing this sided take again, because we heard this sided take of Percy in the last one, didn't we? Anyway, let's get through my notes. Okay, and so I should say, guys, I know if you're on Twitter, you may already know this. Yesterday, I finished doing my notes for the second chapter, chapter 6. And I was like very, very pleased. Like, okay, that's all ready to start recording for tomorrow and everything. I'll just bring up my notes for the first chapter. Open the file, and the file was empty. Now, it wasn't empty, but there was invisible blocks there, and so somehow the file had corrupted to the point where the text hadn't turned invisible. The text had turned into some sort of symbol that couldn't be shown in the Word program. And so that was very, very frustrating. I was luckily able to revert it back to a previous version. And so half of my notes were lost, but I have gone over them again. And so it's the second half of this. I don't think it is. I think I did get down everything again, but it's the second half of this does feel a little bit flippant. I don't think it will. I feel like we made good when it comes to keeping in everything that we wanted. So guys, I need to get a wand. It just feels wrong me not doing this without a wand. There we go. Gone for Newt Scamander's one today, guys. Thank you everyone who has sent me wands in the past, by the way. Sirius's mum was had put a permanent sticking charm on, presumably on the back of the painting, so they can't actually remove them. When it says permanent, I'm wondering how permanent that actually is, because Sirius is basically saying that if and when he's able to get rid of that, then the painting will be taken down. I don't know if the painting will be thrown out, but I guess in the Wizarding world, paintings wouldn't have as much of, you know how Harry looks at pictures of his mum and dad. Obviously, Harry's new to this whole Wizarding world of, you know, moving pictures and everything, so he probably has more affection for that than a wizard who's brought up in the Wizarding world seeing a painting of someone who's deceased in their family, maybe. And so maybe Black is planning on just getting rid of, I gotta say again, guys, I call him Black because I just, Sirius and Severus, I just get very, very confused, and so I call him Snape and Black. And so, yeah, I don't know how permanent actually is. Also, it says that she put it on it. Now, does that mean that the painting was actually put up before she died? That actually makes a lot of sense. Because a lot of people have paintings of themselves in houses, don't they? Or because they used to. And you'd imagine that the Black household absolutely would. And so you'd imagine that... That's so interesting to me. We have never had... Have we ever even had a painting of someone who's still alive? Photography is different, guys. I'm talking about painting specifically. Obviously, the chocolate frog cards and everything's still alive and everything. But an actual portrait of someone who is still alive, I don't think we have. Maybe it's frowned upon. Maybe it's the wrong thing to do in the Wizarding world, and so maybe that's why they don't do it. Maybe they see it as an insult to the dead, maybe, or something like that. And so, but you know, also a lot of people do have paintings of themselves in places, and so it's so interesting that we haven't had that happen yet. Yeah. Like say, Lucius Malfoy. I bet he's got a painting of his entire family in his house. Obviously, we've got a while until we find that out, if it's coming in the books. But yeah, that's very, very interesting. So yeah, it says that she put it on. So I'm wondering if maybe... Because we then find out that apparently Kreacher, later on in the chapter... And my goodness, Kreacher is so good in the book. I absolutely love him. So different than in the movie. And I knew that I was going to love him. I knew I was going to love Kreacher, guys. We find out that Kreacher has been doing the bidding of the painting, which is obviously part of the reason why he's gone a bit doolally, to put it politely. So I wonder if Black is saying that she put it on as in Kreacher put it on. You'd imagine he'd be able to. But Kreacher does take direct orders from Black, though. And so if there was a way of just removing it, Black could say, remove it. So I guess it's a little bit more complicated, as in, you know, permanent. Yeah, so I don't think paintings can use spells. I feel like that would be... I mean, that wouldn't be practical at all, would it? No, it wouldn't. The whole people having portraits of themselves, though. That, I wonder if that's ever happened in any of the movies or anything. I don't think it has. Intriguing. Black had offered the house to Dumbledore, like Max said in the summary. I said presumably during the First War, or was it more recently? We find out in this chapter it is actually more recently. It's since his mother passed away, which was only 10 years ago. Bill and Arthur are there once they enter the room where the discussion was happening. They're scrolling up, they're rolling up scrolls of paper, I should say. Oh yeah, the house is definitely more posh than in the movies. Now, when I say posh, guys, obviously it's very run down, but I mean posh as in its grandest day, it probably was a lot more, not welcoming, but a lot more snooty, a lot more posh, you know? Whereas the house in the movie, it really does look like for a London house, a big house in the centre of London. But, you know, some parts of it look very cheap. Like, there's a weird, like, not conservatory, but like little kitchen area. That looks very similar to the one from Bottom, which is a sitcom I've mentioned a lot, guys. It's my favourite sitcom of all time. It's not for everyone, guys, and I always say don't watch the first episode first, because the first episode... Okay, the main two characters, we're not meant to like them. They're both complete lowlifes. And the first episode focuses on one aspect of their low-lifeness, like, particularly. And so it makes the whole thing seem a bit, you know, extreme. But yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. And obviously it starred, oh my goodness. Oh no, it's gone. It's gone. The blooming poltergeist. Oh my god. Peeves, not Pims. Pims the poltergeist. Always go around drunk. Ignore me. Do you have Pims outside the UK? It's a big summer drink over here. Anyway. So yeah, the house definitely seems a lot more posher. And a lot more lived in as well, to be honest. It does. I mean, you guys have been saying that this house, Grimmauld Place, number 12, isn't it? There we go. Is one of your favourite Wizarding World locations, and that's so fascinating to me. If anyone had commented that in the movies, I'd been going, really? Have you seen any of the other movies? You know, but it has such character. It really does. Oh, they're missing out the painting in the movie, guys. I mean, I think we discussed it last time, but that was such a good moment. And it adds to the whole... Because, like, Black's arrival in the book is like, oh, hello, Harry, and have you met my mother? All sarcastic and everything. Whereas in the movie, it's this really, really beautiful moment. I think it's a runtime issue. Because they need to get to it in the movie, they need to remind us all before what happens potentially later on, how much Sirius Black means to Harry. Lupin's so good in this chapter, guys. He's so good. He's so good. We'll get to it. We will get to it. By the way, guys, I don't see Gary Oldman at all playing Black in my head now. Not in the slightest. Because like I said, they're very different. And I don't think I've ever seen any criticism of the portrayal of Black in the movies. Obviously, it's a directing thing rather than the acting choice and everything, but yeah. Anyway. So yeah, Bill is rolling up scrolls. It looks like it's some sort of blueprint to a house, built to a building or something, and Molly's like saying, hey, that sort of thing's meant to be gotten away before the end of the meeting and everything. And Bill uses Evan's Go spell on the scrolls, and they disappear. Now, that's the first time we've ever heard of that spell, right? That intrigues me, because that is a very useful spell. Harry could have used that many times, let's face it, over the years, when he's sneaking about. That seems like an awesome spell. I do wonder in what way have the scrolls disappeared? Have they been made invisible? Or have they been hidden away somewhere away from where Bill is? And so, like, say, if he's got, like, a vault in Gringotts, he can say, Evans Go, and whatever he does the spell on, that thing appears in his vault. Maybe. Maybe, I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the first time we've heard of that spell. Which is interesting, because often when we first hear about spells, we get a little bit of, oh, what did that do? Or that was interesting, or Harry thought that was cool, but it's like nothing, it's like, they disappear. So yeah, I've got questions about it. Or maybe we have heard it before. Mundungus is here, guys. He looks like a pile of rags, apparently. God bless him. Apparently he's got, matted ginger hair as well, which is obviously very different than in the movie. I've brought up Mundungus' surname before, guys, saying if it could potentially be a reference to a British sitcom, specifically Porridge, which is the main character in it is called Fletcher, and he is a wheeling and dealing con man and thief, who is now serving porridge, as they said. Back in the 70s, he's doing time. He's in prison, and it's a great sitcom, guys. It really is very, very good. It's kind of beloved by everyone, you know, and I think it is one of those sitcoms that doesn't have that much dated language in it, because obviously a lot of 70s sitcoms has a lot, guys. Which I always try to understand that it was of the time, and that enjoyment can still be taken from the sitcom, not specifically those lines, but, you know, stuff can still be taken from them, guys. Because I'm obsessed with 70s sitcoms, guys. I'll keep this tangent as short as possible. But, yeah, I really am. I find it so... Because I was born, like, in the 80s, guys. And so I find comedy from before I was born really fascinating, and so I have done many a marathon of 70s sitcoms, ones that I want to watch and ones that I don't want to watch. Genuinely, some of them have been really hard to get through. I think it may be down to my autism or something, guys, but I have an obsession with them where if I start a sitcom in the 70s, I have to see it through to the end. And so I've done every single Carry On movie, I've done every single episode of On the Buses, which is not good. No, it's not. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's the best way of putting it. Done every single episode of Man About the House, which was an absolute treat. I did not expect it to be as good as it was, guys. Man About the House, excellent. I think that the American remake of it was called Three's Company, maybe. But Man About the House, that was surprisingly good. Rising Damp, excellent. Some people suggest that Rising Damp is dated. I don't think so, because we're not meant to like the person who has bigoted opinions. We're not meant to agree with them, I should say. What am I even talking about? Why am I mentioning this? Oh, it's because of Porridge. So yeah, Porridge is great, guys. There are some dated lines in it, I'm sure, but it is a good one, though. And so that's where I reckon that he got the name Fletcher from. But later on, he says something, guys, and I'm 100% sure it is a reference to Only Fools and Horses. So when we get to it, we will get to it. But if it isn't a reference to Only Fools and Horses, it's a very strange name choice for this character. And so we will get to it. Anyway. Oh, God. I've even done Love Thy Neighbour, guys, which is awful. It really is awful. It's kind of known as the go-to racist comedy from the 70s, guys, and it is racist, guys. I don't think it is as... I feel like there is more to it than some people think, guys, because obviously, like, I've watched all of it, including the movie, which is awful as well. But I feel like there is more to it than it just being, it is a racist comedy. I feel like it was trying to do something and did it very, very badly. I am now watching the Australian remake of it. Seriously, I'm obsessed with watching 70s sitcoms, even ones I hate. I've watched every single episode of Don't Drink the Water, which is the On the Buses spin-off. With that, it's absolutely DS. It really is bad. That was like torture watching that stuff. Anyway, enough waffle. So yeah, when I say things like I've watched every single episode of Love Thy Neighbour, don't think, oh wow, that makes me look at Veggie in a different light. I did not enjoy it. I did not enjoy it, guys. But I have an obsession with comedies from before I was born, though. Specifically in the 70s, you know. I don't know why, but you know, I will do 60s ones, but it's specifically the 70s. It's On the Buses starting in the 60s. Anyway, okay, enough waffle. We will get back. We will get to the Only Fools and Horses line, which I am 98% sure is a reference to Only Fools and Horses, so we will get to it. I don't know why you guys put up with me, I really don't. Right, let's get on to it. Let's get back to the bubblies. Oh, so Mundungus is like half asleep apparently, and when someone like wakes him up, I think it's Molly or something, he just instinctively just says, oh, I agree with Sirius. Now again, this is going to be one of these things, lines where I look into it too much. I wonder if that is him literally just saying, oh, I agree with Sirius, but he could have been, oh, I agree with Molly, just panicking, or if he actually does have a natural bias towards Black, maybe. Probably not by the way that Black refers to him. But Dumbledore, apparently, he has a genuine affection for Dumbledore, you know. So, because he's helped him out in the past, which is, again, fascinating. I'd love to find out more. I don't know if we ever will, but yeah, that's so interesting. But yeah, anyway, that's me trying to make too much out of one line. But yeah, the fact that he says I agree with Sirius, I wonder if there is actually genuinely a thing of he usually agrees with Sirius, or if he literally was just putting it out of the air. He says, you're right, Harry. I was going to say, is he not going to apologise for anything? And he does actually then say it, I owe you an apology, but then doesn't actually quite get out because Molly then interrupts him and everything. But yeah, he was actually going to apologise. So it seems, I really need to curb how I think about Mundungus from the movies, because we're seeing a very different character here, and so it's a big potential that it could end up going in the same way, but at the same time, it may not do. And so I really need to work on not thinking about the bold character that we saw in the movie, you know? Because for one, he ain't bold in the book. Tonks offers to help Molly, but Molly was like saying, "Oh no, it's fine," because obviously Tonks is a bit accident prone and everything, which is brilliant. Which I think is only represented in one moment in the movie, right, where she like almost trips over the umbrella stand or something. So yeah, Molly just says, "Oh no, you rest up and everything," which is amazing. There is a pantry in the house, which makes this house definitely very posh, guys. It really does. And obviously very old as well. But, yes. I'm pretty sure we don't get a pantry in the movie. It's basically a big fridge, isn't it? Right? It's just like a big, cool room where with no windows where food was kept. Essentially. Not like a larder. I mean, I have a larder of sorts. Who cares? There you go. There's my veggie fact of the day, guys. I got a larder. Mundungus says you sin old figgy since, and I genuinely didn't know he was talking about figgy. Sorry, I genuinely, it took me a second to work out who he was actually talking about. I got it down here that Harry's not giving an earful, but you know, Harry, considering the front that he gave Hermione and Ron, it's so interesting that there's no front at all here. And obviously, even when Lupin showed up in his house, there was front. When he was like saying, oh, well, the Dursleys won't care and all that sort of stuff, you know. Which is fair. And that's not really criticising him. It's just interesting that, you know, that I think because he's just so happy to be here, that... No, it's not. You know what it is? It's because Hermione and Ron are freaking awesome, and he knows that he can unload on them. You know what I meant. Disgusting. But he knows that he can open up and jeez Louise. Right, Veggie. Right. Harry knows that he can say whatever he wants in this moment to Hermione and Ron, and they will not take it personally. Am I going to have to go back and edit this blooming video? Seriously. Right? God. Walking Jake. Right. Black asks Harry if he's had a good summer so far, which has to be sarcastic, right? He has definitely said, Harry has definitely said to Black how he does not like living with the Dursleys. He definitely has. I'm sure that came up. Unless that was a movie exclusive. Maybe it was a movie exclusive. I don't think it was, though. Maybe it was. Harry says, no, it's been lousy. And Black, smiling, then says, don't know what you're complaining about myself. Personally, I would have welcomed a Dementor attack. A deadly struggle for my soul would have broken the monotony. Which... he's definitely saying sarcastically, definitely, because obviously, you know, he's received Harry's letter and everything. I did wonder if... because obviously Harry has a genuine fear of Dementors, hence it being his boggins and everything. I think that anyone who spends any sort of stint in Azkaban would have to... pardon me. Would have to be left with a fear of Dementors. And so... Black is definitely being completely jovial here. But Black continues, at least you've been able to get out and about, stretch your legs, get in a few fights, which is literally the case, with Dudley. Which again, guys, I really appreciated our discussion about Harry approaching Dudley. You know, it's one of those moments which you just would not have seen in the movie, which, when they do this TV series, guys, apparently, not Paul Whitehouse. Yes, Paul Whitehouse has been cast as Filch, guys, which is a great choice. He's a loved and respected comedian in the UK, guys. He played Cadogan in a deleted scene, which I still haven't watched, guys, in one of the Harry Potter movies, and so that's going to be very interesting. But yeah, great choice for Filch, though. Thing is, God bless Paul Whitehouse, guys. I'm going to say this. He is not a great actor, you know. He is a very, very good comedy actor. He's a good character actor. But yeah, luckily Filch doesn't have any, like, really serious scenes, you know, or serious. But yeah, I'm happy with that. Paul Whitehouse being in anything is usually a good sign, you know, guys. There's a very relaxing TV show called Paul Whitehouse and Bob Mortimer Gone Fishing. I think that's what it's called. And it's basically these two comedians who I grew up with, who are basically going on like fishing trips and everything. They always let the fish go. It's a very, very relaxing, but very... I mean, they're both freaking hilarious. Bob Mortimer is like a British institution now. Institution? You know what I mean. He's absolutely beloved by essentially everyone in the country, Bob Mortimer is. And Paul Whitehouse is up there as well. And so if you want a really relaxing but funny show, go and check out Gone Fishing, it's called. And I think it's Paul Whitehouse and Bob Mortimer's Gone Fishing. I think it's its full title. It's a good show. It's a good show. It's very relaxing. So yeah, Harry like says, how come? Surely this is obvious, unless... Oh no, sorry, that's my business. So Harry's like saying, how come you haven't been going about? And I've got down here, well, surely that's obvious why he hasn't been out, why Black hasn't been able to get out and about, unless Harry is really thinking selfishly. But you think at this point he probably really is, because he's been so trapped with his own thoughts in a similar way that Kreacher has. Oh, that's an interesting comparison. Kreacher and Harry is exactly the same character, guys. But yeah, it's pretty obvious why Black can't go out and about. And also, yeah, and Black mentions about how the fact that now Voldemort would know that Black is an animagus. He can't even go as Sniffles. Snuffles, sorry, I should give him his proper name. Because obviously Wormtail would have passed that information on. Well, Wormtail would have already known. But they would have thought that, no, they knew that Black was out and about. No, because Wormtail joins Voldemort at the end of Azkaban. Yeah, okay. So yeah, he would have passed on that information. Of course he would have. There isn't much I can do for the Order of the Phoenix, or so Dumbledore feels, Black says. And there is definitely resentment towards Dumbledore in this, guys, which I don't think is ever covered in the movie. But then again, Black is in the movies for such a short amount of time. He really is. And so it's so interesting feeling this friction, you know. And obviously there was a bit of friction at the end of Goblet, but it seems like, you know, in the same way that Harry's been getting very, very resentful, that Black has been getting very resentful, being stuck in the house which he essentially hates, which he does hate. Harry replies, at least you know what's going on. I gotta say that Harry is definitely being a lot more calmer than I expected. I did feel like he was going to give Black a bit of an earful. Not as much as he did with Ron and Hermione, of course, but I do feel like he would do. But the fact that he is saying it a lot more calm, it may be because Black is countering him. So when Black says, I don't know what you're complaining about, 'cause, honestly, earlier on, that probably really took Harry aback. He probably thought that Black was going to be saying, oh, I'm sorry, Harry, I'll tell you everything. But no, he's Black, well, you've had a great time. You know, essentially, is what Black said, which just probably knocked Harry back a bit. Itchy nose. Apparently Snape has been making snide remarks about how he is willing to risk his life, and how Black has just been cleaning his old house and everything. It's amazing. Which I don't think is in the movie, guys. We hear, it's so interesting actually. So do we see Snape leave in the movie? I don't think we do. I can't remember. I don't think we do though. Or maybe we do, I'm not sure. But we do hear him talking smack about Black. And he says something which, surprising to me, Molly says in the book, guys. Now, I've been accused, guys, of giving Molly a hard time. Molly says some things in this chapter, guys. She really does. And so, yeah, we'll get to it. But yeah, I love Molly. I'm not a Molly hater, I promise you guys. I have put my hand up and said I have been wrong about certain things that I've said about Molly in the past, guys. But yeah. So we find out that Mrs. Black died 10 years ago. The house was not the original base for Order of Phoenix. I don't know if we ever find out where it was. Maybe that would want to be kept secret anyway. Or maybe they didn't need one because it was escalated so much. Yeah, maybe it was because it wasn't all out war. Maybe they genuinely didn't need like a proper secretive HQ. Black says that a Kreacher has gone around the twist. You ever felt like this? When strange things happen, are you going round the twist? Well, I just dated myself and anyone who recognised what I just sang there, guys. Anyway, I'm not going to mention it. I'm not going to mention what I just referred to. In my pants. Without my pants. Without my pants. And has stopped. Yes, and Kreacher has actually stopped cleaning. We find out, hence why the house is in such a mess. At what point did he stop cleaning? It must have been long before, because Black must have offered Dumbledore the house. Probably last book. Probably in the communication that they were having during Goblet, maybe. And so yeah, this house has definitely been many years unlooked after. Without my pants. Fred and George bewitched a cauldron of oh yeah, sorry guys, I'm all over the place. So whilst Black and Harry are having this conversation around the dining table, a large cauldron of stew, a flagon of butterbeer, and a breadboard with its knife come flying out from, which is wow. Brutal. Turns out that Fred and George had bewitched them to do that. And this is where we get the line, guys. So last book club, so you must be all thinking, oh, Veggie will get to it. But yeah, last book club I was like saying how I really liked the line in the movie where Molly says, well, yeah, I may as well say, just because you can use magic now doesn't mean you need to whip your wands out for every tiny thing. And I said, I really liked that line. It felt like it was a movie exclusive. So I was bigging the movie up big. It turns out that line is in the book, but it's here instead. So yes, Fred and George messed up. And it seems like in the movie, Fred and George, whatever they do, they're always like laughing about the outcomes and everything. Whereas I do feel like here they actually did properly mess up. They don't apologise, but then again, they never apologise to Molly, do they? Oh, they do apologise to Black, though, who they nearly impale with a knife. His hand, at least. Can you impale a hand? Yes, of course you can. But no apology to Molly, though. But there is a certain psychology that they approach with Molly that we find out later on, which is actually very good to hear. So we hear that having butterbeer with food, that seems like an odd choice, guys. Obviously, the butterbeer that I had is probably different than the one which is actually meant to be in the books and everything, but it'd be very thick. It'd be like having like a roast dinner and having your drink being a soup. You know, like cream and tomato or something. You know, just like it'd be very. Stodgy is probably the wrong term, but it'd be very heavy. It'd be very heavy having butterbeer with food, at least the butterbeer that I had. And in the movie, it looks like they've got lager. Oh, it looks like the adults have lager. It looks like Harry has some sort of orange juice or something. It's not frothing, whatever they're having, anyway. Although Lupin's drinking wine in the book. I love Lupin, guys. And each scene and chapter with him in, I end up loving him more. And this is no exception, guys, you know. I freaking love him. I really do. It really is one of apps. He's my favourite Harry Potter character. He is. Not Wizarding World. We've talked about that many times before. So yeah, I really like the line just because you. So, better beer with food. Molly mentions how the others wouldn't have used magic recklessly like Fred and George are, and says about, you know, Bill wouldn't, and Charlie and Percy. And as soon as she says Percy, she immediately pauses and looks to Arthur, whose face is immediately just dropped. It's horrible, guys. It's horrible. You know what? To learn my full opinions on the situation, guys, check out the last book review. There's no point in me going over it again. But yeah, it's horrible for everyone involved. That's the best way of putting it. Molly talks to Black about cleaning the house. Black seems very uninterested in this discussion, as you could probably imagine. He probably, going through all the stuff in the house would probably bring back a lot of memories, but there probably is a lot of resentment of him. Oh, I have to clean up my family's house, and oh god, it's horrible. It's heartbreaking, you know. And you know what? Gary Oldman does a brilliant job later on, because like I say, I did have to skip forward to get to the family tree part, which is much later on in the movie. And he looks freaking devastated when he says to Harry about how he was removed from the family tree. Now, you get the impression that Book Black isn't devastated. I feel like Book Black is a lot more harsher, or you know, more passionate, let's say, about his disdain for his family. Whereas Gary Oldman looks like he's on the edge of tears when he says about how he was removed from the family tree. And so, it's a brilliant choice, guys. It's very different from the movie version, but, you know, different isn't always worse, isn't always bad, you know. Tonks is changing her nose now. Okay, so yeah, so obviously last book I was saying about how, I don't know if Metamorph, or Mundungus, can change, you know, different species and everything, body parts and everything, but we do find out that's... Well, actually, no! We don't! We actually don't, guys! I'm taking this back. Because in the movie, it is a Donald Duck-style beak that she's got, and then it turns into an Porky Pig-style snout and everything. But the description of it is thus. Tonks changes her nose to a beak-like nose, like Snape's. Now, Snape doesn't look like Daffy Duck, guys. Last time I checked, anyway. Would be appropriate colour and everything. With his gowns and everything. So not... yeah, okay. So she changes her nose to a beak-like nose, like Snape has. And then, with Ginny and Hermione asking for requests, turns the nose to turns her nose like a pig snout, and Harry looks over at her and thinks to himself how it looks like a female Dudley. Now, Dudley does not have a pig snout, guys, and I don't think that Tonks does either in this scene. I think it's a nose that resembles a bit like a pig snout more than another nose, in the same way that Snape's nose is more beak-like than other people's nose, but it's not a beak. And so I reckon that the movie took this dialogue and took it very, very literally, much more literally than it was actually meant. And so I still don't know if Metamorphomagus is. I hope I'm saying that right. Maguses. I still don't know if they can change their body parts to be like different creatures. Or creatures. Because I think that they've taken that way too literal in the movie. Because Tonks isn't changing her nose to look like the beak of a bird. It's changing it to look like Snape's nose. And to be like a pig snout, but Dudley doesn't have a pig snout. And so I feel like that scene in the movie, though it's great, it's friggin' amazing, it gives Tonks so much character, and Ginny, quite frankly, even though it's only brief. I feel like that scene took the book lines not even too literally, because it says it's not actually a beak, and so I feel like they misinterpreted the book lines. Maybe. Anyway, Arthur, Bill, and Lupin are discussing. What? Arthur, Bill, and Lupin are discussing goblets. What? I genuinely don't know what I mean by that. I don't know. Mundungus brings up the goblets at some point. What? Arthur, Bill, and Lupin discussing goblets. Maybe that did happen. I've got down here also. Not sure they believe Voldemort is back. I don't think they will side with him. Murdered goblins family. Okay, yeah. I'm afraid that bit I genuinely don't know what I'm talking about, because I do fully believe that Arthur, Bill, and Lupin do believe that Voldemort is back. Yeah, maybe I meant someone else. Maybe I mean Mundungus, because obviously Mundungus does bring up the silver goblets, and like he's clearly thinking about studying them and everything. But I don't think that Mundungus would side with Voldemort, so maybe that's what I meant. We hear that there was a murdered goblin family near Nottingham, which is very interesting, guys. It's so interesting that goblins are networked out of London to different locations, because there is no goblin community in Hogsmeade, right? I know that we saw a few goblins last time. That's because they were chasing down Bagman, wasn't it? And so interesting that there are a family from, or at least they were killed near Nottingham anyway. Lupin says he depends on if they are offered for. Oh sure, yeah. Oh, that's right. I'm dyslexic. So, Arthur, Bill, and Lupin are discussing goblins. I'm an idiot, guys. So the goblins don't fully believe that Voldemort is back, but they don't think that they would side with him. But Lupin says that it depends on what they're offered, because if they're offered the freedoms that we have denied them, which is the term that he uses, then they might do. So I love that. I freaking love Lupin, guys. I really do. And it's so interesting that it's Lupin specifically saying that, considering the hatred that he gets from people and everything. He's highlighting the way that goblins are treated, and you know what, that is a rarity in these books. It really is, guys. And so I really appreciate that, and I really appreciate it was Lupin. I can't believe that I just for the last 5 minutes was trying to work out why Bill, Arthur, and Lupin were discussing goblets. Ah, God, I'm an idiot. Okay. They asked Bill about Ragnarok, which I thought may have been the same name as the one from Legacy, but it's not, guys. Ranrock, isn't it, from Legacy? So I'm pretty sure that Ragnarok is a new name to me, at least. We find out they are still angry about the whole Bagman situation and everything, and that obviously wouldn't help when it comes to, you know, taking sides if there was a potential second war. They never got the gold, and the Ministry is, and the goblins believe that that the Ministry is covering it up so that they don't have to pay it. But obviously, they're covering up because no, Bagman really wasn't involved in any of the shenanigans last time. So I guess they're just covering up to you know, because he's one of the Ministry. I guess maybe it's Bagman's influence on the inside was able to do that even when he was on the run. Bruce also joined us, guys. It's a bit of an early one. Usually join us during the book club. Yes. Right, back to my notes. God, I'm an idiot. Why Arthur, Bill, and Lupin are discussing goblets? Jeez. So Fred, George, Ron, and Mundungus are all laughing at something. Mundungus is telling a story of some kind. He says that he stole toads off someone and then sold them back to him for a higher price. Now, immediately when he said this, and this isn't the reference, guys, this isn't the reference, but immediately when he said this, I thought, okay, that's actually very reminiscent of at least a couple of Only Fools and Horses episodes where people basically had stuff stolen and then had it brought back again. Like Trigger, who played Barty Crouch Sr., stole the what was it? Is it the cigarette machine from the Nag's Head pub, and Del Boy is going to be selling the same one back to the Nag's Head and everything and stuff like that. So that sort of thing happens a lot. I do feel like Mundungus is meant to be the sort of wheeling and dealing character that Del Boy is in Only Fools and Horses, but the line which makes me think, and obviously Molly is not approving of this discussion at all, Fred, George, and Ron are absolutely loving it. We then find, so Molly says that she doesn't approve on everything, and Mundungus says that it was okay because it was stuff that Walty Harris had stolen already, or had stolen off him, or something like that. So we hear about this other character called Walty Harris. Now, guys, if that is not a reference to Only Fools and Horses, I would be amazing. So, throughout Only Fools and Horses, like I say, Del Boy is like he's a market trader, but he does dodgy deals all the time and everything. It's a great setup for a sitcom, guys, and we've discussed it many times throughout my book reviews and everything. But one character that is always mentioned but never seen is like this other trader that Del Boy works with and everything. And there's loads of names in Only Fools and Horses, guys, but one that's always mentioned but we actually never see him is one called Monkey Harris. Now, Walty Harris, Monkey Harris, and it being someone that Mundungus has worked with but we're not seeing here, I think that Walty Harris has to be a reference to Monkey Harris. And so, I don't know if you ever get the chance to speak with the author or anything, ask him if Walty Harris is a reference to Monkey Harris. I think that she would definitely say yes. I think it has to be, guys. That Mundungus Fletcher did make me think, oh, Fletcher, that's interesting. But yeah, that could be a coincidence. Walty Harris and Monkey Harris, I feel like that actually has to be a direct reference to Only Fools and Horses. And if it is, that's amazing, because it is a great sitcom. Again, has its dated lines here or there, guys. But it is a good one. It is a good one. Right, so this is where my notes got deleted, guys, and so this is where I've had to redo them, but like I say, I'm pretty sure that I did do a pretty good job on getting my notes back down again. So Black says how Mundungus is useful as he knows all the crooks because he is a crook, but he's also very loyal to Dumbledore because Dumbledore had previously helped him out. I would love to know more about that, guys. I really would. We probably won't, but I'm very intrigued by that. And yeah, then Black, quite, I don't know if it's aggressive. I don't know. I'd like to know what Black's thought process of asking this is. But he basically says to Harry that he's surprised that Harry hasn't asked about Voldemort yet. Which, and he says Voldemort as well, which is very interesting. I'm pretty sure that is the first time that we've had Black refer to him as Voldemort, right? I could be wrong now. I think I am wrong, actually. I'm not sure. But yeah, I thought that it feels like Black might be antagonising Harry a little bit here. I feel like maybe, or teasing him maybe. And Harry says, "I've been trying to know, but Ron and Harry said that they've been kept out of the loop." And Molly's like, "Yeah, quite right." And Black says, "Since when did someone need to be one of the Order of the Phoenix to ask questions?" Which is, you know, it's. I mean, obviously, that it's true just because it's Harry. Let's face it, because not everyone can just ask questions. But the fact is, they're in the house where this is going on, and so it's a very. You really get the impression that it could be out of frustration from Dumbledore. Actually, that's so true. I wonder if he's doing this to out of resentment to Dumbledore to an extent. He's obviously doing it because he loves Harry, and yeah, he knows what Harry will be going through emotionally because he knows James and everything, and so he wants to reassure him and and to help him in any way process what's going on. But you also get the feeling that because he's so resentful to Dumbledore in these chapters, maybe it's also a part of that as well. Because Molly's like saying that Dumbledore said that that Harry should only know what the bare minimum what he needs to and everything, you know. So Fred and George are immediately annoyed because they say that they've been asking questions and I've got absolutely nothing out of anyone. And I think it's George does like a Molly impression, which is quite incredible as always. I feel like they do an impression of Molly a lot, or maybe not, maybe not. Molly to Black says it's not down to you to decide what's good for Harry. I mean, it literally is, Molly. It literally is. You could say with the war effort and the Order of the Phoenix and everything, sure. But Black would never say to Molly, it's not down to you what Ron knows. And it is a fair equivalent, I think. That's basically, I think it's a fair equivalent, right? I mean, it's because... You know what it is? You know what it is? When Snuffles turned into Black in the medical wing and in the last book, Molly was horrified. And so there probably is this whole thing of, okay, sure, so you didn't do it, but I still don't trust you. And it made, you know what? It may be that she completely believes that it was wormed out and that Black was completely innocent, like 100% absolutely innocent now. But the fact that he's been to Azkaban, that could be a reason why Molly's a bit worried about him making decisions for Harry. Which, you know what, guys, is not that unfair. Because it does mess you up. It really messes you up going to Azkaban. And so, the Molly and Black stuff here is so fascinating, but that is a strong statement to say. That it's not down to you to decide what's good for Harry. It literally is Molly. I'd like to know her thought process from there, because it could be, one, she still partly believes that maybe Black actually did do the murders. Two, sure, she doesn't believe that anymore, but, you know, she's known Harry for longer than Black has, so she knows what's best for him. Three, Black could actually be pretty messed up, and is also being antagonistic to Dumbledore, and is also reckless, and so she is just looking out for his best intent, you know, what's best for Harry, which is something that she brings up in a bit. But that line is like, wow, and saying it in front of everyone, and saying it in front of Harry. Jeez, guys, it's and you know what? In the movie, it said without Harry being in the room, and it's all like hushed voices and everything like that, you know. And I like that change. I like that change because, oh god. They must, I mean, the thing is, even when Molly's talking to Harry during this bit, she's still focused looking at Sirius. Sirius, yes, Black. So it is a heck of a thing to say in front of Harry. But she believes it. She's not lying in any way, you know. She does have what she thinks is the best intentions for Harry. But at the end of the day, it's not her blooming call, though. Oh, God, guys. Anyway, we'll get into it. You haven't forgotten what Dumbledore said, have you? Says Molly. And Black, through gritted teeth, like says, which part? Which bit? Clearly genuine tension between Molly and Black. And you can't imagine this is new. This tension between Molly and Black, I don't think started the second that Harry turned up this night. I feel like this has been a bit of a thing ever since the medical wing scene. Because the fact is, Molly's children are in presence of this person as well, you know. And his recklessness, which Molly puts it, endangers them as well. And so, yeah, I think that this tension's been going for a while, but also the frustration at you know what? Oh god, guys, great comparison. You remember in the last chapter where I brought, in fact, it was in the movie, in fact, where Hermione brings up Dumbledore, and Harry's like said, Dumbledore said that, and it's like genuine. Like, it's the most, because he doesn't get particularly angry in the movie. Compared to the book, he just doesn't. But in the movie, that is like the moment in that scene which he genuinely looks the most annoyed at the fact that Dumbledore's name's being brought up. And that's what we're getting from Black in this little moment here, where Dumbledore's name being brought up. Especially after what Molly said about it's not for you to decide what's good for Harry. Jeez, Molly, how there are better ways to word things, I feel. He has depth with. That's good. Oh, he has dealt. So Black says that Harry has dealt with as much as most of the Order and more than some, which is to be fair, very, very true. We don't really know what Tonks has actually gone through, but obviously she's an Auror, so she would have gone through some stuff. But she is still relatively new. She wouldn't have been around for the Order the first time round. And so there are definitely some people that Harry has absolutely experienced worse things than. That meaning that the thing is, he's not been given a role now. He just Black is saying that he has a right to know, which I feel like is fair. So Molly and Black, very personal argument about Harry in front of everyone, not just Harry. Yeah, it feels. I don't know if they could have done this scene in the movie in front of everyone, because it would have almost seemed. I don't know. It's crazy that they're having this argument in front of people, rather than Molly like saying, "Black, can I have a word with you for a second?" like that, just having it straight up, right. But the thing is, they're all very scared for Harry. That's why Molly is saying it in front of everyone, because I'm not even thinking about the fact that everyone else is hearing it. Right? Maybe. She is also trying to take control of the situation, notably, which we will get to. She says he's not James. Jeez. I mean, again, sitting in front of Harry. Oh man. Sometimes the way you talk about him, it seems like you have your best friend back, which is a very emotive way of wording it, guys. And it's bringing it back to the fact that Molly and Black would have known each other, back in the day and everything. Presumably, maybe. Yeah, absolutely right. Again, saying this all in front of Harry, it's kind of wild, guys. But it's showing. It's purely from a place of love. She's not trying to antagonize. She's not trying to antagonize here. I feel like Black is trying to antagonize maybe Molly as well as Harry. With Harry very lightly, in a very sort of like jovial way, which has actually dismantled Harry's rage, quite frankly. And so, yeah, but this Molly and Black discussion is very interesting, guys. She brings up how Black has been told to stay at home because of his rash behaviour. I don't know if that is specifically anything that's happened since Goblets, but I feel like maybe, potentially. And you can't imagine that Dumbledore would have said you had to stay at home because of your rash behaviour. I feel like that's something that Molly has probably added on herself, quite frankly. Maybe. But the thing is, these couple of chapters really showed that Dumbledore is not completely the character that we know he is. And so maybe he did say that. Molly asks for backup from Arthur, but he sides with Black. I got that here. Does Arthur ever side with Molly? Which I think he does. I feel like yesterday when I was taking Woozle out, I did think of a time where he did absolutely back Molly, but very often he is the one who is able to be manipulated. Well, by Fred and George, absolutely manipulated, but he is the one who is. He's just trying to he just wants the argument to stop. I feel like that's the thing of Arthur quite often, And so once again, he doesn't take Molly's side. But I feel like I did think of one yesterday where he did though. Lupin says, I think it better that Harry gets the facts. Not all the facts, but the general picture rather than a gargled impression from others. Now, I think even Harry straight away thinks, okay, so Lupin's talking about the ears then. I freaking love Lupin, guys. It feels like Black in the movies is kind of like a mixture of book Lupin and Black, if you know what I mean. Because Lupin is so freaking suave in the books. He really, really is. And he is excellent at calming situations. Like, in a bit, he tells Sirius Black to sit in his own house, and he does. I love Lupin, guys. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I blooming love him. I really do. He's so good, and you know, and the fantastic scene of Prisoner of Azkaban where it's all kicking off and everything. He is the one who calms the situation down, and so. As much as I love movie Lupin, guys, he was my favourite character from the movie. He's my favourite movie character from the Harry Potter series specifically, because Tina's my favourite Wizarding World character. He's so much better in the books. You know, my favourite character is so much better in the books. It's an amazing experience, and it's not like, I don't have any resentment at all towards the performance or anything, or the scenes that Lupin did get. I do feel like he should have had more scenes, but what we got from Lupin in the book was immaculate as well, though. And so, I freaking love Lupin. As if I haven't mentioned that before. So obviously he knew what Friend George are up to because he's blooming awesome. Molly says, speaking as someone that has Harry's best interest at heart. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, Molly. The thing is, she is the one who wants to keep Harry safe and, you know, away from any discussion of bad things and everything. Just wants him to be not a normal kid. But to put herself on a pedestal like that, well, she is, guys. She has kind of put herself on a pedestal, like saying, "Well, I'm the only one here who actually genuinely cares about Harry," yeah, which is outrageous. And Lupin says, I don't think I've got it down in my notes, but I think Lupin actually replies to this, like saying, "You're not the only one who cares about Harry around this table, Molly." Black says he's not your son, and Molly says, "Well, he's as good as. Who else has he got?" And Black replies, "He's got me." Oh. I'd love to know Molly's thought process here, guys. I'd love to know more about what she thinks about Sirius Black, because it feels like it's a personal thing that she's doing here. It really does. It feels like it's a personal thing that she's going after Black here. If it was just Lupin there, and Lupin was saying all this same stuff, I don't think that she'd be going as hard. I genuinely don't. So this is fascinating, seeing the relationships between Molly and Black, guys. I never would have guessed it would have been anything like this. So yeah, after saying he's got me, Molly says it has been quite difficult for you to look after him while you've been locked up in Azkaban. I mean, genuinely, at this point, I thought it was going to escalate to get really bad. So Black stands up as if he's going to walk out. I don't think he's going to start throwing hands or anything like that, but it seems like he's about to storm out of the room and everything. What a thing to say to someone who has gone through the torture of being in Azkaban. And all evidence that Molly has now, Black does really care about Sirius, about Harry. Oh, maybe she just is oblivious to all that, you know. But Molly has clearly seen herself in that role of when Harry was not getting enough food a couple of books ago, which obviously I criticised incorrectly. She helped him, and you know she's the one who's been looking after him over the certain summers and everything, and making sure that he's okay at the Burrow and everything, making sure that he was. Oh no, it's Hagrid that took him book shopping, wasn't it? Yeah, but she has been there for Harry, and that's been amazing. And Harry really appreciates that. In fact, we get a line about that in a moment. But to suggest that she's the only one that he has is wild, especially to Black, and to bring up the Azkaban stint. I don't know. That felt antagonistic. She must have expected a big reaction out of Black from that, right? And she blooming nearly gets one. And so Lupin, being the God Emperor of the galaxy that he is, says, "Molly, you aren't the only one who cares about Harry. Sirius, sit down." I love him. I freaking love Lupin, guys. I really do. I love him. He just completely takes control of the situation, you know. I love him. I freaking love book. But I love Lupin. I love movie Lupin as well. And that's what I mean. He should have told Sirius to sit, because that would have been really funny. Sirius, sit. That'd been amazing. Balance a biscuit on his nose. Ignore me. So Harry, internal dialogue and everything, thinks about how touched he is by Molly's sentiment about about caring about him and everything, but he is annoyed by the Molly coddling. Is that why she's called Molly? You reckon that's maybe that's it? I don't know, because the thing is, I don't think she really has been Molly coddling up until this point. But what she is saying here is she really wants to cover Harry in blankets and is saying some pretty harsh stuff to try and get her way, quite frankly. And so yeah, Molly's still trying to take control of the situation. Orders Fred, George, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny out. All hell breaks loose, as it naturally would. Fred and George say that they're of age. Ron says how Harry will tell him everything afterwards anyway. And he looks to Harry and says, won't you? And Harry, for a moment, does think about saying no. Which would be amazing. That would have been such yeah. That would have been absolutely glorious. And we had to say, actually, no. Especially after... Because the thing is, it's sassy Harry. But... It's so real to me, the fact that that Hermione and Ron were able to defuse this absolute rage that Harry had. So now he's talking with Black and everything. It's a lot more muted and polite and calm and everything. But when Harry is presented with a question from Ron, that rage comes back a little bit again. That's why Ron and Hermione are the greatest friends of all time, guys. Because I love this little moment where Harry does think about saying no. But Ron is literally nothing wrong at all. And so, yeah, I like that. Sassy Harry is great. But yes, no, Harry then does say, yes, of course I'll fill them in. And so in the end, it's just Ginny that has to go to bed. It's like, Ginny, bed by Molly. And it says Ginny did not go quietly. It's just amazing. It's a magic. And so, yeah, she's actually furious by the situation and sets off Mrs. Black on the way out to bed and everything. And yes, so then we get that Harry asking the questions that he's been wanting to. Right, so in the end, oh yes, just Ginny goes off again. Just imagine her actually going wild. Harry asks her what Voldemort has been up to. Voldemort apparently has been keeping a low profile since the botched return, because obviously he wanted Harry taken out. At the end of Goblet, no one... So at the end of Goblet, if Voldemort's plan had gone completely on point, no one would have known that he had returned. That surprises me, guys, because I thought that the whole plan with Harry at the end of Goblet of Fire was to be a big statement of, I have returned. Obviously, he wanted his body back, though. That was the main thing, because Voldemort wanted to go to the party, but he didn't have nobody to go with. And so, yeah, that actually makes a lot more sense. So I've never really thought about that, but I've always thought that the idea was for everyone to find out in that moment. But you know what? Politically and everything, it actually makes a lot more sense. Yeah, he's being a lot more Grindelwald here than I was actually expecting. And so, yeah, I've always assumed that at the end of Goblet, it was meant to be this big statement. So Harry presumably would have vanished, and that would have been it. It'd be very interesting to know alternative book series where if that happened and how everything else played out. With Voldemort presumably eventually winning. Although he would have still, yeah. When it comes to the Horcrux things, guys, I'm looking forward to getting to that in the books. So that stuff still confuses me a bit, I must admit. Dumbledore is the only one that Voldemort is scared of. I wonder if this is the first time we've actually heard that line, guys. I feel like we've heard it before. It's Bill that says it this time, in fact. I gotta know, is it more that he's scared of Dumbledore because Dumbledore has the ability to rally people against him, or is he literally scared of him from a PowerPoint when it comes to dueling? I feel like it's a bit of both, right? Maybe. So they all, and basically all of them agree here. They all basically tell Harry how Fudge thinks that Dumbledore is trying to take over the Ministry of Magic. I don't know if I believe that, guys, because the thing is, the great thing with this, and we discussed it last time with Percy, guys, is that, you know, what we're hearing here is a completely one-sided account of one of the biggest problems that we have, if not the biggest problem that we have right now, which is Fudge. And so everyone's saying that he's worried that Dumbledore's going to take over the Ministry of Magic and replace Fudge in his role and everything. What are they basing that on? Are they basing it on the fact that Fudge is being antagonistic to Dumbledore and not believing him and everything? Because, quite frankly, I've always assumed that is down to genuine fear by Fudge, and you know, and a genuine fear of Voldemort coming back, but also a fear of his reputation if he gets anything wrong. You know, that seems like the sort of character that Fudge is. And so for them to say that Fudge is scared that Dumbledore is gunning for his job, do you believe that? Because I don't think he is. And that's my personal opinion, guys. As someone who, you know, obviously I take the side of the Order and everything, but I do feel like for them to say that Fudge is scared of Dumbledore taking his job, how could they know that for a fact, is what I'm saying, you know? So, to me, this is a strong opinion that they all have, which very possibly could be true. But my standpoint with Fudge has always been that he wants everything, like the paper says, to be fine, everything's orderly, everything's fine, nothing bad's happening, okay? Because if something bad happens, it means it's going to be my neck on the line. It's going to be my arse on the line. I want you to pull your finger out. Ignore me. It's a line from Thin Blue Line, which is a very underrated British sitcom, guys. Rowan Atkinson, very good, very, very good. But yes, there's a character who keeps on like saying things like that, like it's my arse on the line, so I don't want you sniffing your nose or around or anything like that, or it's my arse on the line, so I want you to pull my finger out. What's the really good one? Oh god, I think it's particularly rude, so I'm not sure I'm going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it, but yeah, it's a very underrated sitcom, Thin Blue Line, guys. I do recommend it. The Thin Blue Line, enunciate, Veggie. But yeah, it's good, it's good. Anyway. So yeah, I feel like Fudge is worried about the fact that if anything goes wrong, or if he makes the wrong call, everything's going to be horrific. And so he just wants to pretend that everything's absolutely golden, rather than him thinking, Dumbledore's going to take my job. I haven't thought that for a second. Because the thing is, he's always relied on Dumbledore in his role as Minister of Magic. And so why... Yeah, I don't think that he is worried about Dumbledore taking his job. But, you know, let me know in the comments if you do feel like that's the case, guys. So I feel like we're getting a bit of bias here from the group, which is completely understandable. Or maybe Dumbledore is... Maybe Fudge genuinely does believe that Dumbledore's coming for his job. Let's get through this. So... the profit is being lent on by the Ministry of Magic, as always. Black says, well, as everyone thinks I'm mad, and oh yes, so Harry says, have you guys been recruiting people? And Black says, well, as everyone thinks I'm a mad mass murderer, and the Ministry has put a 10,000 galleon bounty on my head, I can hardly walk up the street and start a leaflet campaign, can I? I like that line, guys, because in my head that makes me feel like if that wasn't the case for Sirius Black, they would be doing a leaflet campaign, which would be hilarious. Imagine them handing out leaflets and stuff. Lupin says, and I'm not a very popular dinner guest at most of the community. It's an occupational hazard of being a werewolf. I love Lupin. I love the way he words everything, guys. He's so smarmy. Tonks and Arthur would lose their jobs if they were to be seen recruiting or stirring anything up or causing any trouble and everything. Tonks is a new recruit. I presume Kingsley is as well, maybe? Because they kind of say Tonks and Kingsley in the same breath, and they say how Tonks is new and you know wouldn't have been around for the First Order, or when the Order was first founded, I should say. Apparently, Dumbledore has been voted out of the chairmanship of the International Confederation of Wizards. They're putting out there that he's too old, which is very interesting. Yeah, too old. Because most wizards, you'd think that wizards, when they get older, are seen as being wiser, but obviously not across the board, quite frankly. But yeah, but the truth is that they want him, not stirring trouble. He's also no longer the chief warlock. Like written down wizard down here, which is not correct. Chief warlock of the something, and they may be taking his Order of Merlin away, which is it's interesting. That is a maybe. I guess it's like a threat, isn't it? To yeah, but Bill says, but he says he doesn't care what they do as long as they don't take him off the chocolate frog cards. That feels like the sort of thing that Dumbledore before Voldemort has come back would say. So I think that might be Bill making that up. Because like I say, that's the sort of thing that Dumbledore would have said in like Azkaban or something like that, in the book, I should say. Because he may end up going to Azkaban if he carries on like he is, as is mentioned here. But yeah, I feel like that might be Bill saying that, making that up. Because Dumbledore's changed. You know what? I'm very intrigued to have the first chat with Dumbledore in this book. I really am, because maybe he is still making quips like that, but you'd think he isn't at the moment. We shall see. And yeah, if Dumbledore did end up going to Azkaban, then as I think it's Arthur says, Voldemort would have a clean field. It's a very interesting phrase. I've never heard that before. I like it though. I like it. Open goal, I guess it'd be the Muggle term. Voldemort uses tricks, jinxes, and blackmail to get people to follow him. Black says Voldemort is after something he didn't have the first time, which Harry then says it could be a weapon or something. This moment is so different because when in the book, when he says that he's after something, and when he says that before he even says something he didn't have the first time, Lupin and Black look to each other, suggesting this is a thing that we need to be careful around. In the movie, it genuinely looks like Black is half building up to saying what it could potentially be, and I'm not even sure if he would know what it is. I actually don't, to be honest, guys. I actually really don't, but I'm guessing it's Harry. And I'm guessing that's what Black was going to say in the movie. But in the book, we're not even sure if he knows what that thing could be. So yeah, it's a very interesting moment. And it's good. The moment is great in the book. And when like Molly says he's too young to know all this, and Harry says, no, I want to know, I want to fight and everything. The way that Black is like, it's awesome. Gary Oldman's performance is fantastic in the role, guys. It's very different from Sirius Black. It's in the same way that Snape and Thingamabobby. God. This little moment is great in the book and in the movie, but the book it really raises some more questions about what was how far Black was going to go, and what he actually knows, quite frankly. So Molly is back from putting a furious Ginny to bed. She is furious as well and orders everyone to bed now. Still trying to take control of the situation, which I really appreciate with Molly. It's clear that Arthur is not the person to do this sort of thing, and so she's really trying to do it. Harry says that he wants to fight, much like in the movie, and Lupin says no to him. He says the Order is comprised only of age wizards who have left school, and this really annoys Fred and George as well. He very specifically says wizards that have left school. Now that line is not in the book, in the movie, but again, that little moment where Black's like, yep, I win, to Molly was actually really cool. I love that little moment. I love Molly as well. I'm going to put in the thumbnail, I'm not a Molly hater. Like a card or something like that, I'm going to have to. That actually got quite funny. I might do that. Lupin says there are dangers involved of which you could have no idea, any of you. I think Molly is right. We have said enough. I love Lupin so much, guys. he's taking control in the way that you feel like Molly's trying to, but she's not as diplomatic and she's a lot more passionate. And so Lupin is able to just say all this stuff with a cool head and just calm everyone down. And when he says this, he says to Sirius, "We've said enough." Black like shrugs but doesn't disagree with him. I love him. I love Lupin, guys. Have I mentioned that enough yet? So we get a great little line here, which I love the wording here. Molly beckons imperiously to his children, to her children, sorry, to go to bed. That is a beautiful use of the word imperiously. That is because obviously imperious curse, you know. I thought that was actually a really nice little touch there. And that's the chapter done, guys. So that actually took longer than I was expecting. It genuinely did. Or genuinely did. What? But yeah, brilliant chapter. Absolutely loved it. Now let's get on to chapter 6, which is called... yeah, it's quite a long title. The Noble and Most Ancient House Black. Is that the longest title that we've had so far of a chapter? Could be. After being told to go straight to bed, when the lights are out, the children naturally do the opposite and start to talk about what they have been told. The next morning is filled with chores. Kingsley makes an appearance and Fred and George pocket a doxy to experiment on. They will start a business soon since they are of age and have a nice chunk of change from Harry. Harry discovers an old and very rude house elf walking around named Kreacher. For real this time. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure what you mean by that. That's what's going on anyway. It's probably something to do with a previous episode. Who was in a hate-hate relationship with his owner, Sirius. But Sirius cannot free him due to him knowing about the order. Sirius shows Harry the tapestry on the wall of the Black family tree, which some names have been removed, including his own, for running away at the age of 16. He shows Harry he has a brother called Regulus who was a Death Eater but was killed by Voldemort when he tried to leave. It is here that Harry sees other names he recognises Sirius is related to. Tonks because her mother is his cousin. She was removed from the wall because of marrying a Muggleborn. But her sisters, who Harry also recognises the names, were still there. The night before the hearing is here, and Harry and Mr. Weasley plan out the day. Harry learns that Dumbledore had been there, but did not come to see him, which makes Harry feel even worse about the hearing. Thank you so much for the summaries, Max, and thank you so much for the side panels, Jonas. Greatly appreciated. Oh, hello. Like I say, guys, it is quite warm, guys. So the scarf might need to come off before the book club. I like to, you know, undo it before the book club, you know. So we will carry on as we are. Molly is still trying to take control. It's this whole thing with Sirius and her. We get a little bit more of it in this chapter, but you get the feeling that they're doing a bit of a Hermione and Ron, where they're kind of agreeing to. They're on the same side, but they're also not in talking. they're not talking to each other on a friendly level, you know. And so, which again is very Ron and Hermione. But of course, this is still the night before. Sorry. So yes, so Molly is taking control, getting everyone to go to bed and everything, saying not to talk, just to go straight to sleep and everything, and like I can't remember. It's either Fred or George basically say, you know, there's no chance that Hermione isn't filling Ginny in exactly what happened in the meeting already. Harry and Ron say goodnight to Fred and George. Fred says sleep tight and winks at them. You know, with stuff to come, of course. The blank painting inside Harry and Ron's room is now breathing loudly as if it's asleep and everything. I'm wondering if that's ever going to pay off, because I have no idea if it's literally just like a painting that's been painted over, or if the person is off screen or something like that. Maybe that's it, but it's very intriguing. The owls can't go out to hunt because Dumbledore says that it would look very suspicious. I presume that is for wizard folk rather than muggle folk, because muggles seeing a bunch of two owls I guess in the city is quite unusual, but then, you know, they've seen stranger things, you know, these muggles. I'm guessing it's actually for Death Eaters or other wizards, you know, finding out the secret location. Because muggles finding out the secret location isn't actually that bad, really, you know, in comparison. It's wizard folk that they really don't want to be finding it and then leaking it to the Daily Prophet. Ron bolts the door because of Kreacher. Apparently, on the first night that Ron was there, Kreacher just walked into his room at 3 o'clock in the morning, which actually sounds quite terrifying. We really are getting so much build-up to Kreacher, and I really appreciate it, guys, because I think we literally had 2 scenes with him in the movies, and I absolutely... No, 3. Maybe more, but I can think of 3 straight off the bat. I really like him, and he is so different. I'd say this, if it goes, as I remember, in Deathly Hallows, when he shows up with Dobby, doesn't he basically, like, go to grab Hermione or something? I mean, it's, like, really violent or something, but, which might still happen, of course, but he's amazing. And we'll get to it, guys, but I genuinely don't think that he realises what he's doing. I really don't, which makes him even more adorable, in a very dark way. Harry could see the outline of Ron's outline by moonlight filtering through the grimy window. That line is weirdly romantic. But yeah, that's where they're basically gotten into bed and ready for sleep and everything. But then Fred and George appear out of nowhere, of course. Ron almost says Voldemort. He actually goes to say Voldemort, and like Harry like finishes it for him and says, "Well, you know, Sirius and Lupin are calling him that," which again I think is new for both of them. I could be wrong though, or maybe not. I can't remember, guys. It's obviously been a book and a half since we've spoken with them properly. Fred and George appear on Ron's knees, which sounds freaking brutal. It's like they land on his feet. Actually, it probably would have been better if they landed on his feet. And they'd probably have been like jettisoned across the air, like a, what do they call it? Diving board effect. Apparently, apparating is harder in the dark, which is very interesting. And you'd imagine a lot more dangerous, because if it's more difficult to apparate because of anything, you're probably not going to want to do it. But obviously, this is what they would see is actually a very important situation. This isn't Fred and George, you know, pranking around or everything. This is Fred and George actually kind of getting into, this is actually really serious and we need to discuss this stuff sort of mode, you know, which is interesting. I haven't got it in my notes, guys, but after re-listening to the chapter just now, maybe it's the situation they're in, but I like to think that because Ron has grown up quite a bit, they respect him quite a lot more now. You remember in the first few books where they're always jabbing at him? Or maybe it's because of maybe it's the Percy. Oh my goodness, maybe it's the Percy aspect of it. But they definitely, they're not always... I can't think of any time where they really mock Ron here. Even when they apparate onto his knees, they basically say, and they never apologise for nothing, they really don't. But they basically say, yeah, it's more difficult to apparate at night. They don't say, oh, shut up, little brother, or anything like that, you know. They used to be very condescending to Ron, and they're just not anymore. And I'm wondering if that's because of everything that Ron's been through, or Ron's grown up quite a bit now, or they've grown up a little bit more, or, really sadly, because one of their number is gone, Percy. So maybe that's it. But yeah, I like I said, I didn't make a note of that, but when listening back to the chapter, I was thinking it is notable how they're not really mocking Ron all the time, you know? I would have thought apparating in the dark, if it is more dangerous, would make it incredibly dangerous. Because splicing, that's the thing which happens, at least in the movies, to Ron, isn't it? That can only happen to people that are apparating, isn't it? Rather than happen to someone that is there when you apparate. As in, if anything bad would have happened, it would have happened to Fred and George in this situation rather than Ron? Or would it have been bad for Ron as well? You'd imagine both. But, you know, maybe it's a failsafe for the people that aren't actually apparating. They discuss what the weapon could be. Very Final Fantasy VII. I'll explain that later on. they theorize that the weapon may be at Hogwarts because Harry says, "Do you reckon it's Hogwarts?" And one friend of George says, "Well, yeah, the Philosopher's Stone was kept there, so it probably is as well." Because Hogwarts is such an unpredictable place, it's kind of like the perfect place to have any secret, really, isn't it? I wonder what. Do you? This is an interesting question, and I'd be surprised if it's never covered in the books, quite frankly. When the Chamber of Secrets was discovered, what happened to it then? Did it get exhumed? Do you reckon that just for security reasons and everything, they went down there, put loads of hexes on there and everything, loads of charms on it, but also brought some light to it and everything, and maybe it's being used as something? Maybe. I'd love to know that. Unless it's like the rumor requirement where once it's discovered it moves again, but there's no reason to believe that that's the case. So I'd love to know what the Chamber of Secrets is used for now, I presume, or if it's not used for, if it has just been bricked off. But I'd love that information, and if that was in Chamber, I apologize guys, I don't remember that information coming up, but I'd love to know what that room is used for now. I really would. So, Ron suggests that the weapon is probably quite large, and Fred and George says that it's not really about how the size. It's they use Ginny as an example, which I love. This guy. This is the first time, isn't it? This is the first time. This must be the first time, unless it's been anything subtle. But this is the first time where we hear that Ginny is actually quite powerful. I'm pretty certain that we never heard about the female Weasleys being particularly powerful. Or maybe we have. Pardon me. But we hear that her back bogey hexes, which sounds very Fred and George, are extremely powerful. They hear footsteps. For a second, I thought it could have been Kreacher, but apparently it's Molly. And going on their sizes, you'd imagine that Fred and George would recognise the footsteps of their mother. And something, I think it probably is actually Molly. Unless it's going to turn out to be freaking Wormtail or something insane down later in the book or anything. But I presume that they recognise the footsteps as being Molly. And so Molly is Sam Fishering. That's not really a modern reference, but, or Solid Snake again. Listening outside the doors and everything. Which is amazing. I presume it is actually her. Harry listens. So once Fred and George apparate, because obviously Molly's going to go and listen to see if Fred and George are, one, talking, and two, actually there. Oh god, that just reminded me. No, it's a really boring story. But you imagine with Fred and George, Molly would actually want to make sure they are actually in the room because they can apparate and everything. So she probably did just peer in and peer out back out. So Harry listens out to Molly as she goes up to the stairs and then goes back down again. And as he's listening out, he starts to hear creatures that he thinks are weapons with many legs cantering up and down the stairs with their heads looking like cannons, and Hagrid there saying, "What beauties! We'll be studying weapons this term." No, I've never done Hagrid's voice before, but I just did for some reason. I have no idea why. That's a new one. Maybe I should start doing all the different voices. I'm not doing Stephen Fry's Tonk's voice, guys. I'm only 3 chapters in with it. It is so distracting. Four chapters. It's quite distracting. It's real. I can't do it, but it's so. It sounds like he's doing it as a parody. I'm sure I'll get used to it, though. I'm sure I will get used to it. And I'm loving every single moment with Tonks. I really am. But that accent, it sounds... Unless you know what? Because I know that there are some Northern English book club members. Do you feel like it's over the top? Because I would love to know. Because the thing is, I haven't spent that long in that area, I must admit. So you let me know if it's and if you've listened to Stephen Fry's version, of course. Do you think it is bordering on parody? Because the thing is, and I've heard the comedian John Robin mention this before, and I think I mentioned it who's like has a comedy radio show and stuff, where he listens to the Harry Potter books like regularly when going to sleep and everything. And he said about how Stephen Fry's female voices tend to be quite comical, you know, and so maybe that's it, you know, because even Mrs. Weasley, even Molly, it's always quite over the top and everything, whereas you see the performance by, I wish I could remember her name, but I never can, but the wonderful actor who played her in the movies, guys, she's great, she's in so much, loads of comedies when I was a kid, but she's done lots of serious stuff as well. You know, there's very little humour in her performance. You know, there's warmth, but not humour, you know. You know, she's not, like, falling about or anything, like Tonks. Whereas Stephen Fry's voice for her is very, oh, boys! It's very, you know, it's very big, you know. And so, if you're from that area of the North, because I know there's a lot of discussion about where Tonks' accent's actually from, let me know if you feel like it is bordering on parody when it comes to the accent rather than the female voice aspect of it. Because like I say, most female voices are quite bordering on parody when it comes to Stephen Fry's version. I don't think it's a be-all and end-all, I'm just noting it, you know. But with Tonks, it's taking me out of the scene a little bit. Just a little bit. I've been removing my notes. So yeah, I love this moment, guys. I was trying to remember back, because we definitely had it before where reality just turned into a dream. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was just before the second task in Goblet of Fire, where Harry's in the library and then suddenly I can't remember the transition of it, but basically the mermaid is there holding his firebolt and he's desperately trying to get it off her and everything, which is obviously part of the dream. And then Dobby wakes him up. It's so nicely done, you know. It could have been so much over the top, the way that it's worded, but the fact that it's just like one sentence really makes it so smooth. The fact that Harry has just fallen asleep, and then the next thing he realizes is he's like in a warm ball, you know, in his bed with George shouting, "Mum wants to get up." Fred and George are amazing. So yeah, I loved the transition into what could essentially be a nightmare for Harry, but you know he's had a lot more worse nightmares than that, hasn't he? I got Final Fantasy VII down here, guys. I may as well mention it. The fact that they're calling the thing a weapon is very nice to me, because the big kaiju monsters from Final Fantasy VII who show up in the second act, they are called weapons. So there's Ruby Weapon, Emerald Weapon. There are others. Some people say that Emerald Weapon's the toughest. I completely disagree. The thing with Emerald Weapon is that there is a randomness to it, because there's a timer and you can get basically shafted by it. Or it's a very cool looking thing. Whereas Ruby Weapon has so much more health, and it's by far the most difficult boss in the game, in my opinion. In my opinion, it just is. But some people say that it's Emerald Weapon, some people say it's Ruby Weapon. Or both completely optional bosses as well, you don't need to fight them. Very cool looking though. I remember when I beat Emerald and Ruby Weapon for the first time. It's like greatest gaming achievement ever at the time, you know. Anyway. So yeah, I think that the moment which this moment reminded me of was the moment just before the second task in Goblet of Fire. But correct me if I'm wrong. It was that we definitely had another moment where Harry's just like fallen asleep. Maybe it was in the when he saw the Beetle, not one of the lovers from Liverpool. Yeah, maybe it's when he saw him on the windowsill. But anyway, come on, let's move on. So yeah, George wakes them up. It's cleaning duty for the day. They go downstairs, are breakfasted and clothed quickly, and go into the room where the rest of them are waiting there with face masks on, with Doxycyde on them. Molly says, what's that house elf has been doing? What was that house elf been doing for the last 10 years? And so it does seem like Kreacher has meant to have been cleaning the house. Maybe Kreacher does think he has been cleaning the house. It's very, I find him fascinating, guys, I really do. So as soon as Molly says about the house elf, Hermione instantly gives Molly a dirty look. I really love the rivalry that they have, guys, because since the Easter egg thing, that escalated everything, guys. I couldn't believe, what was it? Hermione looked down sadly at a tiny egg, which is one of the greatest quotes from these books so far. I hope this carries on, because I really like this friction between those two. It's more bitter than Molly and Black, quite frankly. Hermione brings up the fact that Kreacher is very old, and I think it could be the age that he's not cleaning as well. And Black says you'd be surprised what Kreacher can manage as he walks into the room with a bag full of dead rats, which he has been feeding to Buckbeak. I really hope that we do get a moment with Harry and Buckbeak. Sooner than later. I don't know if it's going to happen, because obviously we're off to the Ministry, presumably next chapter. But it's cool that Buckbeak is there, you know, because it's Buckbeak's last scene in the movie was at the end of Azkaban, wasn't it? Which I also kind of like, because it felt like Black and Buckbeak are going to escape and then go their separate ways, so Buckbeak can just be a wild animal. But I also don't mind the fact that they are also sticking together, you know. They got boggart problems. They're waiting for Mad Eye to come have a look at it to make sure it is actually a boggart. It's very interesting that they don't have another way of doing that, but yeah, they're waiting for Mad Eye to make sure. Who doesn't arrive, interesting enough. I don't think he does in these chapters. Black's mother could... so Black's mother could have left something much worse. Oh yeah, so Black says that's what could be inside the cupboard. It may be something much worse than a boggart. So from it's very interesting that he says that mother could have left something. So is that a security thing? Was it something when she was on her last legs and basically trying to booby trap her house, or was it a security thing which she would have had when she was alive? Maybe. I have no idea, but it's a very interesting bit of information that we get from Black there. Need to be deleting these as I go. Molly and Black, we hear that they are both speaking very carefully, light, polite. They're speaking in carefully light, polite voices that told Harry quite plainly that neither of them have forgiven their disagreement from the night before. And it says the night before, guys. I get the thing that there's been this friction since Molly saw Black in the hospital wing. I do. I feel like there has been a distrust at least. But obviously when Harry gets involved in it, it becomes a lot more important. And I am going to have to do that thumbnail of me saying, holding a sign saying, not a Molly hater or something like that. Because I don't think I've come off as that in this video, guys. I feel like the book club is going to have... I look forward to the book club, guys, because I think it's going to be a great discussion. But I do feel like it may be leaning on the side of Molly being out of place. She's a good person, guys. She's obviously a good person, but I do feel like the things that she says are pretty strong. The doorbell rings and Mrs. Black goes crazy. As always, Black's like, I told him not to use the bell. Harry goes to close the door for Mrs. Weasley, but it's taking as long as possible to do it, just so he can listen to what's going on. Kingsley's giving some sort of has some sort of report for Dumbledore, although Dumbledore's not here. Molly's reading a book entitled Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. Now, this is fascinating, guys, because it's interesting that we don't actually hear the answer to this, because obviously there could be the thing of Molly now does not like Gilderoy Lockhart because of what he did, or what he potentially could have done to one of her sons. But Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to House Pests is still the best book, because it just is, you know, because obviously Gilderoy stole off other writers and everything, or other experts at least. It's not a very grand title. Most of the other book titles rhymed, as I remember, but it was all about vampires and hags and stuff like that. Whereas this is quite. We definitely heard authors that Mrs. Weasley has books of. I think even in the first book where it had like all the different household books and everything. So for Gilderoy to have one in there, that's a nice little reference right there, quite frankly. I don't think that Molly's still a fan. I feel like it probably is the fact that the book is just the best book, and so that's what it's being used for. Or maybe it's the book they had in the Black family. You never know. Maybe, maybe Mrs. Black was a massive Gilderoy mark as well. That'd been amazing. They have a stunning spray, although it's called Doxycide, so that's interesting. I got down here, would it work on humans? Because they do say that they have an antidote for it, but it may be that it does something different to humans rather than actually knocks them out. And so I'd imagine it is actually designed for Doxy going on its name. Fred is holding a Doxy and pockets it when Molly's not looking. Tells Harry that they're experimenting on skiving sneak boxes. Sweets that make you ill. If you have the orange part of the vomit one and it makes you vomit, then you have the purple one when you're feeling better. They say that they've been testing it on people to see how it works, and it turns out they've just been tasting it themselves, which is great. So yeah, they have their own test team, which is good. It's better than them going to, like, you know, using it on other students unwittingly, you know, which old Fred and George probably may have done. It's difficult, guys, because Fred and George always seem to be on the very precipice of being inappropriate, in my opinion. But they're always just on the okay side of it. Apart from with Dudley. That was messed up, guys. For them to do that to a muggle. I mean, that's the sort of thing that a Death Eaters would do. Oh, there's a comparison, guys, but it is, you know. They were throwing muggles around at the Wizard World Cup. But Dudley most definitely thought he was going to die in that moment. And Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley and Vernon, I'm an idiot. Vernon and Petunia as well, you know. I know I keep going back to the moment, but that was a big moment for the Weasleys as a family. And so that's the one time where I've absolutely thought they have gone too far. Every other time, it is just on a precipice of being inappropriate. But very often they're doing it for greater good. I always go back to them walking down the corridor saying, make way for the air slippery, turn around Harry and everything. Them, in my opinion at least, doing that to actually comfort Harry. And I think it did a wonderful job as well. Is this when I get to my stupid notes? No, we still got a couple more lines. It's one of these moments, guys, where I'm making notes and suddenly I think, hang on, that doesn't make sense. And so I've got a non sequitur coming up, guys. But my goodness, it's a doozy. It's a doozy. Oh my goodness, guys. A couple of weeks ago, I posted a video about the potentialness of doing a Hobbit or Hunger Games book club on the Patreon, and this video was a Patreon exclusive as well. And it's saying about how much work it will be and when we should start that sort of thing and what it will mean for the rest of the channel and everything. And it's quite a serious. It was a video where I really wanted important feedback and everything. But then in the thumbnail, which isn't a thumbnail which I selected, it's an automatic thumbnail. I realised that the thumbnail is me going like this, which is basically the pose like this. Which is basically the pose of Sean B saying, one does not simply walk into Mordor. I swear it's very similar by pose to it, but it's not intentional. Because like I say, it's a randomly selected thumbnail for the video, but it looked very much like it. Anyway, who cares? I am on so many random tangents today, guys. Okay, I'm going to tell you now, because earlier on I said, no, it's too boring. Earlier on when I said about Molly checking on Fred and George. When I was a child, we were in a seaside town in Cornwall. What was it called? I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. It's like a small seaside town in Cornwall. Beautiful, North Cornwall, beautiful place. Went back there a couple of years ago, in fact. But I was very, very young, and it's one of my really early memories where I thought that we'd got to our hotel, to our room, because it's like in a hotel. And I opened the door, but it wasn't our hotel. I saw the silhouette of someone getting up from the bed, like because I just opened their door. Lock your door for one thing, but also, you know, I should have just been trying doors, I guess. But I thought it was a hotel door. So luckily, my parents were with me and immediately apologised and everything. But yeah, that was amazing. Anyway, It wasn't amazing. It's quite a boring story. I remember their sausages were a real letdown. I remember memories of food really distinctly, guys. I think it's the first time I ever had chipolatas, which are the really thin sausages, right? And then being like a massive letdown. I was pretty damn young, guys, on this holiday, and so that I think it was the first time I ever had them. I remember thinking that they were not where it was at. What was that place called? It doesn't matter. But it's like I say, it's still there, and it's still a very quiet seaside town with a couple of little hotels. Whereas a lot of Cornwall, like Newquay and everything, is very commercialised now. But Cornwall is such a beautiful part of the world, guys. I want to get Woozle down there. I really want to get Woozle down there sometime. Anyway, we're not up to the non sequitur yet, though. So Fred and George have started a mail order service. Apparently Molly has completely stopped reading the Daily Prophet now because of what it's been saying about Harry and of course Arthur and so on. And so hadn't noticed that the ad that Fred and George have in there, which is quite incredible. It's so cool that they've actually started. You know, they're not sitting on Harry's money. You know, they are actually putting it to good work already. So good for them. I got down here, does Arthur know about it? But the thing is, I feel like even if Arthur did know about it, Arthur's a pushover, guys. Is that unfair for me to say? I don't think Arthur is okay with them doing it because he wants his sons to have a successful business and and be a big success on their own backs and everything. I don't think that's it, guys. I feel like Arthur doesn't say anything about it because he doesn't want a headache. He doesn't want the argument. He doesn't want Molly to find out. That is genuinely my interpretation of Arthur, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I said about him very rarely taking Molly's side in any arguments as well. But I just feel like the reason why he hasn't mentioned it is just thinking, oh, okay, well, let's not mention that to Molly because she'll kick off and everything. That's actually the reason why I feel like Arthur hasn't actually said the thing. Which maybe that's... God damn me saying I'm not an Arthur hater as well now. But I'm not, guys. I love them both. I love them both. Our doorbell rings again. Mrs. Black goes off again. I love Mrs. Black. Why wasn't she in the film? Oh, man, guys. Already... Because at the end of these books, we always have a what moment or character or thing that wasn't in the movies would you have wanted in the movie from the book, and Mrs. Black is already up there, guys. It's a terrifying but also quite comical thing, and it gives the house so much personality, you know, because the personality that we get is really Cobwebs and Kreacher, which should have been named one of the chapters, and obviously the other house elves. But Mrs. Black's portrait, maybe it is there. I feel like you guys may have told me even it is, but I certainly didn't see it when revisiting these chapters. Anyway, because the movie does start off quite dry, Anyway, from a whimsy standpoint, you know what I mean? But, yeah, the movies are getting more serious, aren't they? More serious. Okay, so, Molly goes to get some sandwiches. And this is my non sequitur, guys. It was at this point, when I heard that Molly went off to get some sandwiches, it popped into my head. Why, in the Wizarding world, would pasties exist? Now, you could say that about sandwiches as well. Kinda. Because the invention of a sandwich was a way of eating the inside of it without, you know, having to use knives and forks and everything. But a pasty is even more than that. So the origin of a pasty, guys, and I'm sure you already all know this, was people who were working down in the mines. In fact, I think it actually originated in Cornwall. I think the Cornish pasty may have been the original pasty, not pumpkin pasty. Cornish pasties are lovely, guys. It's like beef. Obviously, I have vegan beef. There's a very good one made by the West Cornwall Pasty Company, I think it's called. It's very nice. It's got beef in it. It's got onion in it. It has parsnip, I believe, in it as well. I think potato, and I think some have peas in it as well. But it's so lovely, guys. It's one of these things where it's a British constitution or institution. I always forget which one it is. It's the second time this been I've done that. Where it probably sounds extremely bland and boring, but to someone from Britain, it really is something quite special. And so the Cornish pasty, that's what a Cornish pasty is. But the whole reason that pasties existed were people who were working in the mines would have something to eat whilst their hands were absolutely filthy with coal. And so originally, the pasty always does have the what do you call it? The spine, or the not the spine, but the pressed down bit. You know, the crust of it. You were never meant to eat that. So you were meant to hold the crust and eat it like that. And so that was the whole reason that pasties were invented. Not pies. Obviously, pies would have existed before, and they've been very, very different than what pies are now. But the reason that pasties were invented were so people with dirty hands could eat them without having to wash their hands and everything. Why would that exist in the Wizarding world? Because presumably there are miners in the Wizarding world. They wouldn't be using their hands. They'd be using their wands, surely, to do everything, right? So yeah, I do question why pasties would exist in the Wizarding world. Now, let me know, guys. If that question has ever been asked in the Harry Potter video, let me know, because I need to go. If someone else has asked that question before, I need to fly to them or walk to them. They might be just down the street, you never know, and shake them by their hand. Because I was so proud of myself when I came out with that question. There's my non sequitur. Mundungus has got some dodgy cauldrons. Money goes nuts at him, saying we are not running a hideout for stolen goods, which is fair. It's absolutely fair. Mundungus is. The thing is that Mundungus could have taken those to his own house, presumably he has his own place, or his own hideaway or anything. But because he's part of the ministry, he's thinking, well, this place is even more secret. So he is taking advantage of Grimmauld. I keep forgetting his name, but you know, he's taking advantage of the Black household. He really is. Fred says, I love hearing Mum shout at someone else. It's amazing. Like, with genuine glee on his face. Yeah, Molly's having a nightmare. Poor Molly, she is having a rough start to this book, guys. She really, really is. She really is when you think about the more serious stuff. But also, it's comically tough for her. It really is. Oh, man, maybe that's it with Harry. Maybe that's what's going on with Harry. The fact that she has lost a son to an extent. That she's even more doting to everyone. Maybe that's it. And Harry particularly. That's sad, guys. Anyway, yeah, she is having a nightmare of a book so far. So, George says how they're not getting ahead of Molly while she's going nuts, and so she's not being brought down, so she's just going to be building up and getting more and more angry for a longer amount of time. It's so great to hear the cheat codes that Fred and George have for Molly. Kreacher arrives, finally, guys. What a build-up this has been. He's naked apart from a loincloth, so that's very different from the movie. Looks extremely old, with a snout-like nose. Which is pretty different than in the movie, isn't it? Snout is quite... yeah, I think it is different from the movie. Seems to be completely ignoring them. Seems to be, but then says to himself, smells like a drain and a criminal to boot, but she's no better. Nasty blood traitor with her brats messing up my mistress's house. If she knew the scum they let in that they let into the house, mudbloods, werewolves, and traitors and thieves. Fred then goes, "Hello, Kreacher," like notably out loud and everything. And already I'm loving Kreacher, guys. It genuinely seems like he doesn't realise what he's doing. Kreacher apparently appears to look like pretend to be surprised. It says, Kreacher didn't see young master. It's very interesting that he is trying to talk the situation down, but then goes on to mutter to himself, "Nasty little brat of a blood traitor it is," completely out loud. And George like says, "Oh, what was that?" And Kreacher says, "Kreacher said nothing." Kreacher said nothing. There's its twin, a natural little beast thing. I freaking love Kreacher, guys. I absolutely adore him. If I was to have a house elf, okay, here's the controversy, guys. We have met 3 house elves so far. Which house elf would you want the most as your house elf? Hear me out. I love Dobby. I love, oh my goodness. Oh, God. My brain's gone blank. It starts with M, doesn't it? Oh my goodness. This is outrageous. It's not Mobby. Oh my, okay. Crouch. Family. Health. Winky! M, what am I talking about? Sorry guys. So we met Dobby, Winky and Kreacher. Out of the 3, I would definitely want Kreacher as my house. I would love him, guys. Constantly muttering himself and having to go at everything. Maybe it'd get tiresome after a while, but I feel like Dobby and Winky would get tiresome after a while, you know. I honestly do. And so I feel like Kreacher is kind of like the worst, the least of a bad bunch, quite frankly, incredibly. God bless him. George says how he needs to oh no, sorry guys. Yeah, about where am I? Oh, here we go. What Kreacher says about the twins being unnatural, that's fascinating to me, guys, because obviously they are the only twins that we know from the Wizarding world, right? I was gonna say the League twins, but they're from Hunger Games. I'm an idiot. I feel like there are other twins. I just can't think of any off the... Oh! No, I was gonna say, no, the Patel sisters aren't twins. Are twins looked down at all a bit in the Wizarding world? Or at least untrusted? Because it's so interesting that Kreacher would say that they're unnatural. Or maybe house elves just don't have twins, but I get the feeling that it is Mrs. Black that has kind of taught Kreacher to think this about twins personally. And so I'd like to know what twins are generally known like to be in the Wizarding world, you know. I really would, because obviously in the real world, you know, a lot of twins say that they feel each other's pain and everything like this, and so I'd like to know if there is actually some mistrust amongst some people in the Wizarding world when it comes to twins. I found that line very, very interesting. So when Kreacher's saying all this stuff, Harry doesn't know whether to laugh or not, because in a way it almost seems like it is like Kreacher trying to have not have a joke, but it must be very hard to be confronted with this character to really know how to really respond. In a way, this would be the sort of thing that Fred and George would find funny. Yep, I'm agreeing my own notes here, but yeah, it's true. It is the sort of thing where normally they would probably think it's absolutely hilarious that like in another situation they may be saying, oh, go and do, no, not Hermione, but go do Ron next, you know, go and have a go at Ron or something, you know. Whereas, you know, here they are taking exception. But then again, you're probably thinking that they've been hearing this every single day for several weeks now, so they're probably absolutely sick of it. And there's the Mudblood standing there, bold as brass. Oh, if my mistress knew how she'd cry. And there's a new boy. Kreacher doesn't know his name. What is he doing here? Kreacher doesn't know. Hermione says, this is Harry. To try and, you know, almost to try, you know, Trying to make the conversation friendly, I guess. I freaking love Hermione, guys. She's so freaking great. Very interesting to hearing what Kreacher will be saying about Harry. I got to mention it here, guys, because it's the order of my notes. But I do feel like Kreacher doesn't actually know what he is saying. It reminds me of Holly from Red Dwarf, because it's been 10 years and Kreacher's essentially been alone in the house talking to a painting and essentially just saying what he thinks and everything. And Holly is an AI computer on Red Dwarf who's been left alone for 3 million years, I think it is, and has started to just, even by his own opinion, like I say, I think I've gone a bit peculiar, and he's just used to saying what he feels and everything. And so I do feel like Kreacher and Holly are actually kind of similar characters in the weirdest way. Obviously mentioned Red Dwarf many times. I'm mentioning a lot of comedies today, guys, aren't I? Again, a lot of them I don't recommend. I don't recommend half the comedies that I've mentioned in this video, guys, but I just have a fascination with certain comedies, even ones which I absolutely cannot stand. But Red Dwarf, I do highly recommend. And it actually has Strangely Before Its Time. I mean, the whole thing is Strangely Before Its Time, guys. It started in the 80s, and it stars 2 black men and a white man. And it's never remarked upon. Because it's set in the future, where that sort of thing just isn't important. Whereas any other show set in the 80s, that would kind of be the focus of the show, you know what I mean? And so it really was ahead of its time. And it's still going incredibly, but I would highly recommend probably stopping after Series 6, because that's when I think it went downhill. But I love the first couple of seasons, guys, where it's all about the characters rather than sci-fi. Because the thing is, it's a comedy set in space. But it's not about aliens and starships or anything like that. It's just basically these characters who are kind of like quite modern day characters stuck with each other on this ship, which may be going back to Earth. It may not be. They don't really know. But just trying to like deal with the day-to-day life and everything. And so that's why I really like the first couple of seasons. But it's great. It really is very, very good. Yeah, I feel like anyone can like Red Dwarf, guys. But the other comedies which I mentioned earlier on, it's probably worth staying away from. In fact, my brother freaking told me about one. Don't go and watch this, guys. Just don't. Unless you really like your racist comedy, which, you know, in which case, fill your boots, because there's no two ways about this one. My brother recommended. He didn't recommend it. He told me that he'd found a YouTube channel that had uploaded a 70s comedy starring Spike Milligan called Melting Pot, and that is not good, guys. That is yeah, it is horrific. But again, because of my obsession with 70s sitcoms, I watched every single episode, which luckily was only 7. It is not good, guys. Whereas Love Thy Neighbor, I can argue there is more to it than it just being racist. Melting Pot starring Spike Milligan, yeah. Don't. It's not worth it. Don't watch it, guys. Anyway, why am I talking about Melting Pot in this video? My goodness, it's very depressing. It's very depressing. It's really bad, guys. Anyway, sorry about the tangent, guys. You know what I'm like. Mudbloods. The Mudblood is talking to. Oh yeah, the Mudblood is talking to Kreacher as if she is my friend. If Kreacher's mistress saw him in such company, oh, what would she say? I love the way you can say, oh, what she would say. It's like his catchphrase. Ron and Ginny, very notably, at exactly the same time, says don't call her a Mudblood. Now, you'd imagine. Well, there's two things. Maybe because Ginny is still the younger of the group. Maybe Ron said it and Ginny has started to join in. Because obviously this is not the first time they've had to say that exact sentence to Kreacher, clearly. But at the same time, there is clearly a bit of defence going on from Ginny about Hermione, which is really adorable. So I really like that. And it's so nice to see the youngest Weasley feeling that way, you know. Because I defend Percy too much, don't I, guys? We don't know what Percy genuinely thinks about Muggles. I would hope to think that it's not that far away from Arthur and Molly, quite frankly. But we don't know, and so I'm not going to defend him saying he probably loves them or anything. But Ginny taking this stance so early is very cool. I really like that. And I'm pretty sure that at one point in the movie it says that Ginny and Hermione were best friends, and so yeah, which would be interesting. I'd like to know more about that, because obviously we really don't see much of that in the movies. Protective of Hermione. It doesn't matter. He's not in his right mind, as Hermione says. I've got down here. Are you sure? I feel like even when Kreacher was completely in his right mind, he probably still would have said that. Quite frankly, because house elves are loyal to a fault. You think about Winky breaking down about Junior and Senior and everything. You'd think that, whatever their masters say, they tend to think. Obviously, that's different with Dobby, but Dobby's a difficult elf to be the first elf to meet, which again, hence why Hermione's like she is, and which is why it surprises me that Harry isn't more like Hermione. But we don't really ever hear about Harry's opinion of Spew. Maybe we will in this book. Maybe we will. Exactly what did he say? F. Oh, Fred. So Fred says that Kreacher knows exactly what he's saying. I think that's possible. I don't. I feel like Kreacher would in Kreacher's complete right mind, he would be thinking this definitely. The fact that he's saying it out loud, I genuinely don't think he does. But then again, he very notably appeared to be surprised when he saw the kids there. But then again, he's there to go and steal things, as we learn later on in this chapter. And so, I'm being a Kreacher apologist, guys. But I like him. I'd like to know Kreacher's opinion of Voldemort, because he does call him the Dark Lord. But I'd like to know more about that aspect of it, because obviously there are, especially what happened to Regulus as well. What his opinion of Voldemort would be. Actually, that's actually very interesting. Kreacher says that he's cleaning. Black turns up again, saying that's a likely story. Oh, I've got down here. We never saw them together in the film. That's not true. We had a great scene between them. It's too short. What I do like about the scene in the movie is that Black is being aggressive with Kreacher, and not just he knows what he's like sort of way. He's like, Kreacher! He's like he's being a very domineering boss to someone that he doesn't like. And I like that, guys, because, it could have him saying, Kreacher, don't say that to Harry. Or like, but he actually, it's a bit of aggression and nastiness that we see from Black, because quite frankly, Black is one of his family, guys. And so he would have this superiority complex over else and everything. And so I really like the fact that he actually properly has a guttural shout at Kreacher and telling him to get out of there and everything. I really like that moment. That felt like book Black right there, I really like the way that he tells Kreacher to go away and everything. I thought that was a good choice, because with Harry Potter movies, with Hermione and with Ron and with Harry, very often we get the absolute softest version of the characters at different times, whereas the way that he talks to Kreacher there, because Harry really hasn't met Kreacher at that point at all in the movie. You'd think that even Harry probably thinks, well, wow, that was quite a loud way that Sirius just ordered him away. Maybe not. Again, I'd love to know more about Kreacher's relationship with Sirius. I think it's a movie exclusive, or at least because I had to jump about, obviously, because of the order of the scenes and everything. Not the order of the Phoenix. The order of the scenes, where Black says how Kreacher was extremely loyal to the family, but more to the other members of the family rather than him. And so there may have been even moments when when Sirius was a child, where Kreacher and him didn't get on that well. And it brings me back to me really feeling the need to know more about what Dobby and Draco's relationship was, guys. That feels like a fan fiction waiting to be written. If it hasn't already, I'm sure it already has. But it feels like a gap in the story. It really does. I want a scene where Dobby like says, "Oh, little Draco," and everything, and now and have affection for him, but also because the thing is, I know that the authors come out and said that there should be that no one should feel sorry for Draco, or there should be no redemption for Draco. I think that's ridiculous, personally. I feel like any character can be... You can have... Okay, not ridiculous. The character is much less interesting if that is the case. That's my take on it. And so I would love there to be more info about what Dobby and Draco got up to as kids, because presumably there were nice moments, and there were moments of affection. And the fact is, Draco, despite the fact that he loves the fact that he's in that family and everything, there have been moments where he has suffered because of being a part of that family. And I would like that to be covered in just like a single line of dialogue in these books, guys. But I get the feeling that it just never will. Dobby and Draco's relationship, it feels like a potential for a well of backstory, you know? I'd love that. Woozle's joined us again. Kreacher flings himself into a ridiculous, if not sarcastic, bow as soon as he sees Black, and Black immediately tells him to stand up straight. Kreacher says that he's been cleaning, but Black says about how incredibly filthy the entire place has been. And Kreacher replies by saying Master always liked his little joke. Now that's so interesting that he's not saying he likes joking or anything, he little jokes specifically. And so it might be that Kreacher genuinely does feel like the place is looking spick and span, maybe, you know, and that is the singular joke that he thinks that Black is making. He then goes on to say, Master was nasty, ungrateful swine who broke his mother's heart, and Black replies saying that his mother never had a heart, and so, which, you know, is brutal. It's so interesting that there's no weakness when it comes to book Black, at least so far. Whereas, like I say, in the movie, when he says about how he ran away when he was 16, like it looks like he's on the absolute verge of tears, and so it's very interesting, different takes on the character. And Kreacher then goes on to say, whatever Master says. Master isn't fit to wipe the slime of the boot of his mother's boots. Poor mistress. What would she say if she saw Kreacher serving him? How she'd hate it. What a disappointment he was. It was wow. It's so interesting that he wasn't written out of any will, though. I mean, I guess maybe because after what happened to Regulus, maybe. That they felt the need to keep it in the bloodline, even though the fact that, you know, it's someone that they really didn't like anymore, maybe. If there are wills in the Wizarding World. Pardon me. So we find out the Kreacher has been sneaking stuff that the crew has been throwing out. I gotta say, this really makes me very, very sad. It really does. It's kind of like Kreacher has been told what he's meant to do long ago, and what's happening right now is absolutely counter to that. And what's Kreacher's life now? Is it going to be serving Black for the rest of the time? Because Black doesn't like staying here, and so yeah, I feel so freaking sad for him, guys. I really do. I don't know if we ever hear about what ultimately happens to him. Especially after this book, if what happens. Yeah, we shall see about that. But yeah, I do feel for Kreacher. We hear about a tapestry that the group have been trying to throw out, and I immediately say, "Oh, is that the family tree?" Because obviously on the movie it's like wallpaper, isn't it? Kreacher mutters about Black being a murderer. And Black replies, keep muttering and I will be a murderer. Which is obviously an open threat, but but also it's interesting that that you'd be considered a murderer if you were to kill a house elf. Because we talked about the legality of what you are and aren't allowed to do to house elves before. If you kill a house elf, would you go to Azkaban for it? Yeah, if you know, out of, you know, if it's not in defense or anything like that, would you actually go to Azkaban for killing a house elf? I presume not, because they are seen as such little consequence. I'm even surprised that it would be considered murder, quite frankly. And so that was an interesting line to me anyway. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. We also find out that Kreacher has his own room, which I didn't think would be the case with house elves. So yeah, it's interesting that he actually does have a place that is his own, where he's keeping all this stuff. Because I've always assumed that house elves wouldn't have a room; they would just lay wherever they are and then get back to work whenever the next day starts. You know, interesting. Hermione defending Kreacher as always. Black says that he has been alone for too long, taking orders from the painting, which again can't be good for your health. So Black does think that Kreacher has gone mad, and so whereas Fred and George were saying that he knows what he's saying and everything, Kreacher knows what he's thinking. 100% he knows what he's thinking, but I don't think he genuinely knows that he's saying out loud. God bless him. Hermione suggests letting him free, which you get the impression isn't the first time that she's suggested to him, and Black says that they can't because he knows about the order and everything, and also the shock of being set free would kill him, which, quite frankly, you could absolutely see. It would absolutely be a Brooks from... it's not a spoiler, guys, but a Brooks from Shawshank Redemption situation, you know? Which, if you haven't seen Shawshank Redemption, guys, you'll know the moment that I'm talking about because it is powerful. Yeah, the rest of the world is not going to be that exciting to Kreacher as it is for Dobby, you know? Especially at his age. Yeah, I love Kreacher. I really do. Yes, the tapestry is the family tree, whereas obviously on the movie it's like the wallpaper, and it looks really cool, guys. My only issue with the movie is that Bellatrix's picture is so clearly done in a completely different art style. It almost looks like it's been photoshopped on, you know, which is fine. But I would have liked it to be in the same style as the rest of the family tree, even though it was older. I think that would have been really cool to tease this character where we don't. I guess they wanted to make it absolutely obvious who it was when she shows up later on, but it does stand out a bit, like the weird art style of her face on the family tree. Char holds where Black used to be. There's also obviously several others missing as well. My sweet old mother blasted me off after I ran away from home at the age of 16, and he went to stay at James's place. We hear a bit about his Harry's grandparents, which we have never freaking heard about. You know, we don't hear much about them here, but it's so awesome to hear about the extended family for Harry, because it really feels like he just doesn't have any. And so we find out that he'd be always welcome to come over for Sunday lunch and stuff like that, which is just adorable. So yeah, Harry's grandparents essentially adopted Sirius for 1 year before he came into money and was able to get a place of his own. He would camp out with James throughout these summer holidays, which is amazing. I got down here. Would there be any sort of social services sort of situation in the Wizarding World? You'd imagine there probably is something, but it's one of those things where I can't imagine we're ever going to get it discussed. You know, I feel like that sort of thing seemed to be a lot more laid back in the Wizarding World, I guess, maybe. But yeah, it was a really nice little bit of detail for hearing about Sirius there. We hear about Uncle Alfred, who left him golden so he could get a place of his own. Alfred was also wiped off the tree, potentially because of what happened with Black being given money, but then again, he now has the entire house and Kreacher, you know. So Black has like a real hatred of the family because of the whole pure blood standpoint. But the more I go through these books, the more I find out that pure blood families are actually kind of really rare now. It is kind of wild, you know, considering how much they appear to have power and sway. They are very, very few and far between. We hear about Regulus Black, who died 15 years ago after joining the Death Eaters. I got down here, I can't remember Regulus's role in the later movies, but I know that he is brought up at least a few times. The Blacks as a family liked Voldemort's ideas up until when he actually showed his true colours, which again, it's I mean, there's so many different parts of the Wizarding world that I would love to hear, to see interpretations of. But the political aspect of it here, I mean, unfortunately it went too much into it with the Fantastic Beasts, because it just stopped being about Newton, just started to be about politics and everything. But this aspect of Voldemort showing his true colours, and then people starting to turn against him, is very intriguing to me. We hear about Phineas Nigulus, his great-great-grandfather, the most unpopular headmaster at Hogwarts. I presume that is the dude that we meet in Hogwarts Legacy. I think it must be, because he is obviously black as well. Animentia was trying to get a bill passed for a legalization of Muggle hunting. Aunt Eldra, who started the tradition of beheading house elves. We hear about Tonks, of all people, which I really was not expecting. I think that you guys probably had told me this before, but it's one of these things which I have just since forgotten, so that definitely took me aback. We hear about Andromeda being Tonks' mother, who is Sirius's favourite cousin. Bellatrix and Narcissia, which when I heard the name, I was thinking, that is Malfoy's. That is Draco's mother, isn't it? And it turns out it was. We hear that Andromeda married Ted Tonks, which is a fantastic name. And yeah, it is the Malfoys, and so I had that confirmed. Draco being on the family tree, that would have been a trip if Harry saw that in the movie, because I was not expecting Draco's name to be on this family tree. But it's there though, guys, incredibly. Probably one of the last names to be added to it. It's weird how proud purebloods are, considering how few of them they are, and like I say, and the sway that they seem to also hold. It seems kind of bizarre to me, which is why I think all this time I've always expected there to be more. Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabastin, with the 3 arrests. Oh yeah, so we hear about Bellatrix and Rodolphe Lestrange, as well as Rabastian, who was arrested as well at the same time, which is very interesting. We hear that Sirius hadn't seen Bellatrix since Harry's age, although he did spy her getting brought into Azkaban when she was. Black absolutely hates being stuck in this house, and Harry can really relate with his own situation when it comes to that. It's obviously very, very different. I do feel like Harry does have it worse than Sirius ever really did, maybe. I feel like he probably does, guys. He really does. I mean, we don't know the full story, but I feel like he does. Apparently the house has every security protection put onto it, and when Dumbledore came to use it as the Order's HQ, even more were added to it as well. Black actually enjoys the idea of what his parents would think about the house now, which is actually really sad, guys. It really is. I'm liking this very, very, how can I word this? Very set in his way Sirius when it comes to his attitude of his family. You can't imagine he would ever be able to be swayed, whereas in the movie there is genuine heartbreak in there for him. I like both takes on the character. Black wants to accompany Harry to the hearing as Snuffles. I got down here, that is a bad idea. There's very little that can be gained from that, because what if someone says something in the trial that is unfair to Harry? What is Sirius going to do? Like transform and start defending him? That would be even worse for Harry, in my opinion. You know, he's like hiding away a fugitive, you know. And so I don't see much benefit, but I understand why he wants to go with him. Black says that there's definitely something in the rules when it comes to underage people using magic about saving your life. Presumably other people's life as well. You'd imagine that rule would be very well known, but it's so interesting that Black says that he's pretty certain that there is a rule, whereas Hermione is all on top of the legal work already. You know, I feel that's so cool, you know. She going with Harry would be actually really brilliant. She'd be like, you'd be his lawyer, it'd be incredible. I don't know if he's going to get a lawyer, to be honest. Harry asks if he can live with Sirius if he does get expelled. And Black says they must be bad if you'd rather this place, which is so interesting, guys, because I'm pretty certain in the movie, and I think maybe in the book, he's explained how brutal his life is with the Dursleys to Sirius, and it is bad. It's worse than. From what we've learned from Sirius, and also we're missing out a lot of information, it feels like Harry is in a much worse position than Sirius is. But again, I'm sure there's a lot missing there, though. And that's not to judge either of them, guys, but it's so interesting to, you know, basically see each other in those situations and basically like saying, you think you've got it tough, you know? It's amazing. So when cleaning, Sirius is now helping them. He gets bitten. You're right, monkey. Good. He gets bitten by a snuff box, and gives like a crusty cover to his hand, which he's able to get away with, get rid of straight away. It immediately made me think of another sitcom, guys, The Young Ones, which also starred Peeves when he was much younger. 1982 it was. Where there's a scene where I won't say what's going on in this scene because it's stupid, but there's a scene where like the characters in The Young Ones are like are having this argument and everything, and all of a sudden the music like goes da 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 da, and the camera like zooms in to a shelf that's behind the characters, and on the shelf there's like a little matchbox and it has a little mouth and it goes, "Don't look at me, I'm irrelevant." For some reason this snuff box really reminded me of that, so I had to bring it up because I had to mention every single British sitcom as I'm going through these. We need to get through these notes, guys, because this has been a chunky book review, and we need to get to your thoughts, of course. George nabs the box after Sirius throws it in the bag to be gotten rid of. You'd hope that Mundungus is going to get a chance to have a look through this bag as well, but he's probably nabbing stuff out of it as well. There's a silver instrument that starts to climb up Harry's arm, and it sounds blooming horrible. Black smashes it with a book of a book called Nature's Nobility, which is amazing. I just feel like it's a great. I love that. That's the book which you use it to smash something with. A music box which I presume someone winds up and it starts to play, and it starts to make everyone feel very, very sleepy. Again, is that another trap laid there for thieves, maybe? There is a Order of Merlin that was Black's grandfather's. I've got it here, but I thought it was his father's. Oh no, it is his grandfather's. For services to the ministry. And Black just says that's just because he donated a load of gold to the ministry, which I feel like is how peerages work in the UK, I think. But yeah, that's very realistic. There's a gold ring with the Black family crest on it, where as soon as they go to throw it away, Kreacher bursts into a rage of tears and starts calling Black all sorts of names that Harry has never heard of before, which is amazing. Am I the only one who feels genuinely sorry for Kreacher here, guys? I know that he has some very, very horrible thoughts and everything, but he is going through a bad time in this chapter, you know? He really is. Apparently, Black caught Kreacher snogging a pair of his father's trousers recently. Which I don't know if is sarcastic, or maybe he was holding them or something, and like Black has like added the snoggy part to it, or maybe Kreacher's that wild now. God bless him. So they cleaned it out just so it is now just the family tree and the rattling writing desk left to be checked by Moody, but Moody is still not checked out. I think they go into the basement and there's spiders the size of saucers down there, and Ron is just like straight out the door straight away, which I'm completely with him. I'm liking that as a callback because it's just like a little throw in their line, but there is still that seed of and Ron has good reason now at least to be very scared of spiders, and so yes. Kreacher is still trying to nab stuff as they're going. With Kreacher still trying to stake stuff, Black does actually threaten him with clothing, but Kreacher, knowing the cards that he has, that says Master must do what Master wishes. But Master will not turn Kreacher away. No, because Kreacher knows what they're up to. Yes, they are plotting against the Dark Lord. Yes, with these mudblood and traitors and scum. I freaking love Kreacher, guys. And so again, he refers to him as plotting against the Dark Lord. So we don't actually know exactly what Kreacher's opinion of the Dark Lord actually is. Upon this, Black actually does grab Kreacher and throws him out of the room, which is actually pretty violent. It's a sort of thing, when Lucius did terrible things to Dobby, which obviously I think were actually added for the movie, weren't they? In fact, I think they were actually ad-libbed at the time. What is that? Oh my goodness. Oh, ignore me, guys. Ignore me. I just dropped something and I can't find it. Doesn't matter. We need to get on with this chapter. Yeah, throwing Kreacher out of the room. Sure, he's being frustrating, but I would have. It's not good, guys, especially how old Kreacher is, And I know that they can look after themselves magic-wise, but still, it is very bad in my opinion. I'm sure Hermione didn't approve of it. And it comes back to the treatment of house elves in the Wizarding World. If they are being annoying, are you allowed to physically attack them like that? Or maybe you're allowed to physically attack them anyway, Which brings it back to the whole line of, Sirius becoming a murderer if he did kill Kreacher. I don't know. Snape has been popping in and out, never staying for very long, as well as McGonagall, who I actually didn't know was a part of this group. I mean, it completely makes sense. But yes, I was not expecting that. She's actually dressed in Muggle clothes as well, which I would love to see. I would love to see that in the film. Particularly McGonagall doing that. But she hasn't stuck around long enough to talk to Harry. Tonks helps them get rid of a murderous old ghoul in the bathroom. And that's all we hear. We don't hear any more context to it. It's like, what? I want to know more about that. Lupin helped them repair a clock that had been firing bolts out when people walk past. Again, it sounds like it's another trap. It's lucky that no one's been seriously hurt in this house, quite frankly. It really is. Mundungus has improved his stock in Molly's mind because he saved Ron from some old purple robes that grabbed him when they were clearing it out. Really like that. I really like that it's Mundungus who did that, because you get the feeling that Mundungus is kind of out for himself more than anything, but he absolutely saved the day for Ron there, and so it's good that he's upped his stock, like I say, in Molly's mind. Harry's still having these dreams about corridors and locked doors and so on. We still don't hear anything about the blank painting in their bedroom, which I feel like I may have misunderstood, guys, but it's definitely another oddity to make the house feel even stranger. Ron and Hermione have been talking about Harry, but Harry can tell that they have been, so looking at him when they're talking about him secretly and everything, but they never bring up the trial or the hearing with him at all, because they are the best friends ever. They know what Harry actually needs in this situation. And after all the cleaning, guys, the hearing is tomorrow. Arthur will be taking him to his office, where he'll stay until it's time for the meeting. Dumbledore has actually now confirmed that he does not want Black to go with him, to the hearing, which I can't see the benefit of Sirius going with Harry, apart from moral support, you know, because the things that could go wrong are notable. We find out that Dumbledore had actually been there the previous night when Harry was asleep, but didn't come to speak with Harry, which makes Harry feel even worse. When it says it makes him feel even worse, I feel like that's probably from a hearing standpoint, sort of like like, or maybe there is less chance that Harry getting off there than he thought, maybe, but also just the insult of Dumbledore has caused Harry so much stress over the last couple of months, and he was there and he still didn't talk with them. It's going to be... I do hope that Harry doesn't hold back when he first does get to speak with Dumbledore, because it's Dumbledore who's been causing all this, and he's caused the lack of information, which is the big thing for Harry, you know, because obviously he's trying to keep him safe, but the lack of information and everything has been Harry's biggest bugbear about this. Yeah, like I say, does this make him does it make Harry feel like there's less chance of him getting cleared in the trial? Maybe that's what he's down about. But either way, these chapters were absolutely brilliant, guys. There's so much backstory, and I did just have a quick look, and it does look like the book club is slightly shorter than usual, less comments than usual, and I feel like this is kind of like because we've had some amazing chapters so far. I feel like these chapters are ones where there's so much to be talked about, and so maybe other people have already commented, and so people didn't want to repeat the points or anything. But either way, I'm still looking forward to it, guys. It's my favourite part of doing these book clubs, and it makes sense that, I mean, these chapters were brilliant, but I can completely see why they are kind of like... What happened before and after is going to be a lot more. And so it makes sense that we did have this downtime. And I don't know if we're going to get much downtime after the trial before we get back to Hogwarts, if we go back to Hogwarts, but we shall see. I don't think we're going back to the Burrow. But either way, before we get to the next chapter, which I believe is going to be at the Ministry, let's go over and read your thoughts on these two chapters that we covered today. Cannot wait to check them out, guys. Okay, guys, so this is the... Oh, boys, I haven't got any water. Hang on a second, I do need to go get some water. Okay, and Weasel's just joined us as well. Guys, this is where we read out your thoughts on these chapters, guys. Very looking forward to this. Like I say, the chapters where a lot of backstory is given, but not that much happens. And so I think the book club is slightly shorter than usual, although there are still some massive comments, as always. I do always try to keep your comments a bit shorter, guys. But, I'm out of breath, Weasel. I'm out of breath. We're only 2 seconds into the book club. But guys, yes, this is where you can post your comment in the feed to get it read out in the video. But you can also DM me, and so we're going to start with a DM again. It is from Hobbit. If I can just bring it up real quickly. Here we go. And yes, so here we go, kicking off with Hobbit. Hello, Veggie. Hope you had a good Easter, and Woozle has been enjoying the nice weather we've had recently. She really has. She was actually sunbathing this morning. She's not much of an outside sunbather, but she loves like laying on the other side of like windows and stuff like that. So yeah, she's definitely enjoying it. Although it is getting quite warm, so you always have to be careful with dogs when you take them out and everything when it gets very, very hot. You mentioned last time your interest in political themes in this book, so it might interest you that Rowling stated that Fudge was in part inspired by the common but contested image of 1930s Britain, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain and his attempt to appease Nazi Germany. Okay, now that actually makes complete sense. You know what, Hobbit? I've never made that connection, but no, that absolutely makes complete sense. This whole, yeah, he's not exactly seen like that favourably. He's the in my hand is a piece of paper guy, isn't he? I believe. I can't remember exactly what he says. Something like that. Peace in Our Time, was that him? I can't remember, but yeah, I remember him, like, he's kind of known to have been, like, deluded in his time, so that actually makes complete sense, and that's who Fudge is loosely based on. That actually, yeah, I can completely see that. Okay. Refusing to see the growing danger, failing to prepare the country, putting pressure on the media to smear, and silent critics like Kreacher who were warning people. I did not know that. That's very interesting. I know that the BBC was definitely pushed on because there is a play, Talk of the Town, I think it's called, which I saw long ago, which is all about the BBC having to like be silenced about what's actually going on over in Europe. You know, obviously before the war, before we joined the war, of course. At first, it seems like a major shift in his character, but don't forget, our first introduction to the Ministry of Magic was when he sent Hagrid to Azkaban purely to be seen doing something. That's so true. Yeah, was actually the first time we ever saw Fudge was in Hagrid's hut. It could have been. It may have been. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's very interesting. Beware the vanity of small men. On a nicer note, I find this line so wholesome. For a split second, Harry considered telling Ron he wouldn't tell him a single word, that he would try a taste of being kept in the dark and see how he liked it. But the nasty impulse vanished as soon as he looked vanished as soon as they looked at each other. Oh, okay, there we go. Of course I will. It's a little example of the theme of this book. I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart and the book club's only just started. That although our natural impulses might sometimes be unkind, unconflicted, what matters is how we choose to behave. I sometimes like to remember Dumbledore's lesson for us in Chamber, which I still hear in Richard Harris's grandfather-like voice. It's not the abilities that show us who we truly are, it's our choices. Absolutely, yeah, that is an absolutely lovely line, and it really sums up what I presume is going to be happening in this book. So yeah, absolutely. Hobbit, thank you so much for your great comment. That's so true about Neville Chamberlain. I hadn't thought about that before, but that makes complete sense. As soon as I just read that first part, I thought, okay, yeah, I see where this is going. So thank you so much, Hobbit. So let's go over to the like I say, guys, if you do want to post a comment but you're not really into people like replying and everything, you can DM me on the Patreon as well, as Hobbit did. Obviously, if you do that, you need to make sure you're not spoiling anything, because obviously in this blurb, very often people say, oh, by the way, that hasn't happened yet, or oh, Veggie doesn't know about that, can you remove that bit, that sort of thing. So if you DM me, that can't happen, so you just do have to have like an extra level of carefulness when making your comments. Either way, let's go over to Andrew. Hey, Veggie. Sirius is completely different in the films, isn't he? Did it surprise you to see this more bitter and resentful side after Gary Oldman's performance? It did, and it only really stood out to me like when rewatching the scenes before recording this episode, I should say. It's so different. I don't hate it. It's a very different look at the same character. I do still feel like they're the same character, whereas there's certain characters in these books where it's like night and day, their personality and everything, and so I do still have that connection with Gary Oldman's performance, but it is so different though. I love these shades of grey, and the argument between he and Molly is such an amazing scene. I see both sides, but also see the flaws in both their points, so much so that I can't actually pick who I agree with more. Maybe slightly siding with Molly, as she seems to have Harry's welfare more in mind. That is, I mean, that's unattestable, guys. I completely agree with that aspect, Andrew. At the same time, from a legal standpoint, and, you know, that is... It is significant. Sirius is Harry's godfather, and so he does, and for Molly to suggest that he doesn't have any authority in that is, yeah, I like the fact that you're seeing both sides though. We shall see if that's a trend throughout the book club. it develops both their characters. I really like how unlikable Sirius becomes, and it makes sense given the trauma from prison and being trapped in the house he despised as a child. It's crazy how much happier he was living in a cave with Buttbeak and eating rats. It likely felt more free and adventurous to him. Well, quite absolutely. And you compare that to being in Azkaban, the freedom. You know, to a lot of people that would be too much freedom, living in a cave and everything, but, you know, that must definitely feel good for him. Chapter 6. Is one of my favourites. Oh wow! Nothing. That's great. Nothing big happens plot-wise, but I love the amount of information we get about the world building, Sirius's family, pure blood lineage, Harry's grandparents, Kreacher, and more. That's so true. Yeah, that is all like golden stuff here. It's one of these chapters I get lost in, and it's such a great escape. I love the detail of Kingsley leading Sirius's investigation and providing false leads to the Ministry. I missed out on that. That's very interesting. That of course he's in there, isn't he? So I mean, it's a dangerous game, but that is a great detail. But yes, favorite Mania match moment. So I wasn't all that on board with a lot of Mania. If you checked out WrestleMania, I should say, if you checked out my wrestling channel, I did a predictions video, and in that I was saying that some of the matches just do not feel like WrestleMania matches, and yet some matches would be like on SmackDown afterwards, which were WrestleMania matches. The TLC match, for example. I really like Jade Cargill versus Naomi, because I've been saying it on that channel again, guys. For the longest time, I've been saying they can't turn Naomi heel. She just doesn't have it in her. I am completely wrong. She is brilliant as a heel. She's much better as a heel than a babyface, in my opinion. And so that was awesome. I'm not a big fan of triple threats, and I didn't really get that into the men's one, despite the fact that Roman Reigns is in it, one of my absolute favourite wrestlers. I just didn't really get into it that much. That being said, the women's one, which was the on night 2, was incredible, but it kind of highlighted that. I feel like that is my match of Mania. Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, and Bianca Belair. And it was my match of Mania. I think it also kind of highlighted why I don't really like triple threats, because there was absolutely no psychology. It was just absolute chaos. And you know, that's great. It's great to put it on at the start of a night, because it was the first match of the second night. It's because it gets the crowd like really going and everything. But at the same time, you don't just want that. You want your Cody versus Roman last year at WrestleMania. You want the storytelling in the ring as well. But I feel like that is my match of the night of the event, though. I don't know who Travis Scott is. All I know is that he did the song, which was on Mania, which thank God I don't need to hear again, because it sounded like a car alarm going off. He just really slowly walked down. Oh God, the end was not great. The end of WrestleMania Night 2 was not good, in my opinion. Anyway, Andrew, I hope that you enjoyed it, and thank you so much for kicking off the blog posted book club comments. Natasha. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. The house is so much more magical in the books. In the movies, it's just an old grey house. Yeah, and it's really not that posh either, I guess. But it is expensive because it's in the centre of London. But if you had that house, like, in the sticks in Oxfordshire, for example, it wouldn't seem that nice, And so, yeah. It is much better in a book, I agree. Here comes the language club. I didn't know the word mollycoddle, so until now I always thought it didn't exist in real life. Oh, that's amazing! That's absolutely amazing. That Black invented it himself just because he was referring to Molly. Like I say, I think that might be why Molly's called that. Now, it's not exactly a very commonly used term. It probably was, like, a century ago or something. But yeah, that's amazing that you didn't know. I'm not surprised. Like I say, it's not that commonly used. We see more and more of Ginny's personality. Can you imagine the movie Ginny not going quietly? I've got a thought on that. Or Fred and George saying about her size is no guarantee or power. Now, Natasha, I'm not suggesting that you're saying this at all. But you're bringing up. I think you are bringing up the actor specifically. Can you imagine the movie Ginny not going quietly? No, you're not bringing up the actor. You're saying the movie character. Yeah, so you're not bringing up the actor. So a little, like a couple of weeks ago, I saw a thumbnail for a video, and it had Ginny in the thumbnail. God bless her. And the title of the video was something like the bad acting in Harry Potter in parentheses. No, not based on the writing or something. It's basically saying, regardless of the writing, the acting is bad on it. I feel like you can post that sort of video if you want and everything. I think that's absolutely fine. If you want to do that on a child actor, it's an interesting thing. I wouldn't personally do it. I think that there are levels of good and bad child acting. I feel like, I don't want to say going after, but feeling very passionate about a child not acting up to the level that you want them to is a choice. I feel like there are slightly worse things going on in the world right now. But Ginny specifically, she was younger than the character was, right? I feel like she was 11 when she was first in these movies, possibly younger, possibly 10 maybe. Because obviously she's in Philosopher's Stone. And they stuck with the actor, which I think is awesome. If they changed the actor to someone else, I feel like that would have been okay. I feel like the fact that all the Weasleys are the same actor all the way through adds a lot to their family unit, because if one of their actors changed halfway through, it would feel like it's not quite the Weasleys anymore, and so I like the fact that she was in it. I'm going to say, you cannot pick a good actor at the age of 10 and expect them to be spectacular later on. So I thought the actor did very well. I don't think that she did terribly. I'm not going to be posting a YouTube video about how much she ruined Harry Potter. I don't know if that's what I didn't watch the video, and so I can't really comment on that, guys. But so yeah, sorry if I'm suggesting that that's what the video is and it isn't that. But at the same time, I don't understand where that energy comes from. I don't, guys. Like, there are levels of great actors, child actors. I don't know if I mentioned it in the last book club, but Adolescence, which has now is all over everything. In fact, I think it's a bit of a meme asking people if you've seen Adolescence. But I watched that when it was brand new because of Stephen. Oh God, the actor in it, and the co-writer as well. Stephen Graham. There we go. And the kid on it, the son on it, is meant to be 13, I think, I think he's meant to be 13. And he is brilliant in it. He really, really is. That being said, I don't feel like the actor who played Ginny did that bad a job. I feel like her scenes were not very well written. In the same way that a lot of the characters had their personality stripped away. I feel like, we don't see a lot of Harry's worst moments in the movies. I mean, that's like the ultimate example, guys. Harry, Draco all living rent-free in his head or everything, or, the bad things that he thinks or the bad things that he does and everything, and the attitude and the language that he uses, all completely stripped away to make this almost holier-than-thou version of Harry, where he doesn't really get anything or say anything wrong. I don't think that we would have got Ginny not going quietly, which just that line makes me laugh. It's such a hilarious way, because you just imagine her going absolutely atomic. I don't feel like those movie makers would have had that scene, even if so I can't imagine it being in a movie. So sorry, Natasha, I've gone on a massive tangent there. The fact is, I hadn't watched the video that I'm talking about, so I may have just completely misrepresented it. So if that is the case, I am so sorry. That was not my intention, guys. But just seeing that thumbnail, I was thinking, it's what? Yeah. Again, this isn't representation of that video, guys. But some people really like being angry on the internet, don't they? And yeah. So that's really not what my focus is when it comes to YouTube, guys. But yeah, I see that you actually mentioned adolescence in a second. Oh my goodness. Natasha, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's continue with your comment. So yeah, again, Natasha, I'm not saying that you were saying that at all, but I just want to mention that because I did see that thumbnail. I thought, oh, come on now. Right. OMG, Owen Cooper, Jamie in adolescence would be the perfect young Voldemort. What do you think? I mean, I need to stop doing this, guys. I need to actually just read the blooming comment rather than stopping and inserting my own waffle, because that's amazing that you said that. Yeah, he would be very good. It'd obviously be a specific age group of Voldemort, which wouldn't be that. I don't know. I don't know if young Voldemort is in the books more. But no, he is shaping up to be a great actor, guys, and it is an extremely demanding role that he plays. Like I say, it's well worth checking out the trigger warnings before going into adolescence if you suffer from any. But it's very good. It's very good. And it's not the sort of thing that I usually watch, guys. I don't like watching darker, realistic stuff, you know. That's why I like in my wrestling and stuff like that, you know. Either way. But yes, I absolutely need the table scene to be filmed in the series exactly as it is in the book, with the children watching Molly and Black in a tennis match. It actually says that, doesn't it? Doesn't it? In which Mr. Weasley calmly wipes his glasses in silence, absolutely, and Lupin completely calms the situation. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Natasha, thank you so much for your comment. Sorry about the tangent. Alias. Hi, Veggie. Sirius seems much older to Harry in these chapters. Colder, sorry, in these chapters. Nothing... Oh, much colder. Okay. Nothing like we saw in the movie. I think the movie portrays the book 4 version of Sirius we didn't get to see on screen since he only had... like that one scene in the fireplace. That is a great... that has legs, Alias. I really like that. I feel like you've hit the nail on the head there. Tim Vine joke where he's like a few years ago he put out like these little short videos of like just like little puns and everything, like you know, like film, like, you know, acting and everything. And one of them is Tim Vine saying to his friend, "You've really hit the head on the nail there." And the other one says, "Don't you mean hit the nail on the head?" And Tim Vine goes, "That's it." It's a really stupid joke. It's a really stupid joke. There's also another one where he's like sitting on the pavement, and like all of a sudden a D, the letter D, like drops on his head, and he's like, "Ow, jeez," like that, and he looks up, and the sign did say danger, but the D had fallen down, and he's like sitting there like, like that, and then his friend like walks along and like looks at him, and then looks at the remaining sign, which obviously just says anger now, and like goes, it's so dumb. I love that so much. Sorry. Sorry, I'm getting so tangent. Right, back to it. This book topic is going to take all day if I don't get back onto it. Right, so I really like your point about book 4 Sirius. I really like that. Do you think his attitude will change throughout the book? Him and Mrs. Weasley do not seem to like each other very much, with very different ideas of how to be parental figure to Harry. Yeah, and I also feel like the fact that Mrs. Weasley still sees Sirius Black as this maniac is a huge part of that. I don't know. I hope that we get more Sirius in this book. I don't know how much there will be, but I'm intrigued to see how his character evolves. I like all the details about the process of cleaning the house. After being in a wizarding family's house for the first time in Chamber of Secrets, now finding himself in a house of a family that was much closer to the dark arts, I think it's very important for the story of this book that this house is so unwelcoming compared to the Burrow. Well, quite. It's like showing where you can go with it, isn't it? Yeah, like one potential path. I love Phineas Niglius is described as the least popular headmaster of Hogwarts ever, having him announced the Quidditch is cancelled right before the beginning of Hogwarts Legacy was pretty much in character dead. So it is him. I thought so. That is brilliant. That's great to have that completely confirmed. And the first mention of Regulus is kind of wild that Sirius is related to both the Malfoys and the Weasleys. Yeah, I really didn't see this all coming, guys. And it's very possible that you mentioned it before, but you know, sometimes I do forget stuff, and also sometimes I like half read things because I don't want spoilers and everything. But yeah, they're all blooming connected, aren't they? Alias, thank you so much for your comment, greatly appreciate. Kenzit, I love Molly. Don't get me wrong. Here we go. But treatment of Sirius is Sirius saddens me. I get she treats Harry as a son and wants to protect him, but Sirius is his godfather. Now, while that doesn't necessarily mean they become the legal guardian if the parents die, it does mean... Oh, so it doesn't mean that, okay. But it does mean they are the one meant to be the child's source of guidance, and parents can designate that person to become the child's guardian. So I think Sirius should have more of a say over Molly than when it comes to Harry. I agree as well. But I do see where, and also Sirius is not saying intelligent stuff. Him going to the mystery of Harry would not help at all. It really wouldn't. It'd make Harry more stressed, I think. You know, remember how protective, like he keeps on panicking about Black potentially coming to Hogwarts if he tells him the wrong thing in the letter and everything. You know, and so you know that I feel like it in the last book I should say. So I don't think that would have been good at all. But as we know, when times needed it, Harry went to Sirius for help over Molly. Very fair. I think Molly does realise when she sees Harry pick Sirius and listen to him. Harry knows it hurts her because he can't even look at her at that time. After that. But Sirius knew better than to leave Harry in the dark and would have told him everything if he could, more than in later chapters. I'll also say this, Lupin was also the one who basically was like almost like the deciding vote, as basically like saying, no, Harry should hear a legit version of it rather than a gargled one. I love Lupin. He knew Harry needed to be told something. Maybe seems angry Harry felt, the anger Harry felt was something Sirius related to. Sirius was now a prisoner in a house, just as Harry was at Privet Drive. Though Harry had some freedoms, at least leave the house and everything. But he wasn't told anything. Though I get Molly just being a protective parent and not wanting to see her baby grow up. She has to understand Harry is not a normal 15-year-old after all, and all he's been through. Edit. Also, I realised I totally missed the last book club. February and March were not good months for me. So sad to know I missed it. I won't hopefully miss another. Well, Kent, I hope everything's okay. Seriously, I'm sorry that the year hasn't started well for you. I hope it's getting better slightly. But yeah, I really appreciate you Kent, and I hope everything's going well. But thank you so much for the comments. Kate, hi Veggie. What did you make of Sirius's attitude in these chapters? Movie Sirius always acts like a wise adult role model. Book Sirius acts like a traumatized man who, with a horrible upbringing, who ran away from home at 16, fought in a war as a teenage young adult. Sorry, there's a reference to young ones again. Lost everyone important to him at 21, and then immediately spent 13 years in torture prison, having all the happy memories drained away. Also, mostly as a dog. He cares fiercely about Harry, but in my opinion, he never really aged past his 21-year-old self, and we get to see some of that immaturity here. Yeah, I feel like that's absolutely key. In fact, you know, he's still fighting that first war in a way, isn't he? He really is. Harry and Sirius seem to have a lot of similarities in their attitude and behaviour at the moment. Yeah, and I feel like Harry is picking up on that as well, which is going to be good for him. In Goblet, Sirius talks to Kreacher talks about Kreacher mistreating his house elf, and how that speaks poorly of his character. It's very interesting hypocrisy that he's so unkind to Kreacher. To me, it's a sign of being trapped in an eternal adolescence of sorts. I don't think he sees Kreacher as a vulnerable being that he has power over, but rather a representation of his family that mistreated him as a child. I completely agree, but also Kreacher isn't helping that much. But I completely agree. And also, he threw Kreacher out of the room, guys. So, Black saying that in the previous book, I mean, you know, he being in this house is clearly having a very negative effect on him. And, you know, and others are bearing the brunt of that, you know, including probably Molly, you know. That is the first time they've had an argument since the Weasleys moved in. It clearly isn't. Anyway, Kay, thank you so much for your comments. Jake, Samai, Woozle, and Veggie. Hope you're both well. Chapter 5. I've been stuck inside for a month. Sirius would have gone stir crazy in 2020. Well, quite. Then, if only he had Dudley's time traveling PlayStation for company. Well, quite. Exactly. Gaming got a lot of people through that time. I built an arcade cabinet, which I've mentioned many times. Stealth pun alert. Harry was impatient with Mr. Weasley's mollycoddling. Mrs. Weasley's mollycoddling. Is it just coincidence that her name is Molly, or was that a hint towards her character all along? Like Lupin being a wolf and Sirius being a dog. I mean, I guess there is a chance that it was coincidence, because the fact is, if coincidences didn't happen, that would be a lot weirder than coincidences. But I kind of feel like it was a choice, to be honest. That's why she got that name. Chapter 6. Sirius says he hates being back here, which begs the question: where was he planning to on Harry living when he offered him a home in Prison of Azkaban? You would imagine it would be, well, when he offered Harry a home, he thought his name was going to get cleared, didn't he? So he would have been able to sell the Black Residence, because this is before Voldemort came back, and so this is before, you know, so this is before the Black Residence became the Order of the Phoenix hub. So you'd imagine he would just sold that house and bought a nice house somewhere else. Maybe somewhere near in Devon, near the Weasleys, maybe. Yeah, so this was before Voldemort was back, and when Sirius thought he was getting his name cleared. And so he probably had a lot of plans, didn't he? Which all came falling down. I'm interested to know, did you find the detail of their cleaning escapades interesting or a bit needless? Oh, I didn't think it was needless. I feel like it added a lot to the house, and I feel like that is going to be important. I don't know. I don't know how much time we're going to be spending in this house, but I didn't feel it needless, but I guess I need to have read the rest of the book to really decide that, you know. Finally, let's reprise the replace wand with a Willy game from an earlier book club, courtesy of Mrs. Weasley, forgetting she'd talking to two teenage boys. For heaven's sake, you don't have to whip your willies out for every tiny little thing. Amazing. I had a feeling that's where that was going. Great comment, Jake. Great question about Sirius and the house and everything. But yeah, I do feel like he was probably had a lot of plans, which all came completely tumbling down within an hour of him saying that. But Jake, thank you so much for your comment. CD Mellow. Ohio, Veggie? The tension between Molly and Sirius in this chapter is intense. Honestly, they were both about 2 seconds away from tearing each other apart. It did feel like that. It genuinely did. If Lupin wasn't there, guys. I have to admit, when Molly brought up Azkaban, absolutely savage. Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. I'm gonna say this as a really quick tangent, guys. But when I was saying about Lupin being there to calm the situation down, there is a very well written horror game called Doki Doki Literature Club. Now, if you look that up right now, guys, you'll think that's not a horror game and everything. Believe me, it is. And I said about trigger warnings earlier on, guys, if you suffer from trigger warnings and you're thinking about checking out that game, definitely check out the trigger warnings. I'm not even, there's no, like, you really need to with Doki Doki Literature Club because it gets extremely dark. That being said, it is extremely well written. And there's a part where someone is essentially removed from a situation where before these two characters were arguing and they were able to calm the situation down, but when that character is removed, I'm not going to explain how or anything because it's massive spoiler, that argument becomes extremely nasty. And so yeah, Lupin is our Sayuki in this situation. Sayuki? That's her name, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. So Sayuki, Yuri, Natsuki, and Monika. Just Monika. No more spoilers. It's a very well made game, guys. It really is. But and because you'll be playing it and thinking this isn't a horror game. But it gets there. And so, seriously, check out the trigger warning if you're thinking about playing it and if you suffer from any trigger warnings. Because it messed a lot of people up. It really did. It gets to be very upsetting. Anyway. But again, it is brilliantly written. So, sorry about the tangent. The one thing that's stuck with me was Molly's comment about Harry not being James, like Sirius is projecting James onto Harry. Something of thus effect was in the movie during the Department of Mysteries scene where Sirius calls Harry James. Oh yes, yeah. No, I don't know if that's going to be in the movie. In the book, I should say, but that's a great point. Great work, James, or something like that, isn't it? He says, gold. And Harry loves it. Harry, jeez. What a sad scene, guys. And I gotta say this about that movie scene. I still have no freaking clue what happens to Sirius after that. I really don't. Because it doesn't give, the movie doesn't give that information. He just, like, flies into the stone thing. I feel like that was an odd choice, because it's such a powerful moment, but then you have a bit which, to movie watchers, makes no sense. And then it's never explained. That was an odd choice. Very good scene, though. Anyway, think about it. After James and Lily were killed, Sirius was thrown straight into Azkaban. Now, this might be a hot take, but Azkaban is probably not the best place to process grief and trauma. I wouldn't say it's the best place. No, true. Dwell on, maybe. If anything, it would have made everything worse. Then, when he escaped, he was constantly on the run or in hiding. Again, not exactly ideal circumstances for healing. Considering how close Sirius was to James and how he was essentially family to the Potters. Yeah, he owed a lot to James. It makes sense that he'd cling to any trace of him that he could find. Harry, in many ways, is that trace. Oh, absolutely. So it's understandable, even if it's not healthy. I really appreciate you added that bit in there, CD Mello, because I was about to say, yeah, but isn't that a good thing? So I really appreciate that you say that it's not that healthy, because it actually isn't. It's not healthy for Harry, quite frankly. Which is what Molly's attempting to say, but she says a lot of other things instead. That Sirius might... I might go to a reservoir later on. Considering how... sorry guys, I'm lost. That Sirius might start to blur the lines between Harry and James. It makes sense. It just makes his whole situation feel more tragic. Anyway, all the best to you and Weasel. CD Mello, that is a brilliantly written comment. I completely agree. And I like it because we're getting a lot of different takes here. We're getting a lot of takes of, yeah, but Sirius is not like in the right state to look after Harry, and then other people saying, yeah, Molly, geez, bring up Azkaban, and also a lot of grey as well. I'm loving it. This is what I was hoping from this book club. This is not disappointing. Thank you so much, CD Man. Anna Marie. Hey Veggie, glad to be on this book. It's got some of my favourite scenes that didn't make it into the movie. One in which I will talk about shortly. First chapter 5 is a chapter I feel truly shows how different people think of Harry. Hermione cares deeply and hates hurting his feelings. Molly wants to protect him at any cost, like one of her own. Sirius and Lupin understand that Harry is his father's child. I say. So if they don't give him the info he wants, he will put himself in danger to find out. That is, yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, that really is James, isn't it? Right there. I mean, that's them as well as Lupin and Sirius. Great observation there. I love his character for showing so much. I love this chapter for showing so many people's different attitude towards Harry. Quickly, chapter 6 has a movie moment that was sort of blown off in the movies. That's the family tree, absolutely, yeah, and it's much later in the movie as well. I think the tree is super important to understand characters and in the future, and the movie showed it, but just blew it off as anecdotal, in my opinion. You know what that scene was there for, Anna-Marie? It was to add a lot of context to Sirius that we hadn't really got up to that point. And so, which they had to do, considering what was going to be happening in the movies very shortly. And so, it kind of used that scene, but not for the purpose that it is in the book. And so it was used very important. What they used it for was extremely important, considering what was about to happen. But yeah, it ended up kind of gutting what that scene was actually meant to be. So yeah, I agree. I think the tree is. There we go. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate. Thank you so much for making it. Savage Kid. Hi Veggie. Last book club, it was rather perfect timing. You read my first comment about wand safety right after knocking your hand with your wand. Really, I didn't even notice. That was amazing. Please be careful. I don't have any wand with me right now. I've got like a what do they call these? Afro comb or something. I use it on my beard, but I've started using which you've probably seen in a few of my videos, guys, because I will just suddenly grab it to go like this. I've started actually using well, it's not a boar hair brush because it's vegan. So yeah, it's like a fake boar hair brush. But also I've got some vegan shoes as well, guys. These are very nice. I didn't realise that Skechers had a vegan range. I had no idea, and so I got these are like 2 days old. I don't know. I'm absolutely loving them. I really am. They're very comfy, guys. They're very, very comfy. I've also got some Hockers, but they're a bit big. I absolutely love them. But they are large, you know. But then again, they're not that much larger than the Skechers, are they? I think they probably are. I mean, I can't really show you. I mean, they don't look like they're the same shoe size, do they? I guess they kind of do. But also, I mean, you look from the front. I mean, you see how much wider the Hocker is. So yeah, I do love these, but I don't wear them that much. I'll be honest, guys. I got them when I wasn't feeling very happy last year, which you know why I was not feeling very happy last year. But I do love them. But these are my everyday shoes. My Skechers. Like I say, I didn't know they had a vegan range. I feel like I just assumed that certain companies don't, but I'm glad that they do, though, because they are very comfy. So yeah, I don't have a wand. I've got Gilderoy Lockhart's pen. There you go. It is actually Gilderoy Lockhart's pen. It has his name there. On to the current club. Ever had a club biscuit? Ignore me, right. I love all the small details about the world. What was your favourite flavour of club biscuit? If you're going to say blackcurrant, then I don't know what to tell you guys. I really don't. It's orange or mint. Well, no, it's orange. Was there a caramel one? No, that was Trios. Right, shut up, Veggie. People from outside the UK will have no idea what you're talking about. Never liked a wagon wheel. They're a bit of a disappointment. Right! Onto the current club. I love all the small details about the world. And they're not vegan, am I? Jesus. On to the current club. I love all the small details about the world and the characters we learn in these chapters. Chapter 5. I really appreciate Lupin's measured words during the heated argument between Black and Molly. I see both sides, and maybe more specifically, I understand the reasons behind both of their emotions. That is so crucial, Savage Kim. I love the fact you say that, because that's actually more important. But I think Molly went a bit far after attacking his ability to parent Harry from prison. I don't think that she meant nasty from it. I actually don't, but I feel like she's so worried for Harry that she is saying what she literally thinks. And so, yeah, I don't think she was trying to bait Sirius or anything like that. I mean, it blooming worked if she did. It's not like he chose to be there instead of caring for Harry. Yeah, but again, I feel like in Molly's head, he kind of was there for a reason, you know. It's bad, guys. Chapter 6. I liked all the side info we get during the cleaning, or as Harry perfectly described it, waging war on the house. Well, it's more like the house is waging war on them, quite frankly. Especially the details about how Fred and George are really smart at inventing joke stuff. Yeah, absolutely. They're grabbing stuff that could be useful. Brief mention of Buttbeak. Again, I really hope we do get a Harry and Buttbeak moment again. Maybe we won't, And we learn that Lupin is staying there with Black. He's just gone a lot. Oh, I see. I didn't realise that. That's actually, I love the fact that Lupin, I love Lupin, guys. That's all I can say. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for your comment, Kim. It's greatly appreciated, as always. Ashley. Veggie and Woozle. I love Mundungus basically telling Sirius that he's thinking about robbing him, and he's like saying, you know, like that crystal come off and something like that. I guess Sirius doesn't really care, but it still feels like he could be more subtle. I don't feel like Mundungus is the most subtle human being in the world, quite frankly, but yes. It must be strange for Harry to go from having no caring parental figures in a room to a room full of people fighting over who cares about him the most. Oh, I really like that. Weird in a nice way, I guess. Both Molly and Sirius have such understandable viewpoints. Although I do agree with Molly that Sirius seems to be more interested in sympathizing with Harry than protecting him. Oh, this is a great book club, guys. I really like this book club. No one has said anything that I disagree with yet. This is the great thing of it, but we are hearing all these different takes on this argument. It's brilliant. And of course, it's Lupin who understands both points of view and finds a compromise. MVP for sure. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Actually, completely. I actually don't feel like they end up telling Harry anything. They shouldn't just tell all the children, all the kids. Yeah, I feel it's because even Harry and afterwards I says we could have just guessed all of that, but I guess it's because Dumbledore has said don't tell them anything that they don't need to know, and so that, you know, they all really respect Dumbledore. They all do, guys, and so I guess it's that's causing this argument, quite frankly. Nothing he learns is more traumatizing or dangerous than living with the uncertainty of fear. Can you imagine the calm and comforting Gary Oldman's version of Sirius saying half of the things he says in these chapters? I feel like he could have done because he's a fantastic actor. But although I've got to admit, guys, in The Dark Knight, there are some lines because he plays Commissioner Gordon. Spoilers because he's not commissioner at the start of the movie. There are some lines where I still just have no idea what he's saying. I remember it's when it's when he's talking to Harvey Dent in Harvey Dent's office, I think. And Harvey Dent like says something like, "Oh, you're a bat singer," or something like that. And Gary Oldman like essentially goes like that. I remember when because I know it's one of the few Blu-rays I had, in fact. I remember going back and listening to like 3 or 4 times and just not understanding what he's saying. It's like I feel like it's just before Harvey like says something like, I hear that I've got another nickname or something like that. It's that scene, you know, where it turns out that nickname is Two-Face down the line. But yeah, in that scene quite early on in the movie, like I have no idea what Gary Oldman's saying. It sounds like if you wish to, I don't know. It's so weird, you know. That being said, he's a fantastic actor. It's not criticising him at all. But whenever do you think of Gary Oldman, you know, before thinking about everyone, which is the big meme with him, or him playing Hook. He played Hook. No, he didn't play Hook. What I'm talking about. Or you know, Sirius Black, or the other major roles that he's played. The first thing I do think about is him as Commissioner Gordon, like going. I'm sure he is actually meant to be saying something. It's not just Commissioner Gordon having a breakdown. Which the Joker attempted to cause in the Killing Joke comic, which the animation... Oh, God, the animation of that was terrible, guys. Ugh. Such a good story, and it looked so cheap. Yeah, anyway, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Right. I'm sorry, I just got completely sidetracked. So you mentioned Gary Oldman. Okay, yes. Can you imagine commenting Gary Oldman version of Sirius saying harder things that he says in this chapter? This Sirius is very real. Pardon me. Realistically angry and resentful, and not great at dealing with those feelings given his experiences. I feel like it's comforting for Harry to have Sirius so clearly understand and share his feelings, but I also wonder if it makes him feel more justified in his anger. Wow. I'm going to say no. I feel like what I would imagine, we shall see, because it's only just happened, what I would imagine is Harry has been thinking, why have I got such a terrible time with it? But then is realizing that other people are having and have had equally, maybe not equally, but similar times. I don't think it's going to have a bad effect on him. But great question, though. We shall see. And we meet Kreacher. Hermione's perspective here is that Kreacher is essentially the victim of brainwashing. She doesn't think that mounting house elf heads is a good idea. Just that you can't blame Kreacher for his beliefs and his behaviours. He's just doing what all house elves are expected to do. Agree with everything the master says. He seems he seems to genuinely love Sirius's parents, sure, yeah. Which is fascinating. Yeah, I mean, he's constantly saying, "Oh, what if she was here?" and all this stuff. I like him, guys. And obviously, what he says is not great. Obviously, it's horrific what he says, but at the same time, yeah, I'm kind of with Hermione. It's not really his fault. Oh, man, I don't know. I give characters such a pass, and on these I really do. Thank you so much, Ashley, for your comment. Howdy doing? Hey, Veggie and Woozle. At some point in these chapters mention Harry is still wearing hand-me-down clothes, which really makes no sense to me. He has money now. He can surely afford new clothes or somehow get muggle clothes. Great point. I wonder if he... I wonder in a weird way he doesn't want to because he'd rather spend his money in the Wizarding World. Because he resents the Muggle world so much, to an unhealthy level, that he's just thinking, I'm going to save my money, and then when I get back to Hogsmeade, I'm going to get all that stuff and everything. I'm not going to waste my money in this miserable place where I'm stuck, you know? But it's a great point, though. I really like that. Also, do you reckon that Aunt Petunia and Vernon would do something bad if they saw they had new clothes? I don't know. I feel like they would. I don't know. It maybe maybe just to keep them sweet as well, you know, possibly. It's the wrong decision for Molly not to want them to know more, but hold on a minute, sorry. It's the wrong decision for Molly not to want them to know more, but it's a decision any caring mother would make. Oh, absolutely. There's no criticism when it comes to that aspect of it. It's the words that she uses, like Azkaban and stuff like that, you know. It seemed a bit of a push. P.S. I also forgot to ask in the last book club, do you think Grindelwald is a metamorphomagus? Or just extremely good with human transfiguration? Oh, yeah! I didn't... That is a great point. Because I feel like I've always assumed it was Polyjuice, but it could be Polyjuice, though. Oh, that is a great point, how we're doing. I'm going to say that he's just extremely good at human transfiguration. Because we know how powerful a wizard he is. We see him a few times flawlessly change appearance in Fantastic Beasts books, Fantastic Beast films. That is a brilliant point. I didn't think about that for a second. Oh, how did great point. I need to rewatch those movies, not just for Tina. How are you doing? Great comment. Jolt. What's up, Veggie? It is my pleasure to inform you that you have officially passed the halfway point in the series in terms of number of chapters. I thought we had done that already. There are a total of 199 Harry Potter chapters. Chapter 100 overall in the series is chapter 6, the noble and most ancient house back. So we've literally just done it then. Oh, wow. That's kind of crazy. Joe, well done. Thank you so much. I knew these later books were longer, but wow, that's crazy. In terms of word count, there are a grand total of 1 million and a number words in the English edition of the books. The middle pair of words in are the 82,110th and the next one in this book, which should be around chapter 12 or 13. I can't be bothered to figure out which ones they are. That's fair, John. Don't worry about that. Wow, that's crazy. So actually not past the word one then. That surprises me. Thank you so much, Joel, for this fascinating info. That's awesome. Anyway, these chapters are great for character and world building, even though not much happens. I can't believe Molly would hold Black's time in Azkaban over his head like this. Yeah, but she still sees him as that criminal, though. That's my take on it. It's a bridge too far, in my opinion. Also, I don't recall how much you already knew about Sirius's extended family. Did you know that Tonks and Draco were first cousins before reading these chapters? If I'd been mentioned before, then I probably forgot it. Bellatrix and her sister, I did know they were sisters. But Tonks being in there, I'm pretty certain I didn't know that. Or that Bellatrix is their dear sweet aunt. Yeah, and also Sirius technically being married to Molly and Arthur and everything, that's certainly new to me. And so, like I say, over the years, people have told me stuff, but very often I will forget it. So it's possible that you mentioned it before, and if that is the case, I apologise. But yeah, it was news to me listening to these chapters. John, thank you so much for your comments. Alicia, isn't it? Alicia. Hi, Veggie. I love both these chapters so much. Chapter 6 is probably one of my top favourites in the whole series. I love the world building and Harry learning how interrelated all the families are. Yeah, it's wild. Must be a trip for him, quite frankly. I love hearing about, which means that Harry's technically related. No, he's not. No, he's not. I was going to say related to Draco. He's not. I love, although he'll be marrying in, if that happens, he'll be marrying into the Draco family. That's going to be an awkward wedding reception, isn't it? Ignore me, guys. Sorry, I completely lost it. I love hearing about all the insane artifacts lying around in Grimmauld Place. I love hearing about the comings and goings of the Order members. Speaking of, why is Mundungus a full-fledged Order member? Can't they just use him as a source from time to time? You know that he really is very loyal to Dumbledore, but he is messing up by bringing those cauldrons there. He really is. Unless it's going to pay off later on, of course. The man is openly casing the joint. I love that term. And every time we see him, I'm SMH shaking my head over here at a lot of Dumbledore's decisions in the book. Yeah, he's got a lot to answer for. And the thing is, he's just like, he's frustratingly just out of view all the time, isn't he? And so I do hope that Harry gives him an earful. I just don't think he will. So many parallels being drawn between Sirius and Harry. Their childhood home lives, their feelings about being trapped in a place that they'd never want to be, and cut off from events. Their resentment toward Dumbledore. Of course, the resentment toward Dumbledore as well. Oh, great point, Elisa. That's so true. That's another thing that they have in common at the moment, at least. Lastly, the conversation between Harry, Ron, and the twins after the Order meeting, where they are wondering about the type of weapon Voldy might be going after, is so chilling. You can start to feel how scary it really is to be aligned against Voldemort. Every member of the Order is taking serious risks just being in that house. Not to mention that what they will start having to do in the world outside. The kids are starting to realise that consequences could be very dire. As Ron asks, what's worse than death? Well, a lot actually, Ron. Well, quite, yeah. Jeez. I mean, look at Neville's parents for one. Yeah, that's the first time that the conversation between Fred and George and Ron and Harry has been brought up in the book club, guys. But it was very good, and again, I was saying about how Fred and George are not mocking Ron so much, but also because that scene is incredibly important, and so it's like they're not messing around that much, you know. They're still being light-hearted to an extent, as they always naturally are, but yeah, no mocking going on here. Elisa, great comment, greatly appreciated. Joe Winters. Hello, Veggie. I mentioned before I have many cats because I rescue those that nobody wants. Oh, bless you. That's really sweet of you. I have 2 Dobbies. Amazing. One of them must have been called Kreacher, surely. All winking. We now have the Cornish Pixies. Oh, hang on. We now have the Cornish Pixies composed of Sisters Pixie and Chaos. That's amazing. And more Potter-themed cats. That's what. Please fill me in the rest, Joe. That's amazing. But yes, your Cornish Pixies. That makes me very happy. That was a great decision on the movies, guys, where you had one of the Cornish Pixies talking. Hang around up there, my lover, or something like he said. Amazing. Chapter 5. What is Mundungus smoking there? Oh, no, literally, yeah, he is actually smoking. Yeah. I thought you were joking. That's amazing. Now we can see... Oh, yeah, because it's like a thick fog, isn't it, as I remember? Now we can see that Sirius and Harry are in somewhat similar situation. Harry knows nothing, and Sirius cannot do anything. They are both bitter about it, and both love to take action. Sometimes traumatic events can arrest a person at subtle? A certain level of development. I think that's why Sirius is more of an older brother to Harry than a father figure. Oh, at 100%. That is such a great way of putting it. I completely agree with that, Joe. I remember that when I read this, I was so annoyed with Mrs. Weasley. I feel like the ship of keeping Harry ignorant has sailed, and keeping someone in the dark is not protection, in my opinion. Not in this situation. It's so interesting that you said that when you first read this. Has that changed at all, Joe? It sounds like very possibly not, and that is a completely legit take as well. I'm not that. I can see what Molly is trying to do, and she is. She is arguably, out of everyone, trying to keep him the safest. But, you know, as Lupin says, that may not actually be the case. And everything that Lupin says is gospel. It's such a strong scene that it's such a stronger scene than it was in the movie, though. Yeah, and I don't hate the movie scene. We were never going to get this scene in the movie, let's face it. Chapter 6. I personally love all the scenes of them fighting with the house. I wish they'd had at least some mashup sequence there. Of them. It adds a lot of atmosphere to the world that they live in. Yeah, the start of this movie is so down and dark and quiet and kind of grim. Maybe that's why they didn't have that moment. I would have loved Mrs. Black, the portrait being there. That's my biggest thing. But even when they're just sitting around the table, if like maybe the little metal thing starts climbing up Harry's arm or something like that, you know, just like a little reference to the scenes. But yeah, there's just like, it's so dour at the start of this movie. And it's a great movie, guys. It's not a criticism, but you get the feeling that they're really trying to push this, oh, the world has now changed now that Voldemort is back. Adds so much atmosphere to the world that they live in. I always wonder how does it feel for Tonks' mum to have Bellatrix and Narcissa for sisters, and these people you grew up with being that way. I guess you could say it's similar to Lily and Petunia, maybe, you know, with Snape and everything. It's like, you know, someone who's able to, who appears to be a doorway into a different world. Is probably how she saw Tom Tonks, quite frankly, you know. Joe, great comment. Always appreciate it. Thank you so much. Diego! Oh, poor Veggie! A lot of people have been giving Lupin credit for being the voice of moderation and reason in Chapter 5. Where's this going, Diego? And while they're absolutely true, that's absolutely true, I also want to point out that Arthur is doing the same thing in this chapter. Well, Arthur, yeah, I guess so. It's not as cool as that Lupin, though. Arthur is the first one to point out, even before Lupin does so, that Harry deserves and needs to know more about, but not everything. But also, I would argue that the way that Arthur puts that makes things more escalated, where Lupin is actually cooling the situation. So I feel like that's better moderation. But, you know, I'm a Lupin mark, so. Imagine if Lupin and Tina ever met. Wouldn't have happened, would it? Wouldn't have happened. And he's also the one to point out Molly to Molly that Fred and George are legal adults now and have the right to get at least some measure of independence and choice in the situation, i.e., getting to stay in the kitchen, for example. Well, Lupin says that that only people who have left school should be able to join the order, and so there is that. But yeah, also I like to give Arthur some well-deserved credit here. Yeah, the problem is, Digo, is that you're absolutely right, completely right about Arthur. The problem is that you brought up Lupin. And so now I'm very, very defensive. But no, you are absolutely right. Also, Kreacher muttering and insulting everyone under his breath is probably my favourite comedic bit in these chapters. Yeah, again, because it is there in the movie, but it's not meant to be comical, is it? I know what he's saying is horrible and actually no laughing matter, but the way he delivers it is so fun to me. No, I'm 100% on you that what he's saying is horrendous, but it's the fact that he's just saying it. It's actually amazing. Plus, it's actually him being really smart, because he's using the loophole and pretending not to be seen and pretending he doesn't know people can hear him in order to insult people, even though Sirius has forbidden him from directly insulting anyone. Oh, really? Oh, wow, that's amazing. But I don't know if he does. I'm on Team Kreacher when it comes to this. I do feel like that he actually doesn't realise that he's saying this stuff out loud, quite frankly. Diego, great comment, greatly appreciated as always. Catty. Hi, Veggie. So, as a kid, I was annoyed along with Harry at Molly, but I understand her desire to protect the kids for as long as possible. Also, sorry to burst your bubble, but 15 is still a kid, Harry. Yeah, or is it? No, a child is 13 and younger, isn't it? A kid is well, over here it would be 17 or younger. I guess in America it would be 20 or younger. Maybe, I'm not sure. But yeah, specifically kid. Yes, he is a kid. Child, no, but kid, yes. And it's very interesting to hear that you have kind of changed on Molly here. I feel like a lot of people will have, but obviously this is the first time I'm experiencing the chapter, of course. I definitely enjoy learning more about the house and its oddities. Wonder how many items are going to find their way into Mundungus' business dealings. Or yeah, or Fred and George or Kreacher. Yeah, everyone's just blooming. It's basically a marquee, isn't it? It's like a what do you call it? Like a car boot sale, essentially, or just people just taking stuff what they want and everything, Or you do pay at a car boot sale. Yeah, that's amazing. Just everyone just grabbing stuff. And the boys are just whipping the wands out for everything, which doesn't surprise me considering their personalities. It's true, but it's the fact that they had to go at Percy for doing similar before is outrageous. But that shows more personality, doesn't it? The bonus points to Arthur for putting his foot down. I guess so. See, sure, yes, fine, but Lupin's the man. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. A great comment, Catty. Thank you so much for making it. Gav Knob. Greetings. Chapter 5. Permanent sticking charms is possible how? Remove the plaster, drywall, or whatever the wall is covering, then patch the hole. It may even go beyond that, Gaffnob. It may be like a mile-wide thing where you'd have to shift the entire mile to make it move, because this is the great thing with magic and sci-fi, guys. You can write anything in, You really can. But I take your point, though, absolutely. It's not up to blank to decide what is good for Harry. Did he mean black or did he mean blank? It's very interesting you said blank. It's not up to blank to decide what's good for Harry. It is not the exact job of a godparent. So you did mean black, okay? Because obviously what you may have meant there was it's not up to insert any name here to know what's best for Harry. But no, you do actually mean specifically black rather than blank. That's amazing. That's great. It's not exactly exact job of a god. Is that not the exact? Oh, you're okay. I'm sorry, I missed the question marks. It's not up to black to decide what's good for Harry. Is it not the exact job of a godparent? Or on that note, who is Harry's godmother? I don't know if you necessarily have one. I don't think you always do have them. I don't know if I ever did. I have no idea if I do. The first big mistake by the Order. I don't know if that's reference to what you previously wrote or if it's something that's still to come, maybe. Either way, very interesting. Chapter 6. Lots of important details, but none I can point out at this time. Oh, really? Oh, okay, I like that. I like that little tease there. Gadno, thank you so much for your comment. Always greatly appreciated. Josh. I think my favourite bit from these chapters is the unity of the trio. Ron is confident that he and Hermione will hear everything from Harry anyway, and so not letting them stay is pointless. We see that he briefly considers Harry briefly considers not telling to them, but ultimately confirms Ron's assumptions, which shows that Harry recognises the value of the two most important people in his life, and that many of the threats he faced, they also faced with him. I'm glad he thinks that now, because in the previous chapter he was blooming saying it was all in, wasn't he? It's outrageous. He was just letting off steam, though, wasn't he? I don't think there is a moment or a situation where Harry actually would have backed up Ron in that moment as well. I feel like he was just being a bit Machiavellian in his mind, you know. It would have been amazing if he'd said it though. Just a nice little moment. No, absolutely, it's so awesome. I more than ever, I really feel the bond between those three. It feels good. It feels so good, especially after everything they've been through. It really is a real. It makes me smile. It genuinely does. Josh, thank you so much for your comment. Slim, many people will praise Lupin's mediating of Molly and Sirius's argument, so I won't focus on that. That's fine. It is easy to forget that Lupin taught Fred and George as well during Book 3. Oh, very true. He knows they are spying on the meetings. He knows what they are capable of. He knows Harry is going to find out in one way or another. That's actually, I really like that. That's actually very true. And it's, you know, so it's not a gargled version. Yeah, quite frankly. It's a level-headedness with Lupin, which it's there in the movie, but nowhere near as much, you know. And so I do love him. It must have been so hard for Lupin and Sirius to hear Molly's as good as Sun declaration, especially as they didn't know Lily or James. Molly is so caring. She even attempts to keep Sirius occupied and active while he's stuck there. Toujours pure is French for always pure. Is a pretty big red flag. Oh wow, very interesting. Trying to keep him occupied and active. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, God knows what he'd be doing if there wasn't the cleaning that needed doing, because presumably Black isn't that bothered about the cleaning. Maybe he's really looking forward to the house having none of that stuff in it. So maybe he is motivated for it. But yeah, that's very interesting though. Is Kreacher a product of his environment, or is he actually malevolent? I think he probably would have been like that. I feel like the thing is, but saying it's a generational thing, that is part of the environment, though. So I think it is. And also Dobby. I don't know if Dobby's parents were working for the Malfoys. But he's not like that, though. And so, yeah, I guess it's not completely down to nature. But it does feel like the Black household is possibly darker than the Malfoys, potentially. Potentially. In Book 3, Sirius was perfectly happy to offer Harry a new house. But now he wants to avoid the topic. Why? I guess because he was his name wasn't cleared, I guess, unless I missed something there. Potentially, Slim. My edit one, I don't know if you did, but if you did, thank you very much. But yes, I feel like that's what Sirius said. What he said when he thought he was going to get cleared. I could be wrong though, guys. It's been a while, hasn't it? Anyway, Slim, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Maria. Hi, Veggie. These are great chapters. I especially love chapter 6. I really enjoy. It's really enjoyable to see these small, normal moments where our characters are doing ordinary things, like cleaning up a house. The house itself is kind of like a character in these chapters. It's almost Dickensian. There we go. It reminds me of Satis house in Great Expectations. Oh, I don't know Great Expectations. That's Jane Austen, right? I don't know if I've read or watched any Jane Austen. In fact, I didn't think. It's Jane Austen, isn't it? I apologise if it isn't. Plus, it's good to hear that Buttbeak is in the house, literally. Absolutely. Yeah, he's not able to go out flying, presumably, either. Is also fascinating to hear more about Sirius's childhood and family tree. What do you think of his connections? Pardon me. Connections with the Malfoys and the Lestrange family. Well, the Lestrange family I knew about, but the Malfoys, I'm pretty certain I probably could have worked it out, but I just didn't. And so, yeah, it was. I definitely didn't expect Draco's name to be on that on the tapestry. I'm sure this psychology. I'm sure that's psychologically difficult for Sirius. Yeah, absolutely. Do we ever hear about Wormtail's family at all? Or Lupin's, quite frankly. I'm guessing not. Also, I know that Kreacher isn't very nice to the main characters, but I kind of love him. So today, oh no, I'm completely with you. It's not great. It's not great what he says, but the way he says it is amazing. Maria, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate it. Madikuma. Hi, Veggie. I think the movie took Tonks morphing her nose into a beak and pig snout too literally. I'm so glad you bring this up. In the book, compares her nose to Snape's and Dudley's rather than actual animal faces. 100% with you. I completely agree with you. So I still don't know what Metamorphomagus' limitations actually are. I agree with Sirius. Harry's not a child. He's a young man who's proven himself against Voldemort multiple times and deserves some information. Yeah, true, but I can also see Molly's side as well, though. I love the line, they were really waging war on the house, which was putting up a very good fight. Yeah, that sums up the chapter very well. Grimmauld Place is such a personality and atmosphere. Everyone working together to clean it feels oddly cozy. You know what? I completely agree with you. And also it's a distraction as well from everything that's going on, let alone the hearing, but also Voldemort and everything. And the dark artifacts they find are cool in a creepy way. Yes, they're definitely very creepy. Kreacher's such a fascinating character. He's of low status, but a house elf, yet openly insults others of low status. That's actually very true. But you say openly. I don't know if he. I don't think he knows what he's saying. Quite frankly, I think Hermione is being naive. Kreacher is smart and knows exactly what he's saying. Oh well, there you go. I don't think even Black questions that he doesn't know what he's saying. Fred and George definitely do, though. So you could be right. And honestly, I find it kind of funny. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love him. I love him, guys. I really do. Are you surprised by anyone in Sirius's family tree? Yeah, like I say, the last comment, Draco, that definitely, that I did not see that coming. That really threw me off. And quite frankly, Tonks as well. Mandy Kuma, thank you so much for your comments. Florent, hi Veggie. Interesting chapters we have here. I really felt the moment Mrs. Weasley proclaims Harry is pretty much like her son. Yeah, which is in the movie, but she doesn't say when he's in the room. And so I feel like that. It's the fact that Harry's there. It just makes it all feel a little bit more. Yeah. Anyway, I really felt at the moment Mrs. Weasley proclaims Harry pretty much being her son. It's so emotional, even if it wasn't it was a brief moment. It was a big moment for Harry. It absolutely was. I mean that the Sirius versus Mrs. Weasley fight was also very interesting in as a whole. What do you think about the Order's tactics to combat Voldemort? Well, they really haven't started, it seems like, doesn't it? So it does feel rather lackluster. You'd imagine that Voldemort's tactics are working a lot better when it comes to getting people on board, but I guess we're not seeing the full face of it, are we? Florent, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Tagore. Hi, Veggie. This is my first time posting. I thought so, Tagore. I hope I'm saying your name right. I thought that was a new name. You're very welcome. I've been following your book review since the beginning, and I've just caught up. Nice work. It's a big backlog, isn't it, Tagore? So thank you so much for getting through it. Thank you so much for doing that. It's a bit like reliving the first time I listened to the books, maybe with a bit or much more attention to detail, and a lot of tangents. Well, definitely a lot of tangents. I feel like I've gotten better at not tangenting. Today we've had 70s sitcoms brought up several times. I started talking about biscuits around half an hour ago for no reason. Doki Doki Literature Club. Adolescence again. We've had a few, but I feel like back in the day it was half and half, tangents and then Harry Potter. It really got over the top, I feel like. These two chapters show Sirius in a very different state than his movie character, and it's more realistic that way. It is more realistic. It's definitely more of a real person, definitely. As usual, the good guys in the movies have had to be good guys. There we go again. And never negative traits, and negative traits are mostly ignored. It's so true, Tagore. And the thing is that you get the feeling that we get an extremely watered down version of angry Harry in the movie. But then later on in the movie, in the scene, which is essentially chapter 6, you know, it's later on in the book, in the movie, where he says that he's just feeling angry all the time, and trying to equate it to something else rather than the fact that he is a teenage kid going through this, you know? And so, yeah, you're so right that everything was watered down. That being said, I still really like Sirius as Sirius Black. I'll say this though, guys, when I was getting comments on my movie reaction saying, oh yeah, Sirius Black's my favourite character in the books, which I did get a lot of, I was thinking, really? Okay. I mean, he's cool. I like him in the movie. I couldn't imagine people choosing him as their favourite character. And so that's why learning this side of him has been an absolute blooming treat. And these two chapters here, I think we've learned the most about him, definitely his family, but most about him and his personality just in these two chapters. Also, I love the house cleaning and all the little cool details there, including some awesome foreshadowing. Very interesting. One last fun fact for today. I'm blind and usually listen to the audiobooks. However, they are also available in Braille. That is so awesome. You know what, Tagore? I didn't even know if Braille was still around. That's so fascinating. Oh no, you do still see it on like It will be in certain places, like on cash machines and things like that. But yeah, it's. I feel like it was had more of a presence when I was a kid, and so yeah, that's very that's amazing to know that they're still doing Braille in book form. Since Braille letters are very large, and the page on which they are printed is so thick, Braille books are usually split into many volumes. I need to go and check these out. This sounds amazing. If they wouldn't have split Order of the Phoenix, the German Braille book would have been over a meter thick. Holy moly! That's fascinating, because I mean, I've never really thought about it before, but yeah, absolutely. Of course, the letters would have to be very large, wouldn't they? Wow. Oh, Toggle, that is fun. I mean, we've heard about a lot of different versions of the books and everything. That is intriguing to me. But the Order of Phoenix being a meter thick, that's crazy. Toggle, thank you so much for your first comment. Like I say, great work getting through the backlog and all my tangents. Although you're saying there's anything wrong with them. But yes, thank you so much for getting through it. And that is an absolutely fascinating perspective. I'm delighted that you can still get Braille books. I really am. Yeah, that is absolutely fascinating. Targov, thank you so much for your comment. I hope to see you next time as well. Okay. Gugurupurusio. Again, I feel like that was a bad. I'll try again. Gugurupurusio. There we go. Hello, vegetable gamer player. Sorry, vegetable game player, and always lovely Woozle. Lovely Woozle, Woozle may ignore me. Sorry, I'm just gonna check. Okay. Right. Sorry. Right. Chapter 5. Mundungus or Dung. Yeah, they all call him Dung, don't they? Is one of my favourite nicknames. Period. It's very fitting, isn't it? I will always point out something people who have read this before frequently forget. This chapter explains why he's in the Order. It's specifically because he is a criminal who he is in tune with the criminal underworld, the criminal world, which can be very useful at times. Oh, for information, absolutely. Dumbledore choosing Dung to look over Harry may just be some proof of why Dumbledore wasn't a member of my house. Ravenclaw. Hang on. I feel like I sped over that. Dumbledore choosing Dung to look over Harry may just be some proof of why Dumbledore wasn't a member of my house, Ravenclaw. You know what? I see exactly what you're saying there, and that is amazing. That is amazing, Ravenclaw. Even if you ignore the first 4 letters of his surname. Oh yeah. Amazing. Chapter 6. We finally meet Kreacher. I thought there were some pretty questionable takes about house elves in the comments for some of your previous videos, but bit my tongue because spoilers. Kreacher, aside from being an important character in general, JKR insisting they added him to the movie because it was released before the last book was released. Oh, very interesting. Is also very important when it comes to understanding how house elves really work. For now, I'll just point out that Dobby was not unique when it comes to being unhappy with his masters at some point. I'm very curious to hear your first impression of him. The problem with Dobby is that you're right, he's not unique regarding that, but he is unique regarding house elves in many other ways. And so because he was the first one that we met for a while, it really did lock in certain perspectives of what house elf actually is, you know. And also I'm loving Kreacher. I like Gary Oldman, but I hated the movie's take on the family tree scene in many ways. Wrong tone, no mention of Sirius going over his late late little brother, Regulus's story. Yeah, that's completely missing. Regulus first mentioned in Deathly Hallows, I believe. Or Order, it would be Order of Phoenix, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black is a book canon too, not to mention some other interesting details on the family tree. Well, there's lots of very interesting details, but yeah, to have the legacy character actually, that's really cool. I really like that. That was like a nice little moment for someone who's played, we haven't finished the game, but has played the game. For that name to prop up was definitely a great moment. Thank you so much, Gugurupurasu. Great comment, always appreciate it. We've got a chunky one from Pumpkin Sparks. Hi Veggie and my lovely Woozle. Oh wow, chapter 6 really hits differently reading it right now. When it says that Harry sort of welcomed the business and only started to worry and spiral during a few quiet hours. I never relate more to him. One of my best friends unexpectedly passed last week. I'm so sorry to hear that, Pumpkin Sparks. And luckily I was too busy to fall apart, amounting more than 20 hours of overtime, plus helping my soon former roommates to move out. Kind of busy. Yeah, it sounds like you've had a lot going on. And yeah, I agree. The quiet moments, it's the quiet moments that kill you. I see you, Harry. Yeah, I really like that, Pumpkin Sparks. Now, in the weirdest way, I see that sort of thing as being the opposite, where I feel like I want to dwell on certain things, because I feel like that's how I heal with it. But obviously everyone heals in completely different ways, and I feel like it's a very productive way, and probably a healthier way that you're doing it, Pumpkin Sparks. I'm so sorry to hear that. That must have been such a shock for you. That being said, more than ever, I do not understand Dumbledore. He is supposed to be the smartest person ever, who lived a long time, is a leader of his peers, and a counsellor for more important people in tough times. He should understand how people work, yet he decided it's best to keep Harry at the Dursleys. I'm convinced if Dementors didn't happen, Harry would have stayed the whole summer. Oh, I agree. I completely agree. And forbade everyone to tell him just the slightest bit of information. Seriously, that would be torture for anyone. But he's also a hormonal teen. Well, that's definitely showing its true colours in these chapters as well. Yeah. And then he also basically imprisoned Black. Black did offer him the house, to be fair. But yeah, I see your point. A man who was in jail during a critical formative period of his life, and who is emotionally probably stuck in his 20s, there we go, with a whole bunch of trauma, PTSD stacked on top of that. You imprison him in a house that holds a lot of traumatic memories. Dumbledore, what's wrong with you? I understand the pure logic behind these decisions, but they are people with feelings. Please take that into account. You created your whole power keg to explode. Merlin's beard. I love the Merlin's beard thrown in there at the end. I will say this, Pumpkin Sparks. The draconian steps that Dumbledore is taking, to the point where it's really hurting Harry, Harry's Sirius, Molly, let's face it, like everyone else, like Ginny, like everyone is having a miserable time. It's putting over, not Dumbledore, but in the writing, in the story, it is putting over how serious this situation is, and the fact that Dumbledore is doing this to them makes it feel even more of a dreaded situation, you know. And so from a thematic standpoint, and also the fact that Dumbledore is still probably holding a lot of cards to his chest, it's adding a lot. It's adding a lot of atmosphere to it. Also, as most people seem seem to do. I understand both Molly and Black stand. Well, I think Molly is overprotective and Black is haphazard. Again, developmental 20s. I genuinely agree with Arthur and Lupin's approach. Generally, I fly the flag of if they are old enough to ask the question, then they're old enough for the answer. Oh wow, that's very interesting. I like that. Obviously, I would always cater to answer to the age. Like when my 4-year-old niece asked me where babies come from, I didn't explain to her in detail or the intimate interlocks, as it were, of two bodies. Interlocking of two bodies. But she asked the question, she gets the answer. Same goes for those kids. Yes, 15, 14, including Ginny, is still a child, but they are obviously old enough to understand what is going on and ask questions about it. They deserve the answer. I think the answers they got in the kitchen are good and appropriate, and they deserved them much sooner. Also, Molly, please stop reprimanding the twins for their amount of wand use. Is it excessive? Yes, but Arthur enchanted some knives to cut potatoes. Okay. I feel like that's got more merits to it, though, to be fair. And they stood next to it supervising their work. It's not like he didn't do something else simultaneously. Molly balancing a tray of sandwiches on her wand. You guys could have used your hands for that. How is that not whipping your wand out for everything? Well, that's the thing. It's like it must become just second nature to not use your hands in this world, and so it might be a faux pas to just use magic all the time. But you'd imagine that slowly but surely you would just start doing it anyway. Sorry this got really long. Oh, hello, monkey. You okay? Sorry this got really long. I get really more ranty while I'm irritated. Edited for some really stupid German auto-corrects, but I didn't catch them. Yeah. Pumpkin Sparks. I mean, it is long, but yeah, I see your points and everything, and I'm so sorry to hear that about your friend. That is really heartbreaking. I hope you keep him busy and are able to keep in good spirits. But yeah, take care of yourself, Pumpkin Sparks. That's really sad news. Noni. Hi, Veggie. These chapters are stuffed full of those little bits of normal wisdom life which make this world so realistic. Yeah, it's at this point in the book that we always get such great stuff when it comes to this sort of like little details and everything. And obviously the passage of time happens as well between, the argument, the cleaning, and then being the day before the hearing and everything. But it's always some of the best, most relaxed parts of these books. I love them. I can understand why those moments rarely make it into the films, well, quite, as they aren't really exciting or cinematic, but they build the world up to the point where you don't see it as a fantasy world. It's real life, just different culture from the one we live in. Oh, I really like that, Nora. Yeah, I mean. And it's not just because they're not action-packed, it's because it's time, isn't it? It's the amount of time that they have to dedicate to things. And at the end of the day, you just don't have very, very relaxed... Everything has to be very, very quick nowadays in movies and in TV shows. And so, maybe that's what we'll get in the TV show, though, when it comes out. We shall see. We shall see. We also get lots of those early... misinterpreted clues to this year's mystery that JK is so good at peppering the books with, and which make rereading so satisfying. Oh, absolutely. Like I say, Goblet must be so much good to re-listen to. Maybe we should do that eventually. Or maybe we should read... Maybe when we finish the book clubs, we should do a revisiting of the movie reaction series. I don't know if that would be very interesting, but we could do. We could do. Thank Thank you so much, Noni, for your comments. Esmeralda, there we go. Hi, Veggie. New patron and first time commenter. I thought so, Esmeralda. I thought that was a new word. Esmeralda Joy, to give you a full name. You're very welcome. So you'll forgive me for going back to an old topic. Oh, that's fine. No, absolutely. I understand when it's your first comment. That's absolutely understandable. In a Peck of Owls, which is such a great name for that chapter, you got a few questions asked, asking what boy Petunia was referring to. This led you to think maybe it wasn't James. How do you feel about leading questions like this? They're not spoilers, but they can affect future revelations. It's so difficult, isn't it, Esmeralda? As I'm guessing that you're asking this because there may be something significant in these chapters as well. If it's so difficult to think of an example. But let's say at the start of if I hadn't seen the movies and I was starting Prince of Azkaban the book and we're doing reviews for it and I'm saying, oh, this Sirius Black seems like rotter for doing that to Lily and James, that's terrible and everything. If someone was to say, oh, maybe he didn't do it, but I don't know. It's so you know what, Esmeralda, it's a case by case basis, and you know what, it's so difficult. It's so difficult. Because if I'm getting led down the wrong path, then that's great, you know? And I feel like in Goblet of Fire, we were very good at not explaining what the mystery was completely. Even though I knew, who ultimately would be a part of it, but where other people's story arcs are going and everything. So that one in particular, I think I absolutely 100%, absolutely definitely would have been thinking James. Until someone said, oh, maybe not be James. So that is quite a difficult one, and it does almost feel unfortunate, but it's a sort of thing which we just have to go with. And so I'd say don't worry about it too much, Esmeralda. You know what? If you were to put down something, you'd probably get replies from people like saying, hey, can you just remove that bit or everything? And then you might get people replying to that saying, actually, no, that's fine because of this. So I guess it's just going on what the general consensus thinks. It's very difficult for me because I'm reading this comment 2 weeks after the point, and so it's very difficult for me to make that judgment call. But I guess it's each case is different, and go on whatever people tend to think is probably best for the book club. But it's a great question, Esmeralda. I don't really have a full answer for you, but thank you so much for the comment though, and it is a great question. So, and like I say, I appreciate you asking that because I presume that maybe it's because something was mentioned in these chapters which may actually have a revelation down the line potentially. Maybe it's the matchbox. Oh, it's a snuff box. Thanks so much for your comments. It's this thing. Hi Veggie, wow, quite a pair of chapters there. So much wonderful backstory that the movies left out. It's such a shame. I'm sure you have a lot running through your head at this moment. It was a lot of, considering they're relaxed chapters comparatively. They were intense as well, you know. I wish we could dissect every little bit of these chapters, but there's just isn't enough time. Well, that's basically what these videos do in it, but yeah, I agree. So I'll try to keep my things short and sweet. I appreciate that. My goodness, is Molly being judgmental? I'm loving the different takes on. You know what? We're getting more takes on Molly than we are. Actually, that's not true. I feel we're getting both. Sorry, Bubba, did I make a slightly loud noise? I'm sorry, baby. It's so scary when I make noises, isn't it? It's so scary. You want a treat? I'm not sure if you got any. I think you do. Oh, I don't know. It's quite boring, I'm afraid. I'll give you two of these little ones, yeah? They're not very interesting, they're monkey. Yeah, you see, she's used to having more interesting ones with them. I'll give you that as well, but that's it. I ain't got anything else here in here. You'll have to wait, won't you? Have you actually had your breakfast? You didn't have any of your breakfast earlier. You can eat it. Good girl. Good girl. I think it might be the heat, to be honest. But yeah, she didn't have any of her breakfast. She will do. She always does. Later on. My goodness, is Molly being judgmental? The way she went off at everyone, especially Sirius. I get that she cares about Harry, but she's got a little nasty there. I know, and it may not have been intentional, but she did say some blooming things. And then in chapter 6, how does she still trust Lockhart's books after what happened with Ginny and Chamber? Because Gilderoy plagiarized, he didn't lie. Oh no, yes, he did lie. But the manuals are probably still very good because they have experts' accounts in them, more expert than Lockhart, you know, and so they probably are still possibly the best books for the jobs, insanely, unless she's still a fan, which I just can't believe. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on Fudge and Dumbledore, Kreacher and the Black family. Well, you got them. But yes, yeah, the Fudge situation is going in a different way than I was expecting, or at least the Order's opinion of him. Anyway, that's all I can really go on. One last fun thought to leave you with: what do you picture when you hear Bat Bogey Hex? I don't want to know. I don't even think about that. What do you think happens to a person is cast on? Until next time. Oh, it's Bat Bogey. Oh, I thought it was Back Bogey. So that's my problem with audiobooks. Bat Bogey Hex. It's got to be bats come out of your nose. Bogey bats come out of your nose. Oh my goodness. That's brutal. It's got to be there, right? It's got to be. In the same way that Ron's blooming... Ugh. I don't want to think about that. The slug thing. Oh, geez. It's been a while since I thought about that. Anyway, it's a nice thing. Thank you so much for your comments. Stay young. Hello there, Veggie. Hope you're enjoying your Easter break. Thank you so much. We watched WrestleMania. Maybe one of my brothers watched WrestleMania. You've been critical of Molly in the past. I have. But holding her to a higher standard than other characters. But the debate between her and Sirius feels a bit bigger than the ethics of cheating on diets. Quite, absolutely. For me, Molly is... pretty underhanded, switching the focus from Harry's well-being to dragging Sirius down. Yeah, I don't know if she's doing... If she's knowing... It's like Kreacher. Does she know what she's saying? Oh, she does. I'm trying to defend her too much now, ironically. Then getting her husband involved. Yeah, she was asking for backup, actually. When she began to run out of steam, it's true. She does have a point about Sirius, but I'll stay tuned to see where you stand on all this. Yeah, well, I mean, you got... I feel like since Harry became my favourite character of Goblet of Fire, which was actually quite an emotional moment for me, I have really softened my take on a lot of characters, and I feel like that's actually a really good thing for me. I feel like I'm enjoying the characters more because of that. So I am kind of sitting on the fence. I feel like everyone's right. No, Lupin's right. There we go. That's all. Lupin's right. There you go. That's the only thing that needs to be said. Telling Black to sit down in his own house was gorgeous. I loved it. Now we begin possibly my favourite plot in the whole series, Fred and George's joke shop. I understand... Are you right, Monkey? Did you actually go out? There you go. I understand... oh, sorry. Joke shop. The underground experimental business gives me Breaking Bad vibes. Oh, really? Or something out of a heist film. I think I know what Breaking Bad is about. I've never seen a single episode. I have had some recommendations to check out on the channel, in fact. But that's very interesting. I guess it is kind of a business, isn't it? Yeah, like I say, I feel like I know the very, very basic plot of it. It only gets better from here, and it sucks that I had to wait. So you finally meet Kreacher, just as charming as Mrs. Black. Wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say? I mean, I do feel like Kreacher is trying to be polite, and he just doesn't know what he's saying. That's maybe I'm being too kind of him as well, but I would rather have a chat with him than Mrs. Black, quite frankly. What's your opinion on not allowing Kreacher to take any black heirlooms? Yeah, I do feel like it's kind of cruel, to the point where it's needlessly cruel. But, you know, it's Black's house, you know. So, yeah, I feel like it's cruel, but maybe there's a longer reason for it. I'm reading the illustrated version of the book. Oh, really? And there's a whole double page dedicated to the Black family tree. Fantastic. Phineas is one of the names at the top and married to Flint. Oh, really? At the top. Other notable surnames not mentioned. Oh, of course it would be. Yeah, of course. Other surnames not mentioned that you might recognise are Yaxley. Oh, wow. Bloomin' egg. We get to meet him, haven't we? Yaxley, I believe. Potter. Macmillan. Pruitt, which is a name which comes up a lot. Of course, Molly's family name. There we go. Crouch. Longbottom. That scans. Bulstrode. Crab and Rosia. Wow, that's absolutely... Wow, cool. The thing is, I'd like to see that, but then it might be technical spoilers in there, so that's very interesting to stay young, but that's awesome. That sounds like a great book. It really does. We need to check out... I want to do a video at some point of all the different Harry Potter book covers and me giving my review of them, guys. And so at some point, I'll post a blog on the Patreon saying, hey, guys, can you send me... I don't know how we'd do it. Maybe... We'll work out a way of doing it where there will be a blog of the book covers, and I'll go through each, give my thoughts and reviews on them. So I'd love to do that. I would absolutely love to do that. Anyway, stay young. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Margarita Pizza. Black sees his dead friend in Harry, whereas Molly sees him as one of her children. You could argue that neither see him clearly. 100. That is such a great point, Margarita Pizza, and I have not brought that up once. That is so true. They're like pulling, like they're trying to rip him apart in a way, you know. Jeez, that's so true. Black was imprisoned in his early 20s, and I imagine him having the mentality of a much younger man. He treats Harry as a peer rather than a child. That's actually a huge point, actually, there. Do you think Black... but then again, Lupin is kind of siding with Sirius as well, though. Do you think Black is a good influence or a bad one? I mean, it has to be half and half, isn't it? It's not perfect, but it's better than what Molly wants to do, you know? So it's difficult. It's definitely a more extreme standpoint than Molly's, I guess. In a way, I guess they're both extreme, aren't they? How do you think his friendship with James affects his attitude towards Harry? I think it 100% does. And I feel like when Molly says he's not James, she's actually making a very good point. But my goodness, she's saying it in a strong way. With Harry there. Jeez. Margarita Pizza, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciate it. Spartany. Utipur, Veggie, and Woozle. In these chapters, I really enjoy that we get greater insight of Voldemort's possible plans and strategy. Voldemort is smartly trying to lay low to make Dumbledore's attempts to unite the wizard world backfire. That's actually so true. Yeah, Dumbledore seems mad, doesn't he? It's so much more detailed than the movies, and it feels like they are laying the groundwork for dueling wars, a propaganda war with the Ministry and a secret war with Voldemort. I just want. Why didn't Voldemort try to find the wand in the first war? Or maybe he didn't know about it. Because Grimmauld would have known about it. Anyway. Doesn't matter, does it? Also, concerning Percy, I'm fully with you on trying to understand him, but I thought it was a bit unfair to assume Mr. Weasley was the one to escalate. Yeah, now I'll say this, Sparty. The reason why I was so heavy on bringing that up is because all the information is coming from people who are biased. Everyone in that room who was talking about Percy is biased and angry at Percy, and so I don't like that. I like to see the other side of it, and also I really like Percy, and so maybe I was being a bit unfair, but at the same time, I feel like they are all being unfair as well, you know. His character never hinted as much. Well, we know that he got really angry, which is like unlike him. That is brought up because usually it's Molly that gets angry, and so unusually angry when having this argument with Percy. And to me, it felt like Percy had these feelings pent up for a while. I completely agree with that, yes. And he was the one waiting to let it out. But that's my take, and we'll never know for sure. Sure, absolutely Spartany. But do you think that Percy went into this conversation telling him about the promotion, expecting there to be an argument? Because if not, then surely you wouldn't think he was going to be bringing up all the baggage that he then did. He brought up as a response to Arthur, and so yeah, I agree that I'm being one-sided, but only because everyone in that chapter was being one-sided against someone, and I don't like that, guys, especially when it's a character that I like. Until next time, da bears. How did they do in the draft? Spartany, I'd love to know. Apparently the Rams are set for a good next year, apparently, when it comes to first round picks, because we've been training so much. Spartany, thank you so much for your comment. And yeah, the Rams, so all we do now is trade away up our top points, it feels like, anyway, thank you so much for your comment. H, hi, V and W, I love it. That's excellent. Thank you again for all the hours of brilliant content. You've greatly appreciate. You're very welcome, I should say, H. Please remember to eat and drink. Nothing left in my glass, is there? And I've had some peanut butter on toast, and that's it today. Oh, I had a banana. Thank you very much. Some things that I like in these chapters. Mundungus immediately saying that he agrees with Sirius when he has no idea what someone said to him. Absolutely. To hear that Goblin, not Goblet, Goblin Rannoch is feeling quite anti-wizard at the moment because of Ludo Bagman. Well, there you go. I mean, if you're going to generalise, I mean, Bagman is not a great wizard, is he? Morally. Actually, the whole Goblin conversation is really interesting to me. Like Lupin pointing out what could sway the goblins, the freedoms that wizards have denied them. Yeah, and he actually says the freedoms that we have denied them. I freaking love Lupin, guys. I don't know if I've mentioned it in this video yet, but I really do. Dumbledore says he doesn't care what they do as long as they don't take him off the chocolate frog card. Is such a perfect Dumbledore reaction to a threat of potentially losing his Order of Merlin. Do you think he actually did say that then? Because I wasn't sure, but I feel like he might be right. I think he may have actually said that. I thought it may have been Bill joking, to be honest, but I think he may have actually said it though. I think you're actually right then. Harry dreaming about Hagrid saying that they were going to be studying weapons this year is hilarious. Terrifying for Harry, but yes, it was very funny. Arthur cleaning his glasses to get more time to think about his answer is a great little detail. Oh wow, that is a great little detail. I didn't equate it with that, but I'd imagine that's something that people actually do a lot in RL, in fact. Wow, I like it. Ron leaving the room because of spiders, absolutely, to make a cup of tea, yeah, and not returning for an hour and a half, yeah. Well, I'd be right there with him, although I'd have coffee. It's a lot of coffee in an hour and a half, jeez. Harry and Sirius having a proper conversation without any drama or mysteries being involved in the conversation, just a proper chat. That's very nice. Yeah, and there's no urgency as well. I really like that. I didn't pick up on that, H. That is a great point. McGonagall being there in Muggle dress, absolutely. Want to see that? Imagine that. If you were part of the gang requesting requesting favourite noses. Which nose would you make Tonks do? I'm going to limit it to humans because based on the book, that's all I can really go on. Who's got a notable nose? Triple H? No. I don't know. The child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, which I haven't actually seen it, you guys, but I know the child catcher scene. Terrifying. I've also seen that actor in other things, and he's usually just the same as well, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. My own. There we go. Actually, yeah, you know what? I'd say my own. Or if I could choose an animal, I'd say Woodles. So there we go. That makes it nice and simple. Hey, great questions. Great questions. Greatly made. Thank you so much. I like you say V and W. That's amazing. Stephen. Hey, Veggie and Woos. Chapter 5. When I was reading this chapter for the book club, one thing stuck out to me so clearly that I never realised it before. Was the author influenced by Del Boy and Mundungus' character? Are you going to say the So you don't bring up the Walty Harris thing, Stephen. I actually texted my brother saying this happens in Order of Phoenix. That's got to be an Owner of Horse and Horses reference, right? And he was he completely agreed with me. It's like, yeah, it would be such a weird coincidence to have something E. Harris that we don't see because we never see Monkey Harris in the TV show. That's gotta be direct reference to Owner of Horse and Horses. It really does. So and Del Boy's one of the main characters on Owner of Horse and Horses. I should clarify for anyone who doesn't know. I feel bad for Molly. I don't entirely agree with her stance, but her being so protective of Harry is so heartwarming. Yeah, and it must be so surreal for Harry to have someone really doting on him to that point, you know, because everyone else is trying to, like, you know, get Harry to see the real world, whereas Harry has missed out on a childhood of being protected and mollycoddled, quite frankly, you know, which obviously any kid should have, you know, when they're younger. In Chapter 6, it's awesome learning how interconnected the pureblood families are. Yeah, much more than I was expecting. I don't know how I feel about the skiving snack boxes. Surely they can't be legal. Yeah, that is actually pushing onto a legal standpoint, because that is basically, because, you know, going to school and everything, it's not just an optional thing, you know. That is actually, they could get sued with those, but, you know, it's just an idea, I guess, at this point. Prototype. I'd imagine selling items that help students not go to school would be banned by the ministry. Oh, absolutely, yes. Like, how can you go on holiday during term time in real life? I guess because they only so the effects of them only last an hour. Well, you know, it's for an hour off class, I guess. You know, it might say that only to be used in drastic situations or something. I mean, there's been times that Harry could have used them in the past, quite frankly, isn't there? But yeah, I agree. It does seem a bit legally iffy. That one. Stephen, thank you so much for your comment. CJ, g'day, Veggie. Hope you had a lovely Easter. Chapter 5. Where do you think the rolls of parchment disappeared to when Bill vanished them? I don't know, and I'm really glad you brought this up, because I presume, you know what, my headcanon is that they are in, like, either its own realm or a different location. I don't think that they are there but invisible. So yeah, that's all I can say on it, CJ, but I'm so glad you asked that question. Do you think we would get so much from Mundungus? I guess I kind of did. I don't know. I think it's because his name has cropped up a couple of times in the books, thinking, oh wow, Mundungus is looking to be more significant than I was expecting. And you know, we've already had more lines than he does in the movies. I'm not even sure if he speaks in the movies. I think he probably does. He does. He was only in the 7th film. We also find out why he's in the Order. No doubt he's useful in some situations. Sirius's comments tie back to when Harry thought in the earlier chapters exactly the opposite of what you would have done. Yeah, absolutely. When Harry was reading a letter from him. Yeah, so true. So true. So true. Fred and George are hilarious, whipping their wands out for everything. Honestly, wouldn't you though? Yeah, I guess you just naturally would. I feel like any wizard just naturally would start to do that. I totally would. Also, you get an answer to your question from last time. It's not just Tonks's hair that she can change. What do you make of the political discourse about goblins? I really like Lupin's take on it, and that's not just because I'm a Lupin fanboy, but it's almost like Lupin said, if we treated these guys better in the past, then we wouldn't have this grey area with them right now, you know? And so I thought it was really cool, and I feel like it was a sympathetic thing as well, for the way that he worded it specifically. Keep an eye out for that, because it does come up occasionally in the future. I wish the movies hadn't left out Sirius and Molly's argument. It is there, but it's so different. And also, it's before Harry goes in, and then after Harry goes in as well, so it's like split up a bit. Well, we do hear Molly say, I am essentially his parent. Yeah. He's not your son. He is good. He's as good as makes me tear up. CJ, that line is in the movie. It is when they're creeping down the stairs to try and listen in, and then Mrs. Weasley comes out, and then they embrace Harry and everything like that. But when they are trying to listen in, if you listen, because Snape's there as well. He's the one who's like saying that he's that he's an ex criminal and everything. But the lines, "You are not his parents. I'm as good as." Is actually in the movie, and I was surprised by that. But it is. It's like I say, it's not. It's when Harry's not in the room. It's before then, just before then. I love how the Weasleys. Oh, you may already know that, but and it is a fantastic line. I love how the Weasleys have taken him in. He really is family to them. I love that Molly made Ginny leave as if they wouldn't tell her anyway. Yeah, it's true. But they needed to let Molly have a W. They needed to let Molly have a W. And unfortunately, it didn't work out well for Ginny. Chapter 6. Sirius's mum really has a mouth on her, doesn't she? She's wild and loud as well. Holy moly. Molly. Holy moly. The beginning of Friend George's business development. Did you like getting all the backstory for Sirius's family and the purebuds in general? Yeah, I really did, and it's ever changing my perspective of how the Wizarding world works. Because I really did think that there were more pureblood families. You know, when you think about it, there's a tiny amount of people in the grand scheme of things. I love when books delve into backstory and lore like this. Well, these are your chapters then, absolutely. I love From Oz. I hope it's lovely in Oz right now, CJ. Always appreciate your comments. I always do, and thank you so much for making it. We're getting through it, guys. I think we might be on to our last 10. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I will check to see if there's any updates before we end this, but yes, we're on to our last 10, so let's get through it. It's going to be another 5-hour one, it looks like. Janny. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. I somehow managed to miss the last book club, so I start with something from the last 2 chapters, if you don't mind, but I'll keep it short. I appreciate you keeping it short. Thank you so much, Joey. Percy, I really tried to understand his point of view, but I can't. He knew his family was firmly on Dumbledore's side, and he just went and boasted to his father about it. Quite suspicious promotion. But I don't feel like Percy does think it's suspicious, though. I feel like that's where the argument came from, you know. Because if Percy thinks that he's been put in that role because he can be used against his family, I don't think that he would be. I don't know. I don't think he would do it. I can't confirm or not. But he certainly wouldn't be telling his parents about it. I mean, that would be counterproductive. It is counterproductive because he's not with his family anymore. So the one thing that he'd been promoted for, he's not really able to do now. What did he expect? I think he expected his father to tell him, "Good job." I might be giving Percy too much credit there, guys, but that's what I expected. That's what I think. Sorry. Also, I think the Sorting Hat made a mistake putting Percy in Gryffindor. He clearly belongs in Slytherin. Oh, ambition. No, you're absolutely right, Janny. I misinterpreted what you meant by that. I feel like that's a fair point completely. Unless you mean because he's evil. It'd be amazing. Which I don't think is what you're saying. Now back to chapter 5 and 6. I feel quite sorry for the twins. They are legal adults, but are treated like children. They have every right to be informed about what's going on, even without being members of the Order. I know they would have probably told the other kids and everything, but still, I think they should have a chance to prove they can be trusted. Oh, Janny. But can they be trusted? You know? I mean, Molly and Arthur's experience of their sons, would you expect them to completely trust them with incredibly important information? I think they can be trusted, but that's because I haven't had to bring them up. You know? And so I feel like Molly and Arthur may have... I mean, the fact is, they do a lot of stuff behind Molly's back. And so, yeah. Anyway, I completely see your point now. I love the scene where Molly shouts at Mundungus about the stolen cauldrons, making Mrs. Black go off too. Too bad it wasn't in the movie. Oh, Mrs. Black should have been in the movie. She really should have. Even if it's just a quick reference, you know. Janny, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. As always. Tawny Owl. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. I somehow constantly miss every other book club because life gets in the way. It's nice to see you made it this time. So let's see if I will ever manage to comment 2 months in a row. Well, here's the challenge. Something that always confuses me is how loud how loud apparently is. Back in chapter 1, it seems very loud with all the neighbours reacting to the noise. So why would the twins use apparating to sneak downstairs? Oh, apparating! Loud apparating is, sorry. That's my dyslexia kicking in. I thought it said apparently. Yes, apparating. So why would it seems very loud with all the neighbours reacting to the noise. That's actually a very good point. So why would the twins use apparating to sneak downstairs and back up to their room, and Molly somehow doesn't hear anything while the kids can even hear him steps easily through the door? That is actually a great point. I wonder if that's actually answered anywhere. Because that does just seem like a straight up inconsistency. Very interesting. Also, poor Buttbeak locked up in the bedroom. I can't imagine a hippogriff would be very healthy and happy under such circumstances. Black should have either let him go free or found some place else for him to stay. I actually agree with that, Tawny. Because if they're not letting Buttbeak or oh my goodness. All your one. Hedwig, there we go. Out. They're not going to be letting Buttbeak out, are they? Tawny, thank you so much for your comment, and good luck on making the next book club. Simon, you are a hideous orangutan. I don't know. If they're being literal, then maybe it's the Jungle Book, maybe? Or, what's it called? Every Which Way? Which they were not very nice to that orangutan in the production of that movie. I'm not sure. It makes me think of Lisa calling Homer a baboon, but that's not right though, is it? I'm not sure where that's from. I'm honestly not sure. I'm going to say Jungle Book there because it kind of makes sense. Maybe. King Louis. That's no orangutan, right? I'm not sure. Anyway. A couple of slow chapters, not much happening, but some character and world building. Though there are a few names and other things mentioned that you should recognize. Not sure what use Tonks is in her actual job, as a dark wizard would hear her coming a mile off. That's actually... but if she's really good at the rest, maybe. Like, maybe she's like an amazing duelist, you know? It's a great point. It's a great point, though. She wouldn't be the stealthiest, would she? Have you got have you got a bead on Mundungus? Have you got a bead on Mundungus' description yet? As he's not much like his film counterpart. I can't help but base him look on a certain wiry Irishman who is connected to the above quote. Oh, really? Wiry Irishman who's connected to the above quote, who I believe had rather an unfortunate intimate encounter with a garden gnome, going on how the episode ended. Oh, Faulty Towers. Well done, Simon. I wouldn't have got that just off the quote. The rest of it, it took me a second. I was thinking, what, Father Ted or something? But as soon as you said the garden gnome, I suddenly imagined someone holding a garden gnome like this and saying, I'm off to go and see someone. And it took me a while. It's, oh, what's his name? It's so Irish. It's in what I believe is the second episode of Only Fools and Horses. O'Reilly. There we go. O'Reilly. There we go. That actor was also in Robin's Nest, which isn't very good. I was talking about, Man About the House earlier on. There was a spin-off series. Well, there were two spin-off series. I think three, in fact. Well, one, George and Mildred, which is it's okay. It's very well beloved though. Another one was called Robin's Nest, and O'Reilly, the actor who plays O'Reilly in Fawlty Towers, is a regular on that. But from what I've seen of it, it's nowhere near as good as Man About the House. Anyway, well done. I really appreciate that clue at the end there, Simon. I feel kind of proud that I got it, so thank you. Looking forward to the next couple of book clubs, as there'll be some interesting stuff to discuss. I'm sure there will. I presume it's going to be the trial and stuff. Simon, great comment, as always. Greatly appreciated. Let's see, one... I am making sure I'm covering all. Since I missed a couple of book clubs ago, I'm really worried about missing more, so I apologise about that, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Really? We've just done, like, a whole bunch? Wow. Okay. 7 more it is, then. And then I will do a refresh. Okay, so that's Simon's done. And now we are up to Emery. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. So much interesting stuff in these chapters. Sorry if my comment is too long. I really did try to condense. It's long, Emery, but I appreciate the apology and everything, so it's okay. But in future, if you... But then again, you say you have tried to condense it, so that's well appreciated. One big theme was Sirius' connection with Harry. Mrs. Weasley says that Sirius sees Harry as James, but it feels more like Sirius sees him as Harry. Both grew up... see himself as Harry. I see what you mean. I got a bit confused then. Both grew up in feeling unwanted, and both found their first real family and sense of belonging in friends. Sirius was about Harry's age in the first... Sirius was about Harry's age in the first war against Voldemort. Likely relates to Harry being desperate for information and action. Oh, absolutely. And I feel like it's so important to Harry as well here, finding out there are people who are in the same boat, technically, you know. It blows my mind that Harry is almost as old as his parents. I don't want to think about that. Stop thinking about that. Right. Sorry. So, when they died, I should obviously make that clear. Mrs. Weasley, though, is 10 years older than Sirius and has seen young people like Longbottoms and Potter, for example, hurt and killed in the Order fighting Voldemort. That is an incredibly important point that you just made there. Well done, Emery. I like that. That is such a good point. She doesn't want to see that happen again, and seems frustrated that Sirius, who is now the same age as she was when in the First War, is not seeing to act protectively in the same way she thinks he should. I like that a lot. I'm curious how well the two knew each other as Order members last time. I would imagine not much at all, to be honest. That's my, but it's impossible to tell. She doesn't seem to have much compassion for Sirius's tragic experience, as I would expect from what we know of her character, especially when she calls Sirius out for having been at Azkaban and not being able to look after Harry as well. I know, but I feel like Emery, maybe I'm giving her too much credit here. She didn't mean it as bad as it sounded. I'm loving this Molly discussion here, guys. I'm definitely doing that thumbnail with me holding not a Molly hater as a thumbnail. Political climate is starting to get explained in more depth, and this will continue to be important through the rest of the books. Fudge is paranoid about losing his power and is inadvertently playing right into Voldemort's hands by enabling him to remain under the radar. He can see the constant contrast in Dumbledore's approach, as Dumbledore does not care about maintaining his power reputation. Absolutely, so true. Which is lucky, quite frankly. But the thing is, his reputation is incredibly important, though. We get some first indications that goblins hold different innate morals than wizards. Oh, yeah, actually, is this the first time? I guess it is. Wow. Kreacher, what do you think about house elves' abilities to obey or disobey their masters? Are there some commands that are stronger than others? Is Kreacher still following orders Mrs. Black's portrait over Sirius? I mean, the thing is, it does say that Sirius does still take Sirius's commands, specifically Sirius's commands, seriously, not Tonks at all. So yeah, I feel terrible for Kreacher, I do, but yeah, I'm sure there's a lot more to come out regarding that character. One last thing, do you happen to catch the Easter egg major bit of foreshadowing in one of these chapters? Something appeared which can, I don't know if I am going to skip the rest of that line if that's okay, Emery, because right now I didn't catch nothing. Apart from the weapon thing, which I can only assume is potentially Harry. But I don't know if Black would know about that, though. So I'm going to skip the rest of that sentence if that is okay, just in case. Sorry again for the long post. Looking forward to hearing all your thoughts on these chapters. No, I appreciate it, and like I say, sorry that I missed the rest of the comment, but I read the bulk of the long comment anyway. So I appreciate you trying to keep it shorter, Emery. If you could continue to try, then that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Jonas. Of the side panel, thank you so much, Jonas. They look wonderful this time. Although a Kreacher wasn't in a loincloth, which I actually thank you for, quite frankly. I love the story about Mundungus and the vibes in Grimmauld Place, but still not happy as in the Burrow. Oh, no, Burrow is just a pure bliss, it really is. But somehow it feels a bit more cozy in the book than in the movies. Even with Mama Black. I love that. That's amazing. Hope you and Woozler are super good. We're doing great. I feel like she's getting a little bit restless, so I need to get through this book club so I can get her out. Like I said, I think we're going to go to a reservoir. Yeah. It's not too far away. Anyway, Jones, thank you so much for your help on the book clubs, and thank you so much, as always, for your comments as well. Me here. I like the small detail of Crookshanks jumping into Sirius's lap and Sirius scratching him. They still have the connection from Prisoner of Azkaban, despite Sirius being a human form. me here, that is a great note. I did not make that connection at all. Well done. Sirius isn't happy with Dumbledore either. Usually we see Sirius as both the father figure and a friend to Harry. At this moment, he's almost like a teenager who's mad at his parents, Dumbledore, for setting boundaries. Again, great point. Kind of like Harry. Harry can empathise with Sirius, and I like how it makes them bond even more. Yeah, you get the feeling that they're actually really helping each other out at this point. You really do, actually. I like that. In the movie, the argument between Sirius and Molly is very briefly touched upon through an extendable ears. There we go, the extendable ears, yeah, of course, in the kitchen. But it's far more thorough and intense in the book. Even Arthur and Lupin are involved, which is great. Do you believe Harry should be fully in? I don't think he should be in the order now because he's not old enough. But I do feel like he should be brought up to speed because Harry's not going to go and start blurbing about all this stuff, is he? And so yeah, I feel like that's my standpoint on it. You know, like I say, I didn't want what happened to him to happen in the last book. You know, and so that's the way I look at Harry now. The Order says that Fudge thinks Dumbledore is after his job. Why do you think Dumbledore never wanted to become the Minister of Magic? It sounds like a nightmare of a job, to be honest. And I feel like he has as much influence without the job, you know. And I think he probably loves Hogwarts as well. But like that's a huge aspect of it, and can keep an eye on who's going through, who's getting brought up, you know, and everything, you know, just to see if there's any other dark wizards and stuff. I guess, you know, he always believed Voldemort would come back, so he would have had more power in the Ministry to combat Voldemort once he came back. Why refuse that post? I guess because Fudge was kind of his puppet in the weirdest way, possibly. But obviously that's ended up going because he did try to get Fudge to change tactic, but it didn't work. So maybe he was expecting it to work. Maybe. Do you think? Sorry. You don't know much about Kreacher yet, but I'm just going to say he's one of my favourite characters in the series. I think you'll like him too. I'm already a fan, me here, and I'm looking forward to more Kreacher, definitely. I really am. Me here, great comment. I really appreciate it. Howa! Hi Veggie, long time no see. Yes, Howa, how are you? Here's some. Here we have several more intense instances of Molly shouting at her children. Yes, Drew. That's right. That's right. Many of her lines are written in all caps to convey she's yelling at the top of her lungs. Ah, you see, this is something that we miss with us audiobook lot. I always say if you scold misbehaviour teens with bullying, the worst bullying of Wizarding World would be Molly Weasley. Closely followed by McGonagall. I feel like you've said a lot of other people are even worse though, Hoa. Rather than them particularly. People are so judgmental when it comes to Severus, yet his scoldings are objectively very tame in comparison to these two ladies. For example, he almost never raises his voice. Yes, but he did insult Hermione to her face in front of class. Which even you said was that wasn't him losing his cool. That was him actually being incredibly cruel to someone without wanting, because Hermione wasn't doing anything wrong, quite frankly. I recently discussed this double standard with someone, and she suggested it could be due to gender bias. According to her, being scolded by a man is typically perceived as more serious compared to them being scolded by a woman. I think there is some truth in that. Speaking of Sirius, do you remember what Voldemort said about him in the graveyard? I don't. One who I believe has left me before. He will be killed, of course. I didn't know that's who that was talking about. I may have been able to put the connection there, but that isn't. Yeah, I didn't. Sirius is not only still alive, but Voldemort now trusts him completely. Can we appreciate how good Sirius is playing at the role? Well, like I say, that's why I didn't know that line was about him, and how brave he was when we've met resurrected Voldemort. Yeah, we already have talked about that. We talked about it in previous chapters. Right, I've speculated what Sirius is doing at the moment, definitely, because people have been asking me, what do you think Sirius is doing? And I'm pretty certain I've already given him his flowers for it. I think you may need to go back and listen, because I feel like I did. He is the most valuable member of the Order, and also one who takes the most risks. Well, yeah, in the movie he even, no, in the book he's even saying that. We don't actually hear it, but we do know that Sirius is basically essentially mocking Black, saying, "Oh, you're just here cleaning all the time. I'm the one risking my neck." So yeah, I feel like we have given him his flowers. Anyway, Howard, thank you so much for your comment. Nice to see you back. Grace. Hi, Veggie. I really enjoy these chapters. Chapter 5 notes, I think both Molly and Sirius are right. Harry shouldn't be told about this. He should be allowed to be a kid. But the state of the world and the place it is in is really changing things. That's basically where I am with you, Grace. I don't think he should be in the Order, but I do feel like he has a right to know, let alone a need to know. But Dumbledore doesn't, apparently. I like that Lupin is able to be a mediator here, and Sirius actually listens to him and trusts him. It's true. I love that moment where he just shrugs, but like stops the argument. Chapter 6 notes, Kreacher is a lot more disturbed in these books. I love all of the Black family lore we are getting. Sirius really is what Harry needs right now. They understand each other's situation. There are so many little Easter eggs. There's so many little Easter eggs in this chapter. What are a few that you noted? Hope you and Woozle are incredibly well. The one which took me back was Gilderoy Lockhart's book. That really was a surprise to me. But yeah, right. I feel like there's a lot of Easter eggs for past stuff, but going on everyone's comments, future stuff as well. By the way, Howard, I just want to address, I hope I didn't seem dismissive of your comment, but it seemed like you were suggesting that I wasn't giving Sirius flowers for what he's doing, and I'm certain that we have done that in previous book clubs, and again, bring up previous book clubs and everything. So I hope I didn't seem like I was dismissive, but I'm pretty certain I have said that it's amazing what Sirius is doing. Severus is saying. That's why I say Snape and Black. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. And Grace, thank you so much for your comment as well. Greatly appreciated. 1, 2. Oh, last 2. Okay. And then I'll do a refresh to just check if there's any more. In fact, I should be able to do that via this. My phone, I should say. Wrecker! Sorry, Wrecker, I'll read your comment in a second. Oh no, this is going to take ages. This is not a good way of doing it, Veggie. Just want to see if anyone else has commented. There we go. Last comment being... Yes, someone has! Someone has! John has. So I will do a refresh in a second. Wrecker, hi Veggie. My first comment here. You're very welcome, Wrecker. So sorry, it might be a bit long. Let's have a look. It's pushing it. But it's a first comment though, and I always say, Wrecker, I hope I'm saying your name right, by the way. I understand first comments, you know, often people have a lot to say, you know, so I appreciate that. I really wanted to join the beginning of the book, but unfortunately I missed it. My life's been quite busy the last 2 years since I've started watching your movie reactions and book reviews. Well, I hope it's good busy. I hope you do get some downtime as well. Oh, I finished university, started a job as a history teacher, and just tomorrow, my first final year class is graduating. Crazy. That's amazing, Wrecker. I mean, I know that this time of year is extremely busy for teachers. My brother's a teacher. But yeah, that's amazing. Congratulations on getting a job and everything. And it's, it must feel like time has flown by in a weirdest way. It really must. Anyway, my favourite book, probably because it's introduced my favourite character. Don't call me Nymphadora Tonks. You're not alone there. Jonas is a big Tonks fan as well. That's great. I love her in the books, and I'm always so annoyed that she appears so little in the movies. Yeah, she's blinking and you miss it, really, isn't she? Her clumsiness is totally relatable, absolutely. She is such a fun, enthusiastic person, wants to help even though she can't. And she's very funny as well, as in, like, what she says is purposely funny. It's like, you know, we're laughing with her sort of thing, you know. The metamorph Maggie thing is very interesting to me. It would be very useful to have that ability, and there is good to be so much more about her in the future. Oh, fantastic. I can't wait for you to get to know her. Yeah, you'd imagine that she must also be on some, like and Maggies are all registered. You'd imagine that metamorph Maguses must also be. They'd have to be. Apart from me obsessing over Tonks, I really love these chapters. I'm sure the evening conversation will be discussed in detail. Oh, absolutely, it has been. But the cleaning is one of my favourite parts, even though in real life I hate it. I'm okay with cleaning, kind of. I don't do it enough, but when I'm doing that, I kind of weirdly enjoy it, I feel. Doxies, the twins are packing things in their pockets to experiment with them, and the interesting stuff they find in the house. Yeah, it's so much character building. Like people have said, the house really is another character, in the same way that Hogwarts is a character. Also, however horrible Sirius's mum is, it would have been fun to see her scream at the top of her lungs every time something loud happens. Absolutely, it would have been so cool to have that in the movie. As for Kreacher, I have very mixed feelings about him. I feel sorry for him, and I am very annoyed with him at the same time for the things that he says. I know, you know what? It's bad because I feel like I give him a free pass with the bad things that he says. I feel like I kind of am. We shall see how that goes. We shall see how that evolves as the book continues. Thank you so much for doing these reviews. You're very welcome. I really enjoy listening to them, and it brings back so much memories from my childhood when these books were an escape for me, much like blooming Black and Harry need. And meant so much to me. Thank you so much, Raka. I really hope I'm saying your name right. Thank you so much for a very nice comment. Congratulations on the last couple of years, quite frankly, because it sounds like you've been working it. But that's amazing. So congratulations, and yeah, I hope things cooled out a little bit. But yeah, hope to see you next time in the comments as well. Okay, so Will is there. I will read this now, and then I'll do the refresh afterwards. Hi, Veggie. Long time no see. Absolutely. Well, I was going to say, where have you been? Where have you been? Sorry, that's a very old channel reference. Where have you been? Sorry, ignore me. Okay, I'll explain. In Persona 3, you live in like this, this communal house sort of thing with other students and everything. And very often when you enter the house, one of the characters, I can't remember his name, but it's the guy with the white hair, will go, "Where have you been?" Like that. And I always found that so funny. I didn't play Persona 3 on the channel, but it's just something which I've brought up a lot in the past. And so, VEGGIEKNIGHTS of a certain stretch, the people that have been around for the longest, I should say, will know that "Where you been?" It used to be a bit of a meme on the channel. Sorry. He says it so much. "Where you been?" There's this little giggle as well. Anyway, ignore me. I haven't commented it in like 6 months. Really? Okay, it doesn't feel like that long. Wow. I lost motivation to read, and my life has been hectic. Oh dear. But now I'm back. And I'm also excited for the future Hunger Games books. Absolutely. I don't have anything to say about these chapters because I'm sure others have already covered them. Just wanted to announce my comeback. Well, Will, you're very welcome. Nice to see you back. I would like to direct you in the direction of a video which I posted exclusively on the Patreon. I think it's called something like Hunger and Hobbits or something like that. That's like the start of the post. I posted it within the last month. I'm 100% sure I did. 70% sure I did, but it's definitely within the last 2 months anyway. So I put you in the direction of that because we discussed the future plans for Hunger Games and Hogwarts and The Hobbit, I should say, and I also look for feedback in that as well. And so if you could check that out, I'd be greatly appreciated. I will now do a quick refresh, and there it is, guys. I don't know how that transition looked, but hopefully it looked magical. That'd be ironic. It wouldn't. Right, John rounds us up here, guys. Sorry for the late comment. You just got there in time, John. Right, sorry for the late comment, Veggie. Hopefully it shows up in the video. Yeah, bloomin' will. It bloomin' will. You can always tell, guys, because like I say, I like all the comments just to show where I'm up to, and so you can see where I'm up to in it. And as soon as I'm done, the first thing I do is put closed in the title of this, and so you can tell when there is enough time. So, anyway, let's read this comment. It's interesting how Sirius said in a previous book about how if you want to know what a man is like, take a look at how he treats his inferiors. I think I brought up the Gandhi line about animals. And yet, look at how he treats Kreacher. I appreciate that you say that. It's understandable why Sirius treats him with contempt, but he should take a look in the mirror. Well, it's the physical stuff where it gets bad for me. Yeah, he's throwing him out of the room and everything, and I'm sure he's getting annoying, guys, but to throw, and I know that house elves can probably stop it so they don't fall and hit the ground and everything, but that ain't great. That ain't great. I feel so bad for Kreacher, but maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Anyway, great comment, John. Thank you so much for getting that in the end, guys. And that is the book club completed. And so I think we are over 5 hours again. But not close to 6, which is good, because 6 is when things get dangerous. Great discussion about Molly and Sirius. It was so awesome hearing all the different opinions on that. Seriously, that was seriously. That was absolutely brilliant. And yeah, thank you so much for taking part in these book clubs, guys. It's my favourite part of doing these books. And now we get on to the next chapters, guys, which I feel like is going to be potentially more eventful. But these chapters were brilliant, but I feel like important stuff is going to be coming. Please subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm VeggieGamer, and I'll see you next time.